I have now spent over 500 days in this Minecraft world. Well, I guess more specifically, I have spent 554 days in this Minecraft world, but that doesn't really roll off the tongue quite as well. So I'm gonna stick to 500. And throughout this time, I have been busy building. So far, I've built up this Plains Village transformation, this very colorful Spruce Village transformation, and I also transformed an Acacia Village into this little dock city thing. I also spent a good bit of time building up where I spawned, which is just right over here. And today I wanted to compile everything that I did in the first 500 or so days in this world into one long movie. Now I thought about doing this at 1,000 days, but I'm pretty sure this video alone is probably like over 6 hours, and didn't really feel like posting like a 12 or 13 hour video whenever I got to 1,000 days. And yeah, I know, the title might be a little bit misleading, because I didn't spend all 500 days transforming villages. But like, that's a much easier title to read, I think, than I spent 300 days transforming villages and then 250 days building a bridge that's probably way too big. I feel like I like the more concise title better, you know? But I should also point out that there's going to be a world download link in the description down below if you would like to check this world out for yourself. And I will be leaving a book and quill in the central storage house over here. I actually have to go craft that right now. Hold on, let me go do that before I get too far ahead of myself. I'm back now with the book and quill. So this just has all of my coordinates in it, in the overworld, and also their respective nether portals on the roof. So if you want to check all of those out, you are more than welcome to. I'm going to leave that in this chest right here, along with all of my gear and a couple important shulker boxes. This one's just food. This one is a bunch of like my backup gear and stuff. And then this one is all of my rockets. And also my orange bed. This is pretty much everything that I carry on myself all the time. So you guys should be able to explore as much as you would like and add anything to this world that you would also like. If you do end up adding anything, I would love to see it. You can reach out to me on Discord or Twitter, whatever is easiest for you. I would just kind of like to see what kind of tweaks you make, either to my builds or just any new thing that you make in this world. But thank you guys all so much for the insane amount of support that this series has garnered. I know I've already said that plenty of times, but honestly, I just can't thank you enough. This is the best job I've ever had, and it's really not close at all. Sometimes my old boss watches my video, so I'm sorry if you heard that, man. But anyway, this intro is definitely getting way too long, so grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever you have to do, and enjoy the movie. Sorry, hold on. The movie is not starting yet. There's one more thing that I need to point out. Beginning at this timestamp, I decided to put a couple horror edits into this video, so I just wanted to point this out before the whole video begins, so I don't accidentally jump scare the hell out of someone. I didn't put anything like crazy or really that scary into any of these edits, and there's really only like a handful of them throughout the entire video from this point on, but I can definitely see some of them jump scaring some people, especially if you put this video on to go to sleep at night and you're not expecting it. But the first like entire village transformation is entirely safe. But anyway, now with that warning out of the way, we can finally start the movie. In Minecraft, there are 5 different vanilla villages that you can just stumble across, and I thought that it would be a pretty cool video idea to transform every single one. Each of these village transformations is going to be its own video, and in each one I'm going to be making a brand new world and dedicating 100 Minecraft days to the project. I'm starting off with the most common village, the Plains Village. So today I'm going to spend the next 100 Minecraft days transforming a vanilla Plains village. Let me know which village you would like to see next, but without further ado, let's get started with day 1. Okay, 100 days transforming a Plains village. I guess first things first, I should probably find one. There's a really small plains biome right next to me here. Be kind of huge if this already had a village in it, and there is no chance I'm chopping that tree down as my first one. Ow. This one looks a lot more suitable. You'll also notice that I'm doing this in survival and not hardcore. I think I'm going to switch up these 100-day videos. Sometimes I'm going to do hardcore, sometimes I'm going to do survival, just kind of based on how I'm feeling. I think both game modes are pretty fun. And I definitely play them differently if I'm like able to die. So I think this could be a little bit more entertaining. But I do like a good hardcore challenge every so often. So I'm definitely going to be back to those. I think like the solo biome videos are probably all going to be done in hardcore. But then building focused videos like this one, I think it makes more sense to be done in survival. But regardless of what game mode I'm playing, gonna need to go ahead and grab up a little bit of stone. And let's move on from this wooden pickaxe immediately. Now, hopefully it doesn't take me too long to find a Plains village. They are pretty common, so I feel like it really shouldn't take me long. I didn't scout any seeds out before either. I might do that for like some of the future villages that are a bit harder to find, because I don't want to spend like 20 days wandering around trying to find the village itself. So when it comes to like a snow village, I might have to go ahead and scout out a couple seeds first. But I figured for a plains village, I can definitely just stumble across one. Thankfully, I will have enough sheep for a bed here. Is that 3? That is 3. Perfect. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really look like this plains biome goes anywhere. Looks like it leads immediately into a jungle. But I think I'm still going to push on this way. I'm at least going to dip a little bit into the jungle just to grab some bamboo. And then this way, it's just all savanna. Alright, so this is probably not the direction I should be going in to find a plains village, but let me just grab a little bit of bamboo, and I guess we can probably head off like that way. I'm sure I can find a plains biome pretty shortly. It's a pretty cool looking jungle, though. Like, I like this area right here. Look at that island. I also definitely need to stop and cook up some of my food, but I'm a little bit too lazy to do that. So instead, let me see what this nether portal has to offer. Nothing too useful. I'm gonna get some flint and steel is pretty cool, so I can cook up some food. This nether portal is also very close to being completed. But yeah, the flint and steel could be useful so I can burn the animals before I kill them. Save on a little bit of fuel. Actually, I think I'm going to try to push through this jungle instead of turning around. I was going to head back towards where I spawned and just go the other direction. But pushing through this jungle could potentially find me a mangrove swamp, which would be really nice. And there still is a chance that there is a plains biome nearby. So I feel like this makes some sense. And now I don't really want to sleep away too many of these early nights, at least until I find the village that I'm looking for. So I'm going to try to survive. All right, first test over here. Let's go take down this skeleton. It's bob and weave. Perfect. Just waiting on a single other jungle sapling. Is that the 4th one? It is. Perfect. Okay. Just wanted to be able to take 4 with me. Oh, we got 5 for good measure. Awesome. Okay, let me continue pushing through this way. Trying to avoid all the skeletons. I don't really want to fight too much stuff if I don't have to. And hopefully we can just find something over this way. Okay. That guy has a spear. He is going to do some damage to me. We got him. Alright. Jeez. The reach on those things is crazy. And this does not really seem like it's going to lead to a mangrove swamp, but there is a regular forest right over here. Oh, and then a village right here. Oh, this is perfect. This is actually like the ideal village. This has such cool terrain around it. Like, there's a bunch of different biomes kind of creeping through. So I think this is going to be a perfect spot for the transformation. Oh, dude, this is amazing. I did not expect to find this village right here. I really thought I was going to have to run through the forest. All right, what's up, villagers? How you guys doing? This seems like a pretty easy village to transform as well. Like, the terrain's not awful. It's mostly pretty level. It's probably like a little bit of terraforming that I'll have to do like over here. But for the most part, this village looks pretty good. And we have ourselves a jungle temple right there. I'll have to go check that out too. And we also have a horse. That's pretty great to see. I would like to go ahead and just claim one of these houses. I think I'm just going to make it this one over here. All right, so this is now just my house. Sorry to steal this from you guys, but I'll make better use out of it than you will. Trust me. Oh, let me also see something too. Can I make a saddle? I don't think I have enough leather for it. Actually, I have 6 pieces of leather. That should be enough. Okay, cool. You only need 3. I'm going to go ahead and tame that horse. I did not mean to do that. It's fine. That's just going to stay there. All right, we got the horse. Oh, he's pretty fast. Oh, he can jump really high too. All right, let's go. This is a good horse. This is going to be my best friend of this world. And take this guy everywhere. It's going to be your house for now, my man. I'll make you a better stable at some point. And this seems like a really good time to go ahead and trap these villagers inside. There we go. I'm also going to bring these other 2 pigs over with me. Have them hang out with the other 2 pigs in the pen. And I do want to find some cows. Just haven't seen too many around here. If I have to survive on pigs for the time being, that's definitely okay. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find just a couple cows hanging around. Also might as well make my way over to this jungle temple. There's no way I'm doing this jungle temple correctly, by the way. Don't blow up. No. Not the jungle temple. Alright, got one of the armor trims. And let's see what's back here. A lot of bones. It's the best thing. It's the best thing back here. I will always take up all this redstone stuff, though. Oh, I found a cow. Oh, there's 2 cows here. Couple more too. Great. Okay, I'm gonna bring these cows back with me. I do need some wheat though. I'm gonna go ahead and bone meal a little bit of the wheat that is already here. And let's go grab up these cows. Okay, let's see if we can round up all of the cows in the area. This might be a little bit difficult to do at night, but I'm gonna try my best. You're not a cow. Don't blow up. Don't blow up my friends. Yes. We're living. Alright, let's go, fellas. Alright, the cows are successfully in here. Oops, sorry about that. I'm glad we got this set up as early as possible. Next up, I want to start working on these little crop fields here. And I'm not going to make any kind of designs for these just yet. I'm just going to make them all pretty practical. But I do want to start growing wheat and carrots and potatoes and stuff in bulk as quickly as possible. Once I get these all cleaned up, I'm going to try to hit the mines for a little while. I think gearing up pretty quickly is going to be beneficial for me in this world, because I'm going to have to be chopping down a lot of trees and just gathering up a lot of materials in general for all the builds that I want to have in this village. Luckily, I do have a lot of these little crop fields in this village. So I'm just going to go ahead and plant down everything that I have. Yes, that also means the beetroot. So now that I have the crop fields where I want them to be, let me go ahead and try to find a cave. Okay, so this looks like it definitely goes down. I do only have 2 torches, though. Well, this goes down pretty deep. Oh, and there's some dripstone right there. We can get a lava farm working pretty early on. That's nice. But I definitely need to go ahead and grab up some of this coal. I'm going to have to take a minute and actually smelt down some food as well, because I only have these 3 pieces of steak left, but I do have 29 pieces of uncooked beef. Or not just beef, but meat. There's some pork in there too. So let's take a moment, carve out a little room over here, and let's craft up a couple furnaces. I'm going to immediately make those into smokers. If you know, you know. And let's grab up a bunch of torches as well. All right, so while this is cooking up, I'm going to go ahead and just explore the immediate areas of this cave. Grab up all the resources that I can find. Like, we're definitely going to take up all this coal, and then also all the copper that's next to me too. I might even go ahead and smelt down that copper pretty early on as well. I think getting some copper armor would be a good first priority, because without any armor, skeletons do a lot of damage. Like 2 skeletons could probably take me out if I wasn't paying attention. Oh, and our first pieces of iron up here. Huge. Now let's go ahead and make a couple more furnaces. And let's smelt down all that stuff right there. And again, while that's smelting, I'm going to continue trying to light up this cave and just grabbing up all of the stuff that I immediately see. In this cave, it definitely continues going. Great. This is a really good first cave to find. My stone pickaxe broke, so let me actually go up and craft an iron one. Might as well. And now it's just the copper that's left to smelt. Shouldn't take too much longer, but then we can have a full set of copper armor, and our cave travels can be a bit safer. Oh no, one of the iron golems died. No! I'll definitely take the free iron, but it's still sad. And the copper that I had smelting is finally done, all 40 pieces of it. So let's go ahead and make a full set of copper armor. And it just smelted down a little bit more iron that I found. Okay, so let's continue going down this way. Definitely gonna grab up a little bit of this water, and let's hopefully find a whole bunch of good stuff down here. I'm gonna grab up pretty much everything that I see. I'm gonna grab up all the copper, the coal, the iron, and then hopefully we can make our way down to diamonds. And you know what, man? It feels really good that this isn't hardcore, because I don't need to make a shield. I like mining without shields. Mining with a torch in your hand is so much more aesthetic. It just feels way better for me. I hate the look of a shield, but it's just so powerful. Like, it's so useful. Oh man, that really drops down. Wow. This cave looks insane. Okay, let me definitely be careful over there. There's got to be a safer way to get down. I feel like I want to go that way. Kind of towards the water, if you guys can even see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to pillar through this way. My pickaxe did break though, so let's go ahead and make a couple more. And also, I'm going to condense all of these bits of copper that I have. And also my coal. Save up some inventory space. There we go. Freed up some space. We should be able to explore a little bit more now. Let's keep going this way. I think there should be a way to get down here pretty shortly. I think going this way is probably the best chance of getting down without taking too much damage. Am I right above the water just yet? Oh, I am. Perfect. Bang. Alright, we're in. I'm gonna run around to light everything up and grab up all the iron that I see. I think I am done collecting, like, copper and coal for the time being. I mean, you guys just saw how much I had. That should last me a very long time. Here we go, though. We're finally getting into the iron stages of the world, and then hopefully Deep Slate is nearby. I got about 2 stacks now of raw iron, so it's a little bit better than what we were at before. And hopefully this kind of keeps going down. It's one of these weird, like, crevices, though. It always makes me feel a little bit claustrophobic, but sometimes this kind of spans out into, like, a huge cave. We just keep following it down. And maybe this goes somewhere else? No, it doesn't really look like it. A lot of water above this, though. I think there's got to be just, like, another cave over here, though. I get this is, like, a full water cave, but does that keep going down? Sort of does over there. Honestly, I might swim around this water cave for a minute. Oh, there's some diamonds right there. But it's, like, the cool diamonds. Ooh, do I want to grab those? I think I do. I think I am going to grab them. I know they are rare, but I'm not going to remember where those are. For when I get Silk Touch. So I think it's worth it just to kind of scoop them up now. No, it's just 2, unfortunately. Oh, actually, that underwater cave wasn't really that much of an underwater cave. It led out into this huge one. That is just the most copper I might have ever seen. That's insane. It could be one of those massive copper veins, but that still looks ridiculous. This isn't good. Oh, this is really not good now. My weapon broke. Luckily I did find this bow, though, so I can kind of use this. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I am somehow not dead. I panicked and put down a whole bunch of random blocks. Look at this little hut I just made. Wow, dude. I am the best. I'm actually the best at this game. Thankfully, I did put down my crafting table, though, so I can actually go ahead and craft up another weapon. Wow, I'm surprised I'm not dead. I honestly have no idea how I'm not dead. I really wasn't even talking while I was running away. I was really just trying to focus. Man. All right, I'm alive. This cave is huge, though. This cave is huge, and it's very difficult to light up, but I'm doing my best. I'm out of that massive, massive cave. That's off back this way, towards this annoying skeleton. I'm totally behind this, by the way. All right, man. You know what? I'm just going to drop right down here. I think we'll be okay. We good? Oh god, there's a lot of mobs. Maybe we're not good. Is that a bad idea? This might have not been a great idea, but I think we're kind of chilling. I was really hoping to spot some diamonds somewhere around here in the ground, but I'm not seeing any just yet. But this does continue going deeper. Okay, I'm running by a lot of iron. I'm aware of that. But it's just a little bit tough for me to stop right now. I thought I was being chased by everything, but we're kind of clear. Okay. We're chilling. We're definitely chilling. I don't want to go back too far, though, because that's where, like, the bulk of the mobs were. So I'm just going to grab this iron that's here. And then continue going deeper. I need to be careful. I only have 6 pork chops left. So I definitely do not want to overstay my welcome. But I do want to find some more diamonds. Oh, there's a little bit of deep dark down there. That's not what I wanted to see. Oh, but there's a little bit of diamonds right here. Can this be 2? Can this please be 2 diamonds? No. It's just 1 diamond. That's so sad. And I'm gonna be with 4 pork chops after this, so it might be time to call it. I was really hoping to find enough diamonds to make an enchanting table as well, but I think this is all right. I can find diamonds on the surface. You know, if I start to explore for some wood types, which I'm gonna have to do soon because I still don't have spruce. Whenever I do that, I feel like I'll probably hit an ocean. And usually, like, buried treasure has a ton of diamonds in it. So I think we'll be okay. I'm gonna try to work my way out of here then. I'm probably gonna have to just tunnel out. But let's just see how close to the surface I can get before I have to do that. Hey, look, a zombie villager. I sort of want to save this guy. Hang on a second, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot those coordinates. I'll maybe be back for that villager. First things first, though. Where is my home? Okay, it's just right over there. Not too far away. That was a really good mining trip. Could have been better if I just found one more diamond, but it was pretty solid for everything else. I'll show you everything that I got once I sort out my inventory a little bit and get a little bit safer. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff down in the caves. Got all of these ores along with a diamond pickaxe. So that was definitely really successful. I'm gonna go ahead and start smelting all of this down. And while that is all cooking, let me go ahead and harvest all of my crops. Enough of my iron should have smelted to go ahead and make some cauldrons. I can make 12 cauldrons. Okay, that's a lot of the iron that I gathered, but it's okay. This should be worth it. Let me also go ahead and make a ton of buckets. And let me just kind of take a look at the village really quickly, what we have to work with. Okay, I think back here could be a good spot for a blacksmith eventually. And because of that, I'm going to go ahead and put this lava farm just over there now. Let's go ahead and put the dripstone on the bottom. And then we have a working lava farm. These cauldrons will fill up in no time. And now with that, I can save all of the coal that I just used in those furnaces going forward. And that sounds great to me, because that just means more lanterns. Okay, so now at this point, I think I want to start preparing to build my starter house. But before I can actually build anything, I need to go get more wood types, specifically spruce. Still have not come across a spruce biome just yet. All right, so let's go ahead and take the horse out. And which direction do I want to go? I really don't like going through forests on a horse, but I think I'm going to. First off, though, 360 chicken. No. But I also need to come up with a name for this horse. I'm gonna name this horse Paul. Feels like a fitting name for this guy. So me and Paul are gonna go on the journey of a lifetime. Man, Paul is a jumper. Man, look at him go. All right, let me see if I can get through this forest quickly, because this is just the worst. Oh, let me screenshot the coordinates of my home, because I'm going to forget. Ow, just gave myself a concussion. Okay, where are we looking here? Well, it looks like there is a swamp down there. No, that's not a swamp. It's a Badlands biome. Interesting. I actually do want to check out that biome, though, only because if this leads to a desert, that could be some really cool loot for us. And it could be, you know, the additional few diamonds that I still need for an enchanting table. Paul, where are you at? Where did Paul go? There you are. Don't do that to me again, man. I just named you. I can't lose you now. Oh, it's a lush cave down there. Hang on a second, Paul. I need to go grab some moss. I really want that spore blossom, too. Let's definitely go ahead and grab that. Maybe a couple glow berries. That guy's gonna blow up. Oh, he's not. Look at you. Thanks for not blowing up. No. It's gonna go in the water. No. Okay, good. Thought that thing was a lost cause. Anything else I want to grab from down here? I don't see any other spore blossoms. And actually, let me see. Can I grab the drip leaf here with shears? I'm honestly not sure if that works. I need to find one more piece of iron, though. Okay, let's see. Can I grab up this stuff? Oh, I can. I can grab the small drip leaf, too. Nice. I actually did not know you could do that. I thought you can only get small drip leaf from a wandering trader. Also, don't mind this tree that I grew right here. I needed wood. I didn't have a crafting table on me. And it was easier to just grow an azalea tree down here than go all the way back up to the surface. And I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these axolotls. Let's get this pink one. That guy looks cool. I think I'm good now to leave the lush cave. I'm really glad I found one of these, though. I might as well grab up a lot of these as well. I don't want to get too distracted, because I really do want to find spruce. But while I'm here, I might as well grab up some of this dry grass. I'm going to forget about it and then have to come back, and it's going to be a whole thing. And, you know, just taking a look over here at this, honestly, just beautiful piece of landscape, makes me realize that this Badlands probably goes on for a pretty long time. So I'm going to backtrack. I think what I'll do is take a pit stop at home and then just go back towards spawn and just kind of go the opposite way that I went originally. But for you guys, I will be right back when I find either a spruce biome or just something else that's interesting. Oh, a mending fishing rod. Wait, that's incredible. No way. I can't believe I just found a mending fishing rod. I also found the shipwreck, which came with a buried treasure map, which we will definitely go ahead and check out as well. And also just a little bit of iron and emeralds and stuff from the one chest in here. Well, let's definitely go ahead and try to find this buried treasure real quick. Now, what do we have in here? We have one more diamond. I think I still need a single other diamond. But I'll definitely take that one right there. Gets me a little bit closer. Oh, I got a village over there too. Could have a blacksmith in it. That could be my second diamond. And there's another village over there. I'm going to loot both of these real quick, and then we'll continue the journey for a spruce biome. Oh, there's more jungle over here, though. I traveled pretty far away so far, and I'm still in like, the same biomes that I have by my village, unfortunately. I was hoping to find some colder stuff. Yeah, there's still a savanna back here as well. I really don't want to spend too much time like exploring in this video because I really just want to start building. But I can't not use spruce. It's in my nature. Like, I have to do it. We do have a librarian in this village, though. Which means I get a whole bunch of free books. There's also a blacksmith over here. Can I get my final diamond? I cannot. That's a really bad blacksmith chest. I will take this, though. And I will definitely take this blast furnace. Thank you. This is a block that I hardly ever craft. I just take them all from villages. Oh, dude, the golem is trying to offer one of his flowers. Where's the baby, though? Was that the baby right there? Did he just grow up? I love when they do that. That's why I never kill iron golems, man. They're so sweet. I can't bring myself to do it. I got myself a brewing stand and a cartographer's table as well, which is pretty cool. And then here's the librarian. What do you got? It's Flame. Okay, I'm taking her like turn now. That's about it for that village, so let's continue the search. I'm gonna head this way, check out this second village, and hopefully there's a spruce biome off in this direction. Oh, there absolutely is a spruce biome off in this direction. Let's go. Okay, that's massive. Sweet. So I can just grab up a couple of those saplings, and then we should be able to head back home. I might actually stay for a minute and grab up some actual spruce wood, rather than just the saplings, because that looks like that is one of those big taiga biomes. So honestly, I might as well cut down some of the 2x2 spruce trees. I feel like that would get me a nice start on things. First things first, though, let me definitely go ahead and loot up this village. And this also seems like a pretty good spot to take a nap. Pretty sure I looted everything that this village has to offer. This one was not nearly as lucrative as that last one. But that's fine. I wasn't really even in search of villages, so whatever I could get here is just a bonus. What I was in search for, though, is that beautiful wood type right over there. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and cut down a couple of these trees, probably just until my iron axe breaks. That should give me a ton of saplings, and also, like I said before, a good head start on some spruce wood for the starter house. This is the last stop on the journey, so after I do this, I'm going to head back home. Back at home now, my storage situation in here is not looking good. These chests are horribly disorganized, but I do want to start building up my starter house. And that should solve this problem here pretty quickly. Before I do that, though, I would like to go over the color palette that I have in mind. And I think this is going to be an incredibly simple color palette. But I do think it'll still look good, so I think we'll be okay. I also want to figure out where exactly I'm going to put this house. I thought about just taking down the house that I was living in this entire time and just transforming that one. I definitely could do that, but I kind of like this spot back here. I'm going to commit to up top. I think this is going to look a little bit better up here. So let me throw down my temporary color palette over here, just so you guys know what I'm thinking. So I want the walls of this building to be mainly out of stripped oak wood. But I also do want to work in a little bit of oak planks, just every so often. And then, as well, next to the oak planks, I think working a little bit of jungle plank will look good as well. Hold on, it's quickly approaching nighttime. Let me finish this in the morning. So alongside this wall here, I want the roof to be out of spruce wood, and I also want all of, like, the accents to be out of spruce. So, like, trapdoors, fences, all that kind of stuff for extra decoration, I think I want to make out of spruce wood. And then we're going to have the windows out of these copper grates. I don't know what stage just yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually go through and wax all these, but if they oxidize all the way down, I think it'll look good. But also, if I have time later, I might come through and actually make them a specific stage instead. But regardless, that's going to be the idea for the walls of this house. And then the roof is going to be out of the spruce wood. So like I said, it's going to be a pretty simple color palette, but I think it's going to look really good. Especially if I build a bunch of houses in like a similar style to this. And thankfully where I decided to build this starter house, there's really not like any terraforming I'm going to have to do. Just going to have to tear down this little animal pen. And I'll probably also just have to cut away this little bit of grass. And alright, I think the land is definitely flat enough to be built on now. I do still have to go gather a little bit of materials. It's mainly going to be oak wood, because I really don't have much of that, and that's going to be obviously like the main wall block. So let me head over to the forest over here and start collecting up some of this oak wood. And honestly, I might even gather up just a small amount of birch as well. I think stripped birch could look pretty good next to the stripped oak wood. And luckily, both of those trees are found in just regular Minecraft forests, so should be able to get a decent amount of each of those wood types. So yeah, let me just gather up a whole bunch of stuff. But for you guys, I'm going to go ahead and start a building time lapse. The house is completed. Only problem is that it's day 26 now. So we're over a quarter through this challenge. I need to start just staying up overnight, I guess, and just building as much as possible if I want to try to get a lot of these houses renovated. But as you can see, the starter house is pretty tiny. This is probably the size I'm going to go for like most of the houses in the area, just so I can build them up pretty quickly. And I also did a pretty basic interior, but we have a whole bunch of storage. We have a bedroom over there, a place to smelt some stuff, some other random storage up there. It's nothing special, but it's definitely very useful. And everything is actually moved into here, by the way. So our previous home, over there, is empty. It always feels nice to finally get moved out and like organize all your stuff. The next thing I want to do though is I would like to get enchanting starting, just because if I'm going to build up a lot of these houses, I'm going to need some really good tools pretty early on. And it's already probably a little bit late for this. Like I should have probably prioritized this like before anything else. But it's all good. All right, we're gonna move at my own pace, I guess, for this. I am in need of only 1 diamond. I have a single other diamond chilling here. Of course, I need 2 to make an enchanting table. I already have a diamond pickaxe, so we can already enchant something. So I do only need that 1 diamond. And I think the quickest way for me just to go about getting a single diamond is just to make a staircase down to diamond level and then just do a little bit of branch mining. So let me get started on that. But also, I want to make just a very, very small, really simple mine entrance, just so it's at least like slightly decorated. I'm thinking I can put this mine entrance probably somewhere down here, just against the little like hillside, or the cliffside, I guess it's more accurately described as. And that can probably just be my permanent mine. I don't really think I'm gonna need anything too extravagant. Let me just go grab a little bit of spruce wood over here, and as you can see, I've gotten really lazy when it comes to harvesting this. I needed just a little bit more for my house, so I just like cut down this bottom little bit, but it's fine. I'll cut down this whole thing at some point, but that point is not right now. Okay, 24 pieces of spruce should be enough. I'm talking like a super simple mine entrance. Like you guys are going to be baffled by this. Thinking we start with 2 barrels like that with a gap of 3 in between, and let's go up to there maybe. Let's go over those 3 blocks again. Then we put some spruce pillars there, there, and there. And honestly, that's probably going to be the entire entrance. Let me just strip all this. I mean, I guess I do have a little bit more decoration I can add. Let's add a little archway here. And then I can also put a little archway up top, potentially. Let's put some trapdoors in a couple spots. And yeah, I feel like that works. That looks like a good mine entrance to me. Now let me just go ahead and make a tiny room back here, and I'll decorate this room completely later. For right now, I think I'm just going to clear out the space. So now we have a tiny room back here, and let's just go ahead and start a staircase right here in the middle. And all right, I'm just going to take this all the way down to y-59. We are at 93. This is going to take some time, but it's okay. This is definitely going to be worth it. I'm at y-58. I think I said 59 a second ago when I was digging down, but I'm going to stop here. Oh. Sick. The deep dark is right around the corner. Can I mine this way? I just did 2 of those by accident because I put a torch down. That was dumb of me. Well, if the warden spawns, the warden spawns. I'll just run away. But I'm gonna strip mine here for a little while, or branch mine, whatever it's called. I don't know. I always just said strip mining. got a comment once saying that I said that wrong, and this is actually branch mining. I actually could not care less. So I'm gonna continue doing this for a little while until I find 1 diamond, or I guess until this pickaxe is about to break. It's getting pretty close already, to be honest. Please, just let me find a diamond. Okay, there we go. We got our 1 diamond. Sick. I'm not gonna take any of the rest of these. Let's see how many there are, though. There's at least 3 more diamonds. It looks like it is just 3 more diamonds, but I'll definitely fortune those later. But with the 1 diamond that I did collect, let me head back up to the surface. Not before making a whole bunch of stairs, though. And I can go ahead and get the enchanting table made. I do need to go ahead and grab a little bit more obsidian. I only have 2 pieces, so I think I will just convert the little lava pool over here just completely into obsidian. I have unlimited lava now, so I don't really need this here anymore. I've also completely neglected sugarcane this entire time. Honestly, not really sure how I managed to do that. But let me go ahead and just plant down all the sugarcane that I have. I have 26 only. And while that's growing, let's go ahead and grab up the obsidian that I'm gonna need. Thankfully, I only need 2 pieces of obsidian right now. Was that just a creeper that walked by my screen over here? What was that? Oh, it was a chicken. Okay. We should be safe. I think we should be safe from a chicken. But I only need 2 more pieces of this obsidian. That should be the second one right there. Perfect. We have 4. And I can come grab the rest of that whenever I am ready to go to the nether. But let's go ahead and craft up the first enchanting table of the world. And also, I have 13 books. I have a little bit of paper. I have 21 pieces of paper. We have a ton of leather. I have enough leather to make all the books that I'm going to need. But I just don't have enough paper right now. I'm still going to go ahead and just make as many bookshelves as possible. And I can make 6. Not a bad start. And for the time being, I'm going to put this, I think just over here. This feels like a good spot right here. I do eventually want to make like a library in this village for some librarians to live and also just to house the enchanting setup. Originally, I wanted to build houses like exactly where all of these houses were, but I think it's actually just going to be easier to do it this way, just to use like the empty space in the village to build up houses and then just tear these down at some point. I think that'll just be a little bit easier for me. So let me go ahead and set down the enchanting table, put down the 6 bookshelves, and just see what we got. So Fortune 1 is guaranteed. That gives me some hope that the level 30 enchant will be Fortune 3. I don't know if that's how it works, but I really hope it is. The next thing that I think I want to do, just while I wait for my sugarcane to grow, is I think it's probably about time that I just build a wall around this entire village. Shout out Luke the Notable. Because if I could spend the nights building without fear of getting blown up, that'll allow me to build a lot more things. Many more houses will be constructed. So I think setting that up right now is a good call. And thankfully, I did just grab a bunch of cobblestone. I'm going to craft this all down into walls. I have 2 stacks of torches. Hopefully that's enough to light up the area on the inside. And let's just start walling this entire area off. Hopefully these 6 stacks is enough. All right, I think we have everything completely walled off. Now, I just want to run through and put torches everywhere to stop things spawning on the inside. And then I should be good just to stay up pretty much every night going forward. I mean, I guess spiders can get in, which is a little annoying, but I really don't think I'm going to die to a spider. But look at this idiot. Yeah, dude. Look at this guy. He thinks he can get in. Wow. Idiot. That looks good. And yeah, dude, this guy's house is shunned. He's not included in the village right now. But that's alright. I'll move his house. He'll be fine. Here, let me at least move the villager inside the walls. If there even is a villager in that house, I honestly have no idea. Oh, there is, for sure. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Let me breach the wall for a second. Okay. That's why you don't breach the wall, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're alright. We're chilling? I think we're chilling. Oh, a zombie villager. Wait, I want this guy. I want this zombie. Hold on. Let me get you a boat, friend. I gotta remember that there is another zombie villager in the jungle that I trapped a while ago. Oh, I also just realized that the guy I was trying to save, the exiled house, I just left it And a zombie could very easily break down that door. I think we're all right, though. Okay, you get in the boat. And I'm just gonna build you a little temporary hut. Okay. So there's a zombie villager in there. Let me go rescue this guy. Oh, that guy is an enchanted iron spear. I need the wall more than ever right now. Oh, we're good. I have no idea where that villager made it out to. He might have died. I let him out and I put his bed into another house. Put it into this one over here, but I don't think he's inside. Yeah, he's not. Where'd that villager go? Is he gone? Oh, he's over there. He's panicking. Okay, where'd the villager wander off to? What's up, man? Sorry about that. Let's get you back in the village. Creeper, get away from me. Dude, there's a way over here, man. Villagers are still very annoying to deal with. I rescued this guy. You're welcome. There is still an extra bed in this house over here. So when it gets nighttime, I'll try to remember to break his boat. And hopefully he just kind of wanders in this house. Ooh, a dark oak sapling. I actually don't have any of those yet. Problem is I need 4 in order to actually plant a dark oak tree. Can you take this job, please? Take the job, man. Fortunately, none of the villagers want to take jobs right now. That's something that we're probably going to have to do in the morning. But what I can do right now is see if this guy will go to that bed. I think he will. I think those particles mean he's going to go to that bed in there. Perfect. You have been successfully saved. You're welcome. All right, I'll wait in the morning to trade with that wandering trader. He should still be around. I don't think he'll despawn that quickly. And while I wait for the morning, I think I'm just going to go ahead and start tearing down some of these houses that don't need to be here. Like my original house. All right, so the next morning, I took down my original house and also the 3 little market stalls that were right there. Let's see if this guy over here turned into a Fletcher. He did not. You don't want that job? Dude, get that job, man. Come on. Fine. I'll see if someone else wants it. Do you want a job? Yeah, he wanted a job. Come here. Oh, it's the wrong trade. Okay, there we go. All right, 7 more emeralds. Perfect. Let's go back to the Wandering Trader and purchase the last Dark Oak sapling. And now my inventory is a complete mess. Let me clear this out really quickly, and then I can continue prettying up the village and gathering up some other materials. Hang on. Wait. There's a music disc that you get from killing a chicken jockey now, right? Isn't that a thing? Yes, he dropped the music disc. Let's go! I got the lava chicken music disc. That's so cool. That's the first time I've ever gotten that. I'm recording this on day 100. I forgot to play it any other time throughout this video, so I had to go and get the footage now. Got ourselves the necessary bookshelves, and our guaranteed enchant is efficiency 4. Okay. Let's check out a book really quick. It's channeling. I don't really care about that. Fortune 3, efficiency 4. I would have loved unbreaking on that, but I will absolutely take the Fortune 3. So now with this pickaxe, I think I'm going to go mining through this night to see how many diamonds I can get. And then probably in the morning on day 32, I can start re-rolling some librarians. Because I really want mending and unbreaking on this pickaxe pretty much as early as possible. I'm going to go ahead and grab 3 iron pickaxes to take down into the mines with me. So let me head underground for the rest of this night. Let's see how many diamonds I can find. I also definitely need to remember to grab the, I think, 3 diamonds that I found a little while ago. Wait, let's see how many diamonds we get out of these just 3. Gave me 7. Huge. All right, let me continue the search off in this direction. Let's start another strip mine over here. And hopefully this one is lucrative. right, it's day 32 now, and I have 35 diamonds at my disposal. That is actually a lot of diamonds for me for one night. I will certainly take that. I think with these 35 diamonds, I'm just going to completely bypass iron armor. And I'm going to go straight to diamond. So copper, straight to diamond. And then with the remaining 11 diamonds, I'm going to go ahead and make an axe. Let's make another pickaxe. I'll make a sword. And you know what? Honestly, I'm just going to complete the diamond tool set. That's all the diamonds that I had, but I think they were well spent. I'm also level 34, so I can enchant 2 more things. Let's go ahead and take a peek to see what we have. I'm going to check all the pieces of armor first. I don't think I'd really take anything on the armor, maybe aside from Feather Falling 4. That's usually like my second priority to get one enchanting after I get Fortune. But it's usually really rare. I hardly ever get that right away. Fire Aspect 2 on a sword is pretty good. But I think I'm just going to take Unbreaking on an axe. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. That's actually kind of perfect. Unbreaking 3 on a pickaxe I think I might take next. Just to have, like, a regular pickaxe just to use everywhere else. Yeah, it seems like a good idea. Fortune 2, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. So actually, I could combine these two to get Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3. I might just do that. Because then I only need to reroll 1 Librarian for Mending. And we're kind of chilling. So let's craft up an anvil really quick. And I'm just going to put it right there. And this is 17 levels or 25. Give me the 17. So Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3. Beautiful. All right, so now at this point, I'm definitely going to try to get Mending on a Librarian villager. And it's going to be this villager right here. Let's see how long this takes. At this point, I have mined 2 lecterns. One of those was just right now. I cycled this guy 1 time, and the other lectern was when I originally picked this one up. So let's see how many lecterns it takes to get Mending on this guy. Okay, this actually really did not take long, and it's only 12 emeralds. It only took 31 lecterns. That is certainly not bad. So let me go grab some paper really quick just so I can lock that villager in. All right, now the trade will not leave. And now I just need to work on getting a couple more emeralds. You know, at this point, I probably could just let everyone loose. I don't think they'll die. I'm going to keep the Mending villager trapped because he's the most valuable one right now. But I'm going to let every other villager go. Hopefully there's no areas where they can just kind of wander out themselves. But I guess we can kind of see. If any of them wander out, I can go back in the replay mod footage or the flashback footage and see where I went wrong. I traded with my Fletcher a little bit, so I do have enough to buy the Mending book. I don't have any books on me though, hold on. All right, here we go, I'm back. Let's grab up our first Mending book, and I'm going to immediately throw that on this pickaxe. There we go, Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, and now Mending. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and build something else, and it's going to be a house for this enchanting setup. Right here should be a fine spot for it. We can make a little cabin pretty much the same size as ours, and in a very, very similar style. I do think I'm gonna make a slight change in this color palette though. Instead of using stripped oak for the walls, I'm going to be using stripped birch instead, just to change it up slightly. I think the roof is still going to be out of spruce. I think that's going to look the best. And then all like the accents and stuff are also going to be out of spruce. So the building is going to look really similar to the starter house, but just slightly different wall color. So I'm going to run around, gather up all the materials that I'm going to need. But once again, for you guys, let me cut it to another building time lapse. All right, the next building in the village has been completed. We have now an enchanting building. It is very small, but it has everything in here that I'm going to need, like the enchanting table and a lectern, so we can have a librarian villager actually kind of hang out here. I do still have to put a bed. I'm probably just going to lay one right there, even though it's not really the best spot, but just an area for the Mending villager to actually go to sleep. So I think with this, I can actually let him out. Let's grab his bed. And let me go ahead and plop that down inside. Hopefully he just pathfinds to this building, because his lectern is over here. And that bed's going to be a little bit of an eyesore, but it's alright. Not too concerned about it. Where did the Mending villager run off to? Oh, there he is. Okay. He went into his house. Nice. Well, he's trying to get into his house. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Trapdoors just do not work with villagers. I might have to switch that block out at some point because he's just going to be probably permanently trapped right there. But I'll worry about that later. Next up, I actually want to work on just another building. Honestly, just like back to back. I'm going to start working on a barn, actually. And I think down here, where we have all the crops, is probably the best spot for it. I'm imagining I can have a barn somewhere down here. And then I can just make a couple nicer looking crop fields than these attached to it. Or maybe not directly attached to it, but just like in this area in general. This can kind of be like the farming district of the village. That feels like a pretty good next step in this project. And as for the color palette for this barn, it is going to be changed up just very slightly. I want to just continuously like tweak these buildings just a little bit so they're unique from one another. I don't want to just completely reuse the same exact color palette for any two buildings, but I want them to be similar enough so it looks like they are a part of the same village, if that makes sense. So for this barn down here, going to use the same foundation out of stone and some mossy stone. The walls are going to be out of stripped oak wood mainly, probably the same wall color palette as the starter house, but then where this changes is the roof is going to be out of deep slate instead of spruce wood. So this is the color palette that we're going to be rocking with. And I think this is going to look pretty good for a barn. I might incorporate a little bit of spruce on the roof, maybe as like a trim alongside the deep slate here. I haven't completely decided that yet, but probably while I'm building, I'll actually make that final decision. It is really unfortunate that all my animals are up here. Bringing these guys down to the barn is going to be an incredibly tedious task, but it's something that I'll have to do. And also, before I start building, I'm going to have to pretty up this area quite a bit. It's pretty ugly down here. We have to get rid of these 3 crop fields, the sugarcane farm as well, and I'll probably take down these 2 houses, just to give myself the most room that I can. But I think this is going to be a really, really nice and welcome addition to the area. I feel like once I build this up, it's going to really start feeling like a custom village. So let me get started, and I'm probably just going to have this whole thing in a nice big time lapse once again. But maybe I'll post-commentate some of this. Who knows? Wow, it's a post-commentary section. Crazy. But to start preparing to build this barn, I got rid of the 3 crop fields that were already here along with my sugarcane farm. Then I wanted to make the ground a bit more level, just so it made it a lot easier for me to actually build this thing on. So I just went through with a whole bunch of dirt and filled in the gaps. Oh, and also, if anyone's wondering, I change it so that all of my cinematics are during the day, just so it's easier on you guys. A lot of this is happening at night. That's why there's zombies like around the wall sometimes and they're not burning. But after leveling out the ground, the final step was just getting rid of these 2 villager houses. And at this point, I was now ready to build the barn. So let's do that in a quick building time lapse. You know, it actually wasn't that bad to move the animals down here. They kind of all obeyed me for once. Usually a couple of them just wander off and it's really annoying. But no, the cows and the sheep, not the sheep, these aren't that animal. The cows and the pigs were kind of chill to actually move over. And I don't think any of them have escaped yet. I didn't really like test if they could get out of either of these places, but I'm pretty sure they can't. So I think we're all right. And I'm pretty sure this still walls off everything from getting inside our little settlement here too. So I think we're also still safe. But yeah, here's a look at the barn. I think it looks pretty good. It's pretty small. I'm trying to, like I've been saying so far in this video, I'm trying to like tone down the scale of my builds for this, just so I can build more things. And yeah, I really like this barn. I think it is pretty practical. We have a lot of area for animals, and the interior is also done with some storage, a couple bushes as well. We also have a few composters, so if, you know, some farming villagers actually want to populate this place, they definitely can. I'm thinking about eventually making them some housing over here too with some beds, so they can at least have some place to sleep too. But I will get to those houses at some point. I want to work on some crop fields here next, since we did destroy the 2 that we had down here. And I also destroyed the one that I had up there to make the enchanting house. So we don't have any more crop fields left. And I feel like down here makes the most sense to have them. So let me go grab a couple materials from my house. And just brainstorming what blocks I'm going to use, I think I am going to need a couple extra materials. I want some azalea leaves. So let me grab some of these flowering azaleas so we can grow them. And craft up a whole bunch of bone meal there. But then other than the azalea leaves, I definitely want some short grass. Let's take our 2 pieces of tall grass as well. Some of the dried grass too. Might as well use some of this drip leaf. I'm gonna grab some regular azaleas as well. And then of course, some moss. And I might as well grab a little bit of coarse dirt too. And you can also never go wrong with some spruce fences. I'm gonna need some spots for lanterns, and I feel like spruce fences make the most sense. I actually only have 2 lanterns as well, so let me craft up a little bit more of those. I might have to go mining here in a minute because I'm definitely running low on iron. But we should be okay for the time being. 20 lanterns is going to be plenty. And I also want some jungle slabs so I can cover up the water sources. Hopefully 26 is enough. I don't think I'm going to have 26 individual water sources here. And then last but not least, let's get some chests and some barrels. Now before I actually go through and plant everything, I think it would probably be wise to try to figure out some kind of path that leads into the barn and will also branch off to the different animal pen entrances. And then once I get this pathway marked out, we might just have some like natural boundaries for some farms. I also want to be sure to include a little bit of coarse dirt here, like kind of spewing out of the barn. I always think that looks nice. Then I can kind of bleed this into the pathway by making a couple of these path blocks as well. Yeah, something like that. Looks like the coarse dirt's kind of taking over the path blocks. I think that usually looks good in front of like barn entrances. And now I have this little pathway just kind of carved out leading up to the barn and then also over to the sides. And with that in place, there's a small crop field that I can plant right there. There's also another one like over here somewhere, though I feel like this looks a little bit strange the way it is, so maybe I should kind of shape that out a little bit better. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better now. Okay, so we have like a crop field we can have over here too, and you can kind of see like this pathway just as like a natural border for these 2 crop fields. And then back here, there's going to be like the rest of the pathway that connects up all the other buildings that we make. But I just don't know where exactly that's going to go just yet. Like the one that was already in the village that I'm standing on now is definitely going to be like torn down and replaced and everything. But it's just kind of hard to get that vision of where it's actually going to go. Maybe if I peel back a little bit, I can see this slightly better. Okay, I think over here we can definitely have a 3rd crop field. Because off in this direction where the lava farm is, there is going to be a blacksmith building, which I'm actually going to build, I think, right after we make these crop fields. But there's going to obviously be a pathway connecting over here. And the thing is, the one that's like already in place is just way too straight. So let me just see if I can tweak this just slightly, get a shape that I'm happier with. And then we should have a nice like boundary of another crop field then. Okay, I think that looks a little bit better now. Might be a little bit of a harsh like turn right there, but I can definitely smooth that out. But I think we can have another nice big crop field right there. So we'll have a tiny one there, medium-sized one there, and then a pretty large one over here. And I think that'll make this area really look like the farming district then, which is exactly what I wanted. So I think what I'm going to do is build one of these on camera, and I'm going to start with the small one over here. And then the other 2 I can probably build in a time lapse. So I'm just going to start with the leaves, and we're kind of just going to follow the pathway in a few different spots and a few different clumps. I don't want to do this completely all the way around. I think it looks better when it's a little bit random like this. I forgot to do this, but let me also mesh in a couple of these flowering azalea leaves. Get a small pop of color in there. I think that looks good. Maybe one back here too. I know those are jungle leaves, but I think they'll still work. Now, in a lot of these gaps, I want to put some spruce fences. Just like this. Kind of connecting up the leaves. I know it doesn't actually connect up, but it looks good enough to me. Now, I also would like to incorporate a little bit of coarse dirt here on the boundary. Especially around where these leaves are. You know, something like that I think looks pretty good. And on top of this coarse dirt, I can throw down a little bit of this short grass, and I also have 2 pieces of tall grass. I'll use them both here. Why not? But I just want to sprinkle in a tiny amount of the short grass as well. Let's bring in some of this drip leaf. Oh, I can't put it on coarse dirt. I guess it has to be on moss. Yeah, it does, but that's all right. I don't mind having a little bit of moss in here too. Let's toss some moss in the back of the farm here as well. Have a little bit of drip leaf sticking out of that. And I guess I do need an actual entrance into this place. I'll put it right here. Let me just go grab a fence gate quick. Let's go ahead and plop that down. Let's also use a couple of these lanterns. I feel like that should be sufficiently lit up on the inside now. And now I just have to dig out a couple spots for some water. Let's grab up these jungle slabs, put those over the top, grab up my hoe, and let's start tilling all of this grass. And I also want to use a little bit of this tall grass, the dry tall grass and the dry short grass, just in a few different spots too. And then I need to go fix these blocks. I hate when you can see the dirt underneath. Put that down there on the bottom. That looks way better now to me. And then I do need a little bit of stone, or you know what? I might just use moss down there too. Yeah, I think that looks fine. That one as well. And this one back here. These two. So this one actually has to be spruce wood. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, now all I have to do for that first farm is just actually plant the crops. You do have to be careful, though, if you are following along with this design, to not right-click right here with a crop, like where you have any of this dry grass, because it will just delete the dry grass and plant the crop there instead. Well, there we go. This first crop field is now completed. But I think this looks really nice. I'm a big fan of this style. I like the overgrown, like messier looking crop fields. I think they look really nice as well, in contrast to these like stone animal pens. So I think that's definitely a welcome addition to the area. So at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and build up the other two crop fields, and I'm going to get that done in a quick time lapse. This area now looks a lot better, in my opinion. I really like all of the greenery. The crop fields are completely planted in. I do still have to wait for them to actually grow. It's going to look way better when they're all fully grown, but even right now, it looks really solid. I am very, very happy with this area of the village right now. I do want to start building another structure. I want to make this smelter building thing, whatever it's going to be called, blacksmith. That's probably the right word. I want to make this blacksmith over here. Where the lava farm is, but I do have to gather a little bit of materials for that because I think I want to make this building mostly out of stone. I might have like a second floor out of wood or something like that. Maybe that's where the blacksmith can actually live, like that's where his bed could actually be, but the workstation, like the workshop area, I want all out of stone, and I don't really have any. So I'm going to spend this night just underground gathering up all the stones that I can. This was actually so perfect. I literally just finished gathering up all the tuff that I needed. I already got the deep slate. I already got the cobblestone. Last thing was the tuff. And then I was just going to go look for a couple diamonds just so I can make a new shovel. And I immediately found these. That is so poetic. We got 8 more diamonds. Awesome. Let me go check how many wood materials I have. There's a chance I'll have to go gather those, but I think I over-gathered when I was preparing to make the barn. I think I should probably gather up some spruce. I only have a stack and a quarter of spruce logs, so I'm definitely going to need some more of those. I think I'm also going to use some oak in this build, and I should have enough. We have quite a bit of oak logs, so I think I'll actually be okay there, but I also do want some jungle to go with this oak, and I really don't have any of that, so I'm going to have to go chop down a jungle tree or 2. Probably just 1. So I'm going to go chop down all of my spruce trees, and then also just a giant jungle tree. And I think we'll be good to actually start building after that. And I think I'm just going to cut it to yet another time lapse. I'm sorry for all the time lapses in this video. I like showing my build process on camera occasionally for sure, but there's just something about a time lapse. I don't know. I like watching building time lapses myself, and I think they make the videos flow a little bit better. So that's why I usually default to those. But you know, this is just a very building centric video, so there's going to be a ton of them in here. Regardless though, let me turn up the music another time, and let's get this blacksmith built. Another building down. And also, where did the endermen go? Before I actually show off this building, I want to see if I can get some easy ender pearls. Because I think after I show this off, I want to go start beating the game. I just have no idea where that enderman just went. Also, my dude, there's a way down. You don't gotta go that way. Yeah, I have no clue where that Enderman went, but whatever. Maybe I can find him later. Here's a look at the new building, though. We have a new smelter blacksmith kind of building. There's an outside here that has a bunch of random stuff. A couple, like, stone tables. We have a stone cutter. We have an anvil. Also, this is supposed to be filled with water. I just need to go get 2 water buckets at some point and put them in here. And I also think I'm going to put a super smelter in the middle of here. There's a really small design that I know how to build, and I'm going to throw that in here. But I need to get a couple more materials first. Specifically, I just need more hoppers. And actually, I'm completely out of iron, so I have to go get some of that soon. But other than that, here's the rest of the interior. Right when you walk in the front door, there's just immediately a little bit of storage. And then through this room, there is the lava farm. So this stayed in the building, which is nice. And then upstairs, there's actually a couple different bedrooms. I have to put a few beds up here too. None of these rooms actually have beds in them yet, but there are just 3 separate bedrooms. I didn't know what else to throw up here, so I feel like these 3 bedrooms are a pretty good use of space. Maybe all 3 of these people can work in the same, like, forgery area. I don't know. But there's some lore there for sure. Also, while I was building this, tragedy struck. And I burned alive, and I died. I almost made it to the water, but I just barely didn't. And unfortunately, I spawned all the way back at spawn. So I had to walk back here for like another full day. But that's alright. We made it back. I got all my stuff back. Not really too much of a setback. Just thought it was funny and I wanted to point it out. But yeah, now let me start working on beating the game. I need to go get some obsidian. I don't think I have enough for another portal, right? I don't have any. I'm pretty sure I just gathered enough obsidian just to make my enchanting table. I have a smithing table. I can definitely put a smithing table over by that new work site I just made. And then also with this next building in this part of the village is really feeling nice. Just down here, you know, we have the whole farming district down here. It also connects up over to this building. I think this is a nice little like quadrant of the entire village. I can't wait to build up the whole thing. We're actually making pretty decent progress. It's day 57, and I'm about to go beat the game, which is not only going to give me a ton of levels to enchant whatever I need, I'm also just going to find a ton of enchanted gear in the end cities. So I should be able to build still a lot more stuff, especially since I'm going to be getting much better gear in the next coming days here. To continue working on beating the game, let me go ahead and grab up a little bit more obsidian down here. Just gotta make sure nothing comes to kill me, but I think I'll be all right. I got 14 pieces of obsidian. So I'm putting the corners on this portal. Okay, we're rich here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the portal right here. This should be fine. It's just like kind of a part of the wall now. I don't think anything can get in or out still with this here. And I also don't want anything going in the nether portal, like any villagers. So this should be good for us. Let's go ahead and light this up and let's see where we spawn. Don't be too bad, please. Oh, we're chilling. Just a Soul Sand Valley. A little bit dangerous in front of us, but we should be okay. First thing I'm going to do is just make a little safe house in here. Usually just out of cobblestone, especially in a biome like this. I don't want to immediately get shot by some skeletons and fall into the lava right away and die. That would be really sad. This does not need to look even kind of good, right? We're just going for function. This nether doesn't really seem to lead anywhere right now. Like the spawn we have, it's just this little soul sand like pocket. There's not too much more going on. Yeah, I don't think it opens up over there either. I might just have to kind of like dig through the wall and hopefully find something. I will grab up all these bone blocks though. I always love some free bone meal. I don't know if I'm going to use this, but might as well take them. So I think I'm just going to kind of dig this way here. Ow. Dude. Messed up. I think I'm just going to go ahead and dig this way. Just straight behind our portal here. And hopefully this leads me to a better part of the nether. Okay, so the nether definitely opens up here a little bit. Gotta be a little careful though, because I'm pretty high above the ground right now. We have to pillar across a little bit. I guess let's just go for it, man. I hate doing this. Hopefully there's not a skeleton nearby. Did I just throw my pickaxe off? I'm pretty certain I just threw my pickaxe into the lava. Oh my god, no I didn't. The game just glitched and it wasn't actually there. Oh dude, that scared me so badly. Okay, we're good. We're good. I have my pickaxe back. Man, That was not okay. That was really messed up, game. I can't believe you would do that to me, dude. All right, so that's how we get home. It's over there. That's my last torch. I hopefully shouldn't need any more. I think we'll be okay. All right, let me run around here for a little while. Hopefully we can just stumble across a nether fortress, or honestly just find where this nether really opens. I feel like this still is pretty... It's pretty tiny. I see a warp forest over here, so we can at least go ahead and get some ender pearls. So let's definitely head on in that direction. Okay, looks like a pretty tiny warp forest over here, but it should do just fine. All right, I pushed through the warp forest a little bit, and it looks like it really does open up over here. I also went 3 for 3 on Enderman, dropping their pearls, so that's always nice. I'm gonna stay in this biome for a little while longer, just to get the remaining ender pearls that I need. And then once I do that, start looking for that nether fortress. I might try to like peer around while I'm here though, like looking for Enderman, just to see if I can catch a glimpse of a fortress. But regardless, let me go ahead and kill up a whole bunch more Endermen. I got 16 ender pearls now. That should be plenty. I actually got like 5 of these from trading with a couple piglins. I was hoping to get the rest of them that way too, but they ended up just not giving me what I needed, but it's all right. I also have 3 fire resistance potions, so that's really nice to have as well, especially when we do find another fortress. Blazes are pretty much useless if you have a fire resistance potion active. So I'm definitely going to be using these when we hit the nether fortress, which I do want to try to find now. It looks like there is a pretty decent sized like lava ocean over here. Let's see if I can see anything on the horizon. Well, that's a bastion. That's not the structure I'm looking for. But there has to be another fortress nearby, man. There's gotta be. I don't see one though. Oh, I found one all the way over there. All right, I guess that's the fortress we're gonna go to. What's the best way to get over there? I think I'm actually gonna try to just ride through the lava on one of these guys. The problem is I don't have like warped fungus on a stick or a saddle. So I'm gonna have to make my way home just so I can go grab a couple more things. And I'll be back to this spot and we can hit the lava ocean. I'm now back in the nether with a saddle and warped fungus on a stick. So I can actually use one of the, what are they called? Striders or something like that. To actually cross this lava ocean. I'm just gonna go ahead and collect up a little bit of netherrack, because I'm probably gonna have to pillar out to one of these guys. I think one of these guys over here is probably my best option. And also, before I do anything, I'm gonna go ahead and splash one of these, just in case I fall in the lava. Alright, so, I'm gonna head off over here, and hopefully I can claim just that guy right there. No, come back, come back. Okay, sweet. That should be good to drop, right? Yeah, I'm okay. That always feels weird to do. Cool. All right, let's go. Let's head over there. I'm on fire, but it's fine. You know, I'm chilling. All right, also, I'm just gonna attach that guy right there. You can stay in the lava if you want, just so you're not so cold. But just wait for me, okay? Oh, I forgot to bring torches again. I always forget to bring torches to the nether. I just never think of it, and then I forget how dark it is actually in here. So I apologize that the video does not look too great right now, but I will try to be in and out of here pretty quickly. Oh, there's a spawner right here. Let's put our fire resistance back on. And let's stay here for a minute, I guess. That's insane luck that there's a spawner just directly here. Alright, this shouldn't take long at all, to be honest. I'm not going to really stay here for anything else. Alright, that should be enough blaze rods. I got 8, so let me get out of here. This was probably the quickest I've ever actually been in and out of another fortress before, and I love it. I hate being here. I am running out of fire resistance, though, so I cannot fall in the lava. All right, man, you can go back to the lava now. All right, let me help you. There you go. You're much happier down there. All right, we should be good. Let's head out of here. Actually, before I head out, first off, let me kill this guy. There we go. I did this already before, and the music disc fell in lava, so I'm glad I can get it this time. But yeah, before I actually head back to my base, I'm gonna go around and gather up a bunch of this quartz just to get some experience. I would love to try to enchant a pair of boots to see if I can get feather falling. I think that'll be really important for the dragon fight. And also, I might try to enchant my sword just to give myself a chance to get looting. because going to the further ends with looting 3 is really, really useful. So I think I'll get up to level 33 here on the way back. Enchant those 2 things. I don't want to spend too long, like, trying to grind out enchantments. So if I don't get what I'm looking for after the first try, I'll probably just call it there and then just head to the end. But I want to at least give myself the chance. So I will see you guys at the enchanting building. I have been completely forgetting about this the last, like, few videos, and I have no idea why. Before I defeat the Ender Dragon, I need to get Infinity on a bow. That is something that absolutely has to happen. I definitely do not have nearly enough arrows to make it work. So, the first thing I'm going to enchant here is actually just going to be a bow. Be nice if we can get a little lucky. Let's see. It's just power 3. That is tragic. Punch 2 is next guaranteed. Also, not great. I'm going to do it again, though. Power 4, flame, punch 2. Okay. So I think what I should do is re-roll a librarian until I get infinity. I don't know how I always forget about infinity. It just always slips my mind somehow. I'm going to use this fisherman in my house right here to be the next librarian, but it's going to be really annoying because he's attached to these barrels, to one of these barrels. I put a lectern in this room. I trapped him in there. Now I just need to figure out which barrel it is. Is it that one? Is unfortunately not that one, I don't think. Oh, destroying that one barrel actually worked. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, I'm just going to chill with this guy for a while until he sells me the book that I want. Finally I got infinity. That took so long. I don't know when I started this, if it was day 62 or not, but I feel like I've definitely been here at least an entire day. Thank you for finally selling me what I want. You can be free. Okay, now I don't think I'm going to spend any more time here trying to enchant anything or getting any more books or anything like that, so the looting and the feather falling on my boots are going to have to just not happen. That's fine, though. I should be okay. And even if I do die, it's survival. It's not the end of the world. Literally. But let's go ahead and put infinity on this bow, and now this bow actually became very good. So that'll be able to take down the Ender Dragon pretty easily. Let me just go prepare to go find the stronghold and do the dragon fight. Shouldn't take too long. I just gotta go grab a couple things from my house, and then we can set off. I think I am ready to set off to go find this stronghold. It is nighttime though, so it's going to be a little bit annoying. But the stronghold is directly this way. And we get the first pearl back. You always love to see that. It looks like the stronghold should be just down here. We have 14 more Eyes of Ender as well, so we have more than enough to ignite the portal. And here we are. We made it. All right, let's see if I can find the portal room. Also, I would love to find the libraries. I like looking at the books. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I like looking at the enchanted books before we head into the end, in case I can find an unbreaking book. No unbreaking book, but I'll definitely take the armor trim. Might as well take some of these additional books too. I do have a mending book on me, along with an anvil, so I can throw that on the first pair of elytra that we find. This book here is Impaling 4, Loyalty 3, also with Cursive Binding, so I'm definitely not going to take that. Hopefully this stronghold has a second library in it, and we get more chances to find some unbreaking books. Fire Protection 3, Piercing 4, that's a pretty decent book, but I'm not going to take it. Won't really get any use out of it. Pretty cool to see that in just like an ordinary chest, though. Oh, here's a second library, sick. All right, what do we have in here? This one's smaller. It's one of like just the one floor libraries. And no book. Oh, here's the spawner. We found it. Nice. And we already have 3 eyes in this portal frame. Let's go ahead and light up the rest of them. I always like putting the lava out right beneath. I don't know. I'm always worried I'm gonna like glitch out and jump into it somehow and then just die. But anyway, I think we're good to go hop into this portal. Take down the Ender Dragon. Let me just make sure. One last inventory check. I have my bow. I have some building materials. I have food. Also, I have a glass bottle, which I'm going to use to get some dragon's breath. And I think I am all good. So, let's hop through. We have a really safe spawn. Always love to see that. And let's go take this Ender Dragon down. Trick shot. Yeah, got him. All right, the dragon's taken down. That is always so nice to see. Of course, cannot forget to grab up the experience. And the dragon egg. And now, let me head over to this gateway. And let's see what kind of luck I can get here. All right, let's go ahead. Portal on through. And do we have a city in render distance? We do. Does it have a ship, though? Oh, it does not. Oh, it does! Yes! Let's go. That's 2 worlds in a row, I'm pretty sure. That has... I just alerted that Enderman, sorry. But that's 2 worlds in a row, I'm pretty sure, where I just got really, really lucky. Pretty sure the last 100-day video went very similarly to this. I think I spawned very, very close to a ship. Ooh, this is gonna be a little bit sketchy. going over to that ship. And that's really high up there. I do only have like slabs on me. I'm gonna use them. I might as well. I don't want these to hold my inventory spots anyway. So it's gonna take me a little while, but one day I'll be up at that ship. Okay, let's hopefully just Ender Pearl right on the ship. Gonna aim for the ladder there so it hits that. There we go. Okay, we're here. We made it. Let's pop down here. Take out this guy. And let's grab the first pair of Elytra. Also, let's see what's here. Okay, those are just incredible. Those are also pretty good. And Smite 3, I'll definitely take that as well. I'm just gonna immediately switch out those 2 pieces of armor. Let me also spend the time really quickly putting this mending book on this pair of Elytra. So now this one pair will not break. Unless I am really careless. Alright, let me continue exploring. I just need one more shulker shell to make a shulker box, then I can clear up a lot of my inventory. Killed about 3 more shulkers, didn't get any more shulker shells. So let's see what else we have in these chests. Don't want those boots. Got a silk touch pickaxe, we're absolutely taking that. And the copper horse armor can chill. There we go, finally got another shulker shell. Let's go ahead and make a shulker box. And I'm going to offload all the cool stuff that I get from the end cities here. And there's also an ender chest right here, so I'm gonna offload even more stuff in there. And with that, we can keep on exploring. That's the first time I got iron armor in this world. That's so funny. On day 65, when I'm in an end city, that's the first time I ever even picked up any iron armor. That's wild. Alright, so I'm going to continue looting up these end cities, but I'm going to do it in a very safe and pretty efficient way. I like just sticking to the outskirts. So the rooms that have chests in them, I like just kind of popping into the side here. And then just checking out to see what they have inside. Curse of Vanishing, I don't really want that. I'll definitely take the Spire Armor Trim, though. That's a pretty good sword, but I don't want it. Also, Diamond Horse Armor, might as well. I don't want to spend too long in the end. Like, I definitely don't want to spend as long as I normally do. But I still do want to spend a couple days here, gathering up as much stuff as possible. Getting a whole bunch of shulker boxes will also be really useful. So I definitely want to kill a handful of these guys. But let me just kind of check out a couple end cities, see what I can get my hands on, then I'll be back to show you guys the haul. I'm now back home. It is day 67. That's all I'm going to say about that. But we do have a lot of stuff now in these shulker boxes. I also have 4 additional shulker boxes, so 7 is a great number to have. It's going to help me build up a lot more things in this village pretty quickly. So, just a quick overview. We got a whole bunch of cool armor pieces. I think I have mending on almost every piece of armor. So we have mending on the boots already. I have a mending pair of leggings on currently. And then I also have mending on a chest piece. Maybe the helmet is the only one that I don't have mending on. No, I do. Actually, I have mending on everything. So that is actually really cool that I have a full mending set of armor. I also found a bunch of really good pickaxes. Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3 is incredible. We have another Efficiency 4 pickaxe, another Efficiency 4 pickaxe. Oh, also we got the Silk Touch one. Of course, this really good one is the pickaxe I took into the end with me, but just the Silk Touch pickaxe is really cool to find. I found a really good shovel somewhere. This one's pretty solid. Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3. Where's the other one? That one has mending on it. Oh, I have it in my inventory. That's why I can't see it. Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, and mending. Very good shovel to have. I found this sword as well. Sharpness 3, Knockback 2, Looting 2, Unbreaking 3, but I'll probably end up just using this one, Smite 5, Fire Aspect 2. I really like that as a sword. I would combine it with this one, but I really don't want to put Knockback on it, if I'm being honest. But we pretty much have, like, every tool and armor into, like, a perfect spot right now. So I'm actually not going to have to do too much enchanting. But I do want to spend all 61 of these levels, because why not? I forgot also, like, one of the best pieces of armor that I found. I found these diamond boots with Feather Falling 4 on them, so I definitely have to combine those with my current boots. So yeah, let me spend just a little bit of time here, enchanting everything that I need, combining all the stuff that I found, and I'll show you all of the tools and armor that I was able to get. Both of my librarian villagers got stuck back here. Let me help you out with that, fellas. So unfortunately, I didn't really have good enchanting luck. I spent pretty much all of my levels trying to get either Looting 3 on a sword or Silk Touch on a shovel. I managed to only get Silk Touch on the shovel, and it was right at the end. I got this Silk Touch Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. So that's really nice. I definitely like that shovel, but I was trying to get a better sword to combine with this one, and I didn't really get anything worth anything, to be honest. But I combined a couple things. I now have this Silk Touch pickaxe with Efficiency 5 and Unbreaking 3. I have Efficiency 5 on my axe as well. It's going to make tree chopping a lot easier, and I think that's actually the only two things that I combined. I didn't have enough levels to combine my boots, but these boots are still incredible. All I have to do is add Feather Falling to them, which is somewhere in here. Here they are, so I'll get to that at some point. So, didn't really change my armor or my gear too much, but it's fine. It's all work in progress. I actually don't even think I'm gonna go back through and combine anything else. I'm sure this gear can take me through the last 32 days of this world. Speaking of these last days, though, they're pretty much all going to be spent building. Let me kind of just fly around a little bit. We already built up quite a bit of stuff, right? We have the little farming district, we have the blacksmith, my house, and the enchanting house. There's still a lot more that I would like to add to this area, and I think the next thing I should probably do is figure out the terrain. I've kind of neglected that this entire time, and I'll also probably tear down the remainder of the vanilla villager houses. So let me get all of that done in one big time lapse. It really feels like every time I come back after a time lapse, it's nighttime. I don't know if that's a real thing in this video so far, but it definitely feels like it. But at this point, the village is in a much nicer spot. I have 4 more buildings that I would like to build, or 5 more buildings, sorry. 5 more buildings that I would like to build. We could potentially do more after this, but I just want to at least add in these guys. And I also put in a pathway connecting up everything, and there is a nice retaining wall, so the cliffside looks a little bit nicer than it did before. But I think this village is definitely going to come to life completely when I put in these additional buildings. And I also do want to still like detail the pathway a little bit. I just wanted to put in like a tentative one, and I have no idea where this one's going to go. So don't ask. Yeah, so we kind of have a blueprint of like everything else that I would like to build, at least for like the next handful of days. If I end up finishing these buildings all pretty quickly, I'll have to figure out another way to expand this village, because honestly, the rest of the video here, I just want to spend building things in this village. I don't really want to do anything else. I was thinking that maybe we could put like an actual wall around this whole place. Like we have this cobblestone wall, obviously, but maybe I can actually come up with like a wood wall design that would look pretty cool and actually keep the monsters out. But that'll be something that I do within the last couple of days if I have the extra time. I know this video has been a pretty time-lapse heavy so far, but I'm going to cut it to another one. I want to get all 5 of these buildings built up in one time-lapse. So let me get started with this, and I'll be back at some day in the future. Now, actually, before I built any of these additional villager houses, I had to go gather a whole bunch of materials. So I started off collecting up spruce, because I'm probably going to use spruce wood in some capacity on every single one of these houses. So I just harvested up all of the spruce wood that I had. And then I knew that a lot of the foundations of these houses were going to be out of stone, so I headed underground, grabbed up a whole bunch of that. And just still continuing with the theme of being underground, I just went further, got some deep slate. I figured a deep slate roof or even a deep slate foundation could look good on some of these houses. And then also nearby the deep slate, I gathered a whole bunch of tuff, pretty much for the same reason as the other rocks. And then I decided to head off towards the Badlands biome that I found a little while ago, and I grabbed up a whole bunch of coarse dirt, just saving me a little bit more time there so I don't have to craft it up myself. And then the last wood type that I needed for these houses was just some jungle, so I chopped down a couple of the large jungle trees in the jungle nearby. And with all the material gathering out of the way, I can now start the time lapse where I build up all of these houses. That was a lot of building. So let me show you guys everything that I just built in that time lapse. I will say as well that a lot of these buildings are not super detailed on the outside. A lot of them have pretty flat walls, not too much texturing going around. But I kind of just wanted to prioritize getting the buildings actually up and figured I could potentially detail them a little bit more later if I have the time. But I'm going to walk through every building here just to kind of show you guys everything. There's one over here now, kind of close to my starter house. The interiors of these are all pretty much empty, but they do have a floor and a ceiling in, as well as a bed and a job block, just of some kind. Just so whenever the villagers are kind of free roaming around here, they can populate one of these buildings. Oh, I guess I should also say that the villagers are kind of free roaming right now. They just keep getting stuck back here. There's like 3 or 4 villagers back there, and then I did actually trap a couple, so they're not all free roaming. They're under here. I just wanted to at least preserve 2, just in case these guys died up top so I can repopulate the whole village. But yeah, these guys are trapped down here, but I'll let them free in a minute. So yeah, there's that first building over there. I also have this one next to the enchanting building. And again, the interior, very empty, but this one actually has 3 beds in it because there are 3 job blocks. There's a brewing stand and then 2 composters over here. Also, the pathway is a little bit more detailed. I just put some coarse dirt around the outside. I think that provides a really nice effect, especially when you're using just path block as your pathway. And one of the smaller buildings down here has a bed and a fletching table inside of it. I think this build looks pretty good. I think it fits the area really nicely as well. That's one of my favorite ones that I just put up. Like I said, though, very under-detailed, but it's okay. I think it looks pretty solid still. Here's the first one I actually made. So this one is probably the most detailed, and then I kind of just went downhill from there. But once again, bed, and then this one has a smoker in it. This one back here is a little bit strange. The original like blueprint for this build was pushed out to like here, but while I was building it, I didn't really feel like I had enough room, so I wanted to push it back kind of into the wall here. And then this one as well, bed and another fletching table. This is probably where I'll let the villagers out. I think they're just like right back here. So I'll do that probably at the end of the video. I did also detail the interior of the mine as well. I need to put like a fence gate or something here though, just so the villagers don't wander down into the mines. That would probably not be good. But that looks a little bit better than it did before. And I think that is everything. I think that's all the buildings that I managed to build in that time lapse. But we are now on day 86. I'm making still pretty good progress, I feel like, on this village. And now if I kind of take a bird's eye view from back here, this thing is really starting to look like a village. I think this angle right here is probably the best view. This is definitely looking very solid, in my opinion. The buildings are all different, but I definitely feel like they fit well enough together. Even if like the roofs and the wall colors and stuff are all completely different, I feel like they all kind of belong here. The next step in transforming this village is going to be putting a much nicer looking wall around the entire thing. So I'm going to go through and take down the entire cobblestone wall that's right here. But before I do that, let me kind of show you guys what I was thinking about for the walls. I'm going to use this section of the village as my wall demonstration. And I was also thinking that this pathway that originally just like kind of led to nothing within the village, this can probably be like the actual entrance. So maybe I can put some kind of gateway here. I feel like that'll look a little bit better than it just abruptly ending right here. Instead, I'll just have it abruptly end like right here. And I think it'll look better once we're in the village. But anyway, for this wall, I want to use a bunch of stripped pieces of wood, and I want them all at varying heights and also kind of like jagged as we go across the ground. So I'm going to be using a combination of stripped spruce wood, regular oak wood, and then also a little bit of stripped birch wood. So something kind of like this going all the way around. I also have some other details that I can add, like I have a bunch of barrels. I can kind of combine that with the stripped spruce wood. Let me also take care of this child. But yeah, I can use this with the stripped spruce wood. I think that looks really good together, just in a couple different spots. Then I would also like to be sure to add like slabs and fences and all that fun stuff up at the top here. Maybe some stairs as well. Just a bunch of random blocks to have at the top, because I think that'll make a really nice like jagged effect. Yeah, something like that. I think that looks pretty cool. I can even maybe put some like slabs closer to the bottom as well, just to make it look slightly more reinforced. Something along those lines. I think that's going to be a really cool wall for this entire village, and it's certainly going to be much nicer than the previous just stone wall. So once again, I'm going to cut it to another time lapse. This might be the final time lapse of the video, we'll see. but let me get this wall completely constructed. Okay, 6 more days remaining. It's now day 94 and the entire settlement is walled in. I think this is actually a great addition to the area. It feels a lot more like a contained village to me now. I still have to put in the little gate here in the front, but other than that, the entire wall is completely done. Before I go ahead though and build that gate, I want to do something that is definitely long overdue. I finally want to cure this zombie villager, and I also want to go grab the other zombie villager that is somewhere over in the jungle. I'm not exactly sure where this villager is. I know I took a screenshot of it, but I kind of just want to see if I can find him. I think he's around here somewhere. It was like immediately after I came out of the cave for the first time. I should have probably marked this with like torches or something, but oh well. I found him. What's up, dude? You're still here. Hello. I didn't even think of the fact that he's gonna burn. Why am I so dumb? What is wrong with me? Okay, well, that guy's dead. Yeah, of course he's gonna burn. It's the middle of the day, and he's a zombie. Whatever. I won't make the same mistake with this zombie over here. I do, unfortunately, have to go back to the nether. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put the nether portal down in the mine building. I feel like that probably makes the most sense. So let's light up this portal. Put on the gold boots. And let's pop through. And now let me just quickly head over to the nether fortress. I'm just gonna enter the fortress from right here. Any torches? Okay, I have lanterns. That'll count. Alright, so first off, I need some of this. Thank you. And I guess I'll try to get back to the original blaze spawner that I found. Should be right here. Slight concussion, but we're chilling. Now let me just get a blaze rod. Okay, I got a couple blaze rods. I'm gonna throw back on my elytra. And I think I should be able just to take off from here. Perfect. Okay. Should be all I need. Now let's go craft up a potion of weakness. I do actually have to wait until it turns nighttime again, because I need a piece of gunpowder to make that a splash potion of weakness. Kind of forgot about that step, not gonna lie. So, just while I wait for it to turn nighttime, let me go ahead and just work on a small gate as the entry point for the village. And I think I'm gonna do that out of stone. Maybe stone bricks. I feel like that'll look really good. Bring a couple tough bricks as well. I think those blocks go really nicely together. And I think naturally I'll just bring a little bit of tough. I want to inset this, I think, by a block. So I'm going to start the gateway here. And actually, let me start with regular tough on the bottom. Let's go 2 blocks of regular tough. Let's do 3 of tough bricks. And then 2 of stone bricks. Is that a good height? It feels like a good height to me. Gonna go ahead and put a free camera right here, just so I can keep popping back to that spot. Let's do the same thing on this side. Alright, and now I kind of just have to go over and across. And let's do that with some stone brick, stairs, and slabs. So let's start with a stair on top. Let's do an upside down stair. And then maybe just slabs for the rest. That doesn't look awful, but I think I have to lower that a little bit. That should not be a problem. I think I'm going to do that by just taking off the top stone brick block on each side and replacing that with a stair. No, I fell. All right, so let's replace this one with a stair, and let's try that same pattern. Yeah, okay, I think that looks a lot better. Also, I have no idea if this looks cool, but I think I'm just going to commit to it. I added like a little thing at the top. I don't know. Gives it some personality. I like it. I'm going to leave that there. All right, and now it is nighttime, obviously. So let me go ahead and smack up a creeper real quick. Perfect. And he dropped a piece of gunpowder. It's exactly what I needed. Okay, I now have 3 splash potions of weakness. So let's pop in here. Let's kill this back zombie. And we'll start curing up my man. Alright, that'll take a minute, so you can just chill there. And while that guy is curing, I'm going to go through and actually destroy all of this cobblestone wall. And then after this, there's still a little bit more that I would like to do to this village, but nothing is going to be like a huge project, right? I only have 4 days left. But among the things I want to do is I would like to get rid of all of these torches. There's a lot of torch spam going on. Definitely need to address that. I would like to plant a netherwort field, maybe like back here somewhere. I feel like behind the brewing building actually makes a little bit of sense. Or, I mean, I could just kind of keep all of the crops down towards the farming area. I'll have to make a decision at some point, but one of those 2 areas I think is going to be the home of a new netherwort field. Then I definitely need to release the villagers officially. I definitely want some movement in this village. It's going to make it feel really nice. And then the last thing I want to do is just sprinkle around some bone meal. Just because this grass is incredibly bare. Like right here, there's nothing going on. None of those things should really take that long. So let me get working on this in the final time lapse of the video. The village now is so nearly done, but while I was just putting in the extra little details here with the bone meal and the lights and letting the villagers free and whatnot, I thought of something else that I should add, and that is a spot for this bell. I don't know how I didn't even think of this. That's a pretty big staple of a Minecraft village, and I think I'm going to put it right here. This is where the zombie villager was chilling forever, so it's a pretty big open area. I feel like normally I would have just thrown a house here, but I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because I feel like this is going to be a good spot for this. And also, there were a couple like market stalls in this village, and I never replaced those. So I feel like having a little market area right here with just like 3 or 4 market stalls and then the bell somewhere in the middle would be kind of perfect for this area. Oh, and also, this villager is a jungle villager. This is the one that I cured, and his outfit looks really cool. I don't know if I've really seen a jungle villager in this game too many times, to be honest. Big fan of the fit. But in order to make these market stalls, I need to go grab some wool. I don't need too much wool, if I'm honest. Like I said, I'm only going to be making like 3 or 4 of these market stalls. Those 2 sheep only gave me 2 pieces, so it's not looking great. There we go. There's 3, so we got 5 now. I also want to just pop over to another one of my Minecraft worlds really quick. This is Hardcore Minecraft Season 2, if you guys are familiar with this world. But in this world, I started making this village, or this city, and I also came up with this market stall design. Pretty heavily inspired by Disruptive Builds. One of his videos back when I was making this video, he made some market stalls, and I kind of liked his idea, but I just kind of tweaked it to my own. But I really like these designs, and I'm just going to use these as the market stalls in this village. So in each of these stalls, there is only, what, 9 pieces of wool? So if I want to make 4 of these, at most, I just need 36 pieces of wool. Okay, we can get that. Okay, so I'm at 32 pieces of wool. I feel like right here should probably be everything that I need. I'll take a little extra just in case. These guys both grew back their wool, why not? All right, this should be all the wool that I need with a little bit of extra red as well. So maybe I can actually just go ahead and craft another bed just to get some different colors. All the beds I have in this area are either yellow or white. Let's go ahead and make a red one, and that's going to be my bed, okay? I'm the most important villager here. I have quite literally done all of the work in this world, okay? These other idiots have done nothing. Like, look at these guys. They have no idea what to do, man. They're trying to get to the barrels at the bottom of this, but they somehow cannot fathom that they just have to walk over. I don't know. But here's an extra bed for you guys. There you go. I'm also going to mix up the wood types a little bit. One of these is going to be out of strip spruce, one of them will be out of oak, one of them will be out of jungle, and one of them is going to be out of birch. All right, let's go ahead and start off with the spruce one. I think I'm going to make this red, and I'm going to put this one in the back over here. So I'm going to start off with 5 logs, just like this, all stripped. I can also put logs there and there, a couple fences over there, a couple fences on top of the corner logs. Actually, I'm going to switch this around. The back is going to be over there, so the front will have
3 fence gates like that. And just for now, I'm going to put a lantern in the middle. I'm probably going to hang a lantern from the top, but just to give myself some light. Let's go ahead, put those fences all up 1 more block. On top of each of these, I'm going to go up 3 blocks. Or not 3 blocks, but 3 slabs. I'm going to go over 1, over 1. Then we have to go up 1 more slab. And on top of there, we're going to have stairs like this. And this gets slab, slab, and then a trapdoor. Then I'm going to finish off the roof like triangle with 2 more slabs right there. I'm going to go over 1 like that with slabs. Then we're going to go slab or trapdoor, trapdoor, trapdoor. And I think I actually did this differently on the previous ones. But that's all right. I think this is going to look a little bit cooler. So we're going to have 2 strips of red, and then we're going to have 1 strip of white, just like that. And that is everything here for the little market stall. Just going to put a lantern there in the middle. Going to move the lantern that I set on the side. I think it looks a little bit better like this. And there we go. We have a tiny market stall built. But yeah, I think I actually just switched up the design a little bit. The previous stalls had 2 layers of white and then 1 layer of a different color wool. But I think this looks a little bit nicer. So I'm going to leave it like that. And for the second one, let's go with birchwood. And the color for the birchwood, I'm going to pick blue. All right, there's another market stall done. Can't forget that lantern though. Let's go ahead and do jungle next. And to pair with the jungle, I'm going to go yellow. And now just 1 more market stall. Of course, this one is going to be oak. All right, and there we go. There is all of the market stalls completely built. So now we have this little market circle. And I would like to have the pathway kind of branch off over here. So let me kind of just get like a little circular path here. And then we have these 4 blocks in the middle. Definitely do something here for the bell. I think I'm just going to make this go down to a single block in the middle. Even if it's not like perfectly in the middle, I'm okay with that. And I'm just going to put the bell on a spruce log. Or you know what, maybe just to change it up, I'll put it on top of a barrel. Yeah, that looks good. That's good enough for me. I am very content with where this village is right now. And that's kind of perfect because it is day 99. So for the last time, let me go clean out my inventory and I'll take a quick walkthrough of this entire village with shaders on day 100. All right, bright and early on day 100 with the shaders on. Let's just take a quick stroll through the village, see what everything looks like with the beautiful shaders. I did do one other thing to this little market area. I just put some coarse dirt around. I think it looks a little bit better than it being grass. I really like what coarse dirt looks like with the path block. It borders it really nicely, in my opinion. And you know, this gate entrance looks pretty cool, man. Like, it looks kind of funky at the top, but I love it. I don't even know what it's supposed to be, but it's cool in my book. My favorite part of the village is probably down here. I really like the barn and the atmosphere with all of the crop fields and the animal pens and stuff. I think this is a cool area down here. But yeah, dude, everything is all interconnected. This pathway runs through the entire place. The wall is looking all good. We were pretty protected from mobs, though. I'm pretty sure these roofs are still spawnable, but whatever. That's not my problem anymore. And also, the villagers still do not understand trapdoors. There's literally an open door directly next to both of you, and you cannot figure it out. That is tragic. But anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I'll have some cinematic shots as well after I do the outro here, just so you can see it from afar. But I really hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you one more time for watching, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. I recently tasked myself with transforming every single type of Minecraft village in the game. And recently, I fully transformed a Plains village. I spent 100 days doing so. And today, I'm going to be continuing on the same world, spending another 100 days, but this time in a taiga village. I really enjoyed this project. This is my favorite Minecraft village in the game, so I kind of wanted to go all out for this one. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the movie. First things first, let me go ahead and leave the Plains village that I transformed in the last video. And I have to set off and go try to find a spruce village. Hopefully this won't take too long. It would be a lot quicker if I actually had any rockets. But I don't. So I'm going to have to set off on foot. And hopefully we can just stumble across some creepers at some point. I don't even really know where to go. Where did I find a spruce biome in this world, dude? It was pretty long time ago. I'm really not sure. I'm just gonna head off in this direction and hopefully find something before too long. I do want to take a couple of these acacia saplings with me though, because the build style that I have in mind for the spruce village transformation is going to be like kind of fantasy medieval style. It's going to be probably pretty similar to what I've already built over here, but I want to make it a lot more colorful, especially in the roofs. I think mainly in the roofs. I want to make all of them like a different color. I want to make them really vibrant. It's going to be really cool. And I think one of the roof blocks I want to use at some point is going to be acacia wood. Probably some other things as well, but I just want to get that nice orange color. I think that's going to look really cool in like a medieval style build. So let me just wait for these saplings to drop. And also, I guess if anyone's wondering, this is everything that I'm bringing along with me. I'm just going to bring my ender chest with all my shulker boxes. And I also have like all of the extra diamond tools and stuff that I found in the end cities. I didn't want to like fully restart. I probably explained this a little bit in the intro, but I guess if I didn't want to fully restart because then it would take me like 20 or whatever days, 20 to 30 days to get reestablished. And I feel like this way, if I carry all of my good tools and everything with me, then I can do a lot more in the Spruce Village transformation, and I think that's just going to make for a better overall product. So yeah, I have a bunch of stuff on me in here, and I actually do want to take out the one sword in one of these chests. One of these has looting 2. Okay, it's this one. Sharpness 3, knockback 2, looting 2, unbreaking 3. I'm gonna swap that out for my current sword, just for the time being. If I come across any creepers, I'd rather kill them with looting than without, because this one just has smite and fire aspect. Finally, got my acacia sapling, so we can continue off. Any more fall over here? Yeah, okay, we got a few more too. Perfect. All right, let me continue off in this direction. It's also really upsetting that even though I have elytra in this world, I have to take a boat now because I'm an idiot and don't have any rockets. I'm pretty certain that the spruce biome that I found in the plains video was somewhere like off towards spawn, and I'm kind of running through spawn here now. Not exactly, but like I ran back in the same direction. And I think I probably just went this way to find that spruce biome. So I'm going to do the same thing here, and I hope I'm right. But honestly, this could take me a little while once again. So I think what I'm going to do is just cut away until I find a spruce village, so I don't have to bore you guys with this travel. Okay, that didn't take so long. It's only day 102 now, but I have found myself a spruce village. Now, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of this one. If I have to build here, I absolutely will. But let me just kind of take a little peek into the spruce biome a little bit more here. Maybe we can find a better looking one. I kind of don't want like a coast village. Though I guess I could make a pretty cool like dock area for it. So if I have to come back to that one, I think I can have a pretty cool build. But there's one right here that I think I would rather have. Yeah, I think this is a little bit cooler. We can put a dock here as well. Into this little like lake. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be the village we transform. Is it just this? Surely not, right? It's gotta be more. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more going on up here. Perfect. We can definitely make this a really cool village. Let me kind of just take a little step back. Yeah, this thing's actually kind of huge. This thing spans pretty far. Oh, we have a lush cave underneath as well, so we can get some moss. Wonderful. Okay, this is gonna be our new home for the next 98 days. The first thing I should probably do in this village is go ahead and claim a house, just to have our base of operations. And then I think what I should probably do is, it's going to take a little while, even with like a really good axe. I'm going to probably have to go through and just clear out all of these trees within the village, just so I can kind of get a better vision of what this place looks like. It's really hard to tell with all the spruce trees here. This is a really interesting house. I feel like I've never seen one of these houses in a taiga biome before. I think there's 2 in this village, which is actually pretty dope. Yeah, it looks entirely new to me. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to claim this one then, just because it looks new. I'm sorry about your brewing stand, but it is now mine. Go ahead and start setting up shop. Fortunately, on my way over here, I stumbled across a dark oak biome, so I was able to get 4 dark oak saplings. I also stumbled across a pale oak garden, which is actually beautiful as well, because I want to use a lot of pale oak logs in these builds. I think they're going to look really, really nice with like spruce as the accent blocks and everything, and especially with the multicolored roofs and everything. I think having like a white wall color palette is going to look super good. So I'm glad I stumbled across this as well. We also gathered up 4 pale oak saplings, so that is huge for us. All right, and just like that, I am moved into this house. Got a whole bunch of storage over here. None of it is organized at all, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be. I will definitely go ahead and reorganize everything once I make my house, but for now, I'm just gonna kind of throw everything in here. Also, it is turning nighttime, so this is a really good time for me to just go ahead and lock all of these villagers inside their homes. Let's keep all these new civilians as safe as possible. I'm pretty sure every house is now boarded off, so the villagers should be completely safe now. I might not be, though. All these stupid bushes keep attacking me. So now with all the villagers safe, I'm gonna go around and destroy all of the spruce trees within the village. And then once this is done, I think I'm gonna start working on a wall surrounding the whole area so I can light it all up and keep the inside all safe. I think getting this done before I build my house is a good course of action. So then I can stay up like every night going forward without really being bothered by too many mobs. So let me get all these cut down really quick, and I'll do that in the first time lapse of the video. I'm fairly certain that all of the trees are gone within this village. And as you can see, this village is very, very spacious, which is so nice. And also this guy broke out, I guess. Or maybe he was never trapped to begin with, I don't know. Next up then, I do want to wall off the entire village as well. And I think I'm just going to do that with spruce fences because I have a lot of spruce now. But thankfully, once this is done, I won't have to worry about getting bothered by mobs anymore. And the rest of this 100 days is going to be much easier to deal with. All right, the entire perimeter has now been entirely sealed off. So now let's run around and place down a whole bunch of torches just to spawn proof the inside of the fence. And since it is turning nighttime, this should make it really easy to spot any dark spots that I missed. I don't think there's any dark spots now within the fence. Everything looks pretty lit up to me. And I'm so happy that I took the time to do this like first, like right when I got here. This is going to make the rest of these like 95 days super, super nice. Now, the next thing that I would like to work on is my starter house. And unlike the Plains Village video, I think I'm actually just going to put it where my temporary house is. I like this spot right over here. But the problem is, I think I want mangrove for it. And me and mangrove do not have a good relationship. There are still some other materials that I'm going to need for my starter house that aren't mangrove. So I think I'm going to procrastinate trying to find a mangrove swamp until, I don't know, like day 107 or something. I'm going to go ahead and just collect some stones for right now. Because if you look at the buildings in this biome, pretty much all of them are completely out of stone. My house is going to be a little bit closer to this one right here, where like the second floor is out of a different block rather than just stone. I haven't completely decided on that block just yet. It's either going to be pale oak or it's just going to be ordinary oak. But I do want to have stone for the first floor, much like this house here. So that's what I'm going to be going to gather right now. And thankfully, I have a Silk Touch pickaxe on me. And I also just have a normal Fortune pickaxe. So I think what I'm going to do is just gather a couple stacks of regular stone and then a couple stacks of cobblestone. But that shouldn't take all that long. And let me try to figure out where I'm going to put the eventual mine for this village. Because that's probably where I should start harvesting all of my stone. I think this area over here could be really nice for a mine. If I cut back this grass a good amount, this little like hillside here is going to be a little bit steeper, and I think putting a mine up against that would look really nice. I'm not going to think too much about how it's going to be oriented just yet. I'm just going to go ahead and start digging down over here. I'm sure I can make this work somehow. And I don't want to dig this all the way down to like deep slate diamond level just yet. So I'm just going to stop right here so I can harvest up a ton of stone. So let's get this done really quick. After I collected up a couple stacks of stone, I figured it was about time that I go ahead and try to find a mangrove swamp. So I took to the skies, and thankfully I was able to kill a couple creepers leading up to this, so I actually had a decent amount of rockets. I had like 50, and that should be more than enough to get me to a mangrove swamp. Now along the way, I stumbled across a desert temple, which unfortunately didn't really have any good loot in it, but it's always worth checking. And I also found a pillager outpost nearby, and got this goat horn.
Yeah, pretty sick, right? And then from there, it didn't actually take all that long to find the biome I was looking for, which is pretty surprising given my previous history with this biome. But once in the mangrove swamp, I collected up a whole bunch of propagules. I also decided to get a quick head start on chopping down the wood, just because this stuff sucks, and I figured I would, you know, save future Shram the trouble a little bit. I also decided just to stock up on mud, because converting mud back at home using like a water source and a glass bottle with dirt just sucks so bad. So I figured I would also save myself the future headache and just gather up a ton of it right now. I returned back home from my travels on day 108. I then spent the night organizing my inventory a little bit. The chests are still not organized at all, but we will work on that later. And then on the morning of day 109, I decided to expand the territory of the village a little bit, just giving myself a nice tree farm that is also fenced in, so I can gather materials at night without fear of being blown up. With all my saplings now planted in the new tree farm area, I was now ready to start building my starter house. So let's get started on that with a quick building time lapse. The house is not completely done yet. As you can see, it's still pretty under-detailed. And there's also a block that is freaking out up there. But I actually want to take a little break from building this house, and I would like to do some mining. Because there's some stuff that I still kind of need for this house, and mining is going to help out a whole bunch. Two of the things that I know I'm going to need are moss, which we can actually just find over here somewhere. There was an azalea tree. That's probably where I'm going to dig down to actually start mining. It's right there. So I need some moss for this build. And also I just need some iron and some diamonds in general, because my axe is almost completely broken. And then I need iron to grab up some leaves for some decorations. So I think just, you know, going mining right now makes the most sense. I do need a water bucket and a bunch of torches. Two things that I always forget to bring, honestly. So let me go craft those up real quick, and then we can hit the caves. Don't have any iron, like I just said a second ago, so I actually can't craft up a bucket, but it's all right. We have a bunch of torches now. This mining trip should be pretty simple as well, because I'm bringing my Fortune 3 pickaxe with me. So we shouldn't actually have to spend too long in the caves. But regardless, let's head down. All right, here is the lush cave then. Let's pop on in and hopefully not immediately die. No, we are chilling. I do have a couple shulker boxes on me, so I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and fill up an entire shulker with moss. Oh, there's a trial chamber under here. That's really nice. Because I was thinking about using copper grates for the windows again. Kind of like I did in the last video. I don't know if I'm going to do that actually, because I did do it in the last video for a lot of the houses. But that trial chamber is going to give me access to a ton of copper. So I definitely have the option to do that. Sick. Okay, we can definitely check that place out. Gonna go ahead though and start collecting up a whole bunch of moss down here. And while I'm doing this, I would love to smelt up this iron, though I forgot a crafting table. I knew that was gonna happen. What are the chances I could just find... Well, there's some diamonds, but what are the chances that I could find a skeleton? Probably pretty high. Peek around here really quick. Okay, this cave is huge. There's gotta be a skeleton down here. There's more diamonds over there that I see as well. There's a whole bunch of skeletons over there. Okay. I can just go ahead and grow a tree down here then. There's more diamonds back here as well. Got a couple more diamonds over here. And some more back here. This cave is very plentiful. Still do have to go ahead and grab these diamonds. So let me throw on my elytra again. Soar on over here. Smack my face against the wall. And grab up the diamond. Oh, there's a mob spawner next to this as well.
And it's skeletons. Wow. This is actually beautiful because I do need an experience farm. There's also no chests in this mob spawner, and I have no idea why. But yeah, this is a really good find. I can definitely use this to make an experience farm for our mending tools. I did run by a little bit more diamonds on the way over here, so let's go collect those after I take out this idiot. I'm gonna go ahead and grow up a tree, and I don't have an axe. So I'm just gonna punch it, I guess. Punching an azalea tree in the mines on day 116. Is this a first? Is this a first ever? I feel like it definitely could be. And now that I have some wood, go ahead and set up a little smelting area back here. And unfortunately, I don't have any coal because I used all of my coal to make torches. But it's all right. We have a little bit of wood left over. That should be fine. And there's some more diamonds up there. But honestly, more importantly, there's a spore blossom. I'll definitely be taking that. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna run around for a little bit down here and grab up a lot of this moss. Once I get a ton of this stuff, maybe we can go ahead and check out that trial chamber just really, really quickly. Don't want to spend too long in there, but I would like to grab a little bit of copper if I can. This is an incredible, incredible piece of huge drip leaf. Man, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5-block tall piece of big drip leaf. That's wild. Yoink and yoink. I'm pretty comfortable with this amount of moss. It's not an entire shulker, but that'll definitely be good enough for my next handful of builds. So now, let's head back towards that trial chamber. I completely forgot where that was, though. I found another spawner. There's another skeleton spawner? Cool. 2 golden apples and a bucket. I never crafted my bucket from before. Let's just say I meant to do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. I think the trial chamber is back this way. I don't think I got that turned around. Did forget you, though. I can't be doing that. Yoink. I forgot you, too. Yoink. And here is the trial chamber. All right. Let me fix around my inventory a little bit. I think I'm good to head in. I don't want to spend too much time here. But I definitely want to grab at least a little bit of this stuff right here. Probably the fully oxidized version, just because there's way more of it. Or honestly, I could just grab the grates themselves. Maybe I'll do that. Of course, I land in the breeze room, though. Just like the worst room in the whole game. These guys suck. All right. I think all the spawners are done. I got 2 keys. Might as well use them. Got some iron and a shield. I guess that's pretty cool. Is there another vault? There is. Arrows, wind charges, golden carrots. All right. So now I'm just going to probably clear out like all of the copper in this room. Maybe not all of it. That feels like a lot. I'll clear out a lot of the copper in this room. Just for some future use. I'm not going to need all of this, obviously, in my one starter house. That's just overkill. But I'll definitely be using this throughout the entire village. So stocking up now probably makes sense. And I will be taking probably all of the copper grates, though, that are at least easily accessible, like all these guys here. So let me get to smacking all this up. This copper supply should fuel me for a very long time. These copper blocks are absolutely no joke, man. There's a lot of copper in here. Because usually whenever I use this block, I use the cut copper version. And you get a bunch of those with one of these. I don't have my elytra on, so I just broke my ankles for no reason. But yeah, the room looks disgusting now. It's like completely torn up, but it's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna use all these blocks better anyway. Let's head back home. Now that I'm back on the surface and with these newly acquired blocks, I should be able to finish off the starter house. So let's get this done in another time lapse. All right, here on day 121, the house is finally completely done. And I think this thing looks really, really good. I might have gone a little bit too big for my starter house because this thing's like a little bit wider than I expected it to be. But it's fine. It's all right. I might tone down the scale of the rest of the buildings in the area just so I can get more stuff built up. But I don't know. Maybe if I feel like I have enough time, I can go through and make a couple of the buildings bigger, like this size. Who knows? Who knows? We'll kind of decide that when we get there. But the interior of this is like partially done. The first floor is at least like functional. It's not great in here, you know, there's not too much decoration, but we have a whole bunch of storage that is entirely organized. We have a bunch of furnaces and stuff in that little corner, little table right there. And we do have a way to get to the upstairs.
but this is completely empty right now. I'm not really sure if I'm ever going to put anything up here, but I do have space for a whole bunch of stuff. I was thinking about putting my enchanting setup up here eventually, so whenever I get to that, I'll probably design a little enchanting room. But then this does continue going all the way up to the top of the tower as well, where we have like a little trapdoor floor, so I can actually get up and not really use any floor space with the staircase. I was actually going to put my enchanting table up here. That was the original idea, but I don't really feel like there's enough room for it. So this might just kind of stay like a little observatory kind of area with not much going on. I didn't want to spend too much time on the interior though, just because I did spend a decent amount of time so far in this video building this one house. So I feel like if I kind of keep the interiors pretty simple like this, I should be able to get a lot more structures built up. And speaking of that, I want to get something built up immediately next. Probably gonna have to harvest some materials for this, but I do want to build up a barn. That's kind of my normal like progression of things. I like having my starter house built up first, and then I like figuring out food as my next kind of project. And a barn, I think down here, kind of towards where the tree farm is going to be kind of perfect. This area is already quite flat down here, so I feel like putting a barn and like a couple crop fields and animal pens and stuff like that kind of attached to it, sort of similar to the barn that I built in the plains video, and thankfully it finally stopped raining. And I did repair my axe recently, so I can definitely chop down all of these trees very easily. None of my spruce trees grew. I'm wondering if they're too close to the fence here, maybe. Might not have given it enough room, or maybe it's too close to this torch or whatever. So I'll have to replant these for sure. But let me start by cutting down everything down here. And then I think once I prep this area to be built on, then I can start talking about the color palette that I want to use for the barn and just the other buildings that could be around this area. After a little bit of tree chopping, this area is now completely cleared out, and I am ready to go over the color palette that I have in mind. So I think most, if not all, of the buildings in this area are going to share the same like first couple of blocks. For pretty much all of these buildings, I'm going to have like a 3-block foundation out of stone, much like I have in my house over there. It's like 3 or 4 blocks tall, whatever that is. And I think I'm going to do the same thing down here. So we're going to have a stone foundation. Of course, though, this isn't just going to be cobblestone. This is going to be textured up using some mossy cobble, some tuff, and some ordinary stone. And then on top of this foundation, the walls are going to be mainly out of these pale oak blocks. But also, I would like to work in a little bit of stripped pale oak. I think that's going to look nice. And then I think I might work in a little bit of sand and birch as well. And I think this is going to go like underneath like the roof overhang on either side of the building. So I think that's going to look good as a small shadow. And then of course I'm going to be using a whole bunch of spruce as the accent blocks for this build as well. I want to have a green roof on this barn, and I think using moss is going to look pretty nice. So we're going to be mainly using this, but then I do definitely want to texture this up with a couple of other blocks as well. Like we have some mossy cobblestone I can break in every so often. Also have a little bit of these azalea leaves that I think look really nice next to moss. And then I even have, let me get rid of this block here for a second. Then I even have some of this bamboo, which I think will look pretty good as well. So this is going to be the color palette for the barn. And of course it starts raining, but at least that won't really affect you guys too much, because I'm just going to go ahead and cut it to a quick building time lapse. Man, this build is not very big, but this took longer than it should have, just because I was so indecisive when it came to the roof specifically with this building. Just building smaller things in this game is a lot harder than it seems. I just could not figure out what roof shape I wanted, but eventually I settled on this. I'm still not even really all that happy with it, but I think it looks at least solid. Maybe this is something we change later if I look at it again down the line and I just hate it. But I don't hate it right now, so it's gonna stay. And then attached to this building, we have a nice big animal pen. And I kind of went for this like oak and spruce wood design. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm quite happy with this. The next stage of this area is I want to put some crop fields down here. Probably just one, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna have like a big sprawling wheat field down here. I think that'll probably look the best. But let me get rid of my color palette from before. Oh, and I also never used any bamboo in this build, and I also didn't use any sand or birch, just because I felt like it was too small. I didn't think it would look good if I incorporated either of those. It's really hard to get good texture for Heidi in a small build. I just kind of feel like if I use blocks that look too different, it's just going to be way too noticeable. So I just kind of elected to only texture with pretty simple blocks, but I still think it's okay. I also have no idea why I'm using chests for this. I have shulker boxes in this world. Sometimes I just forget that I have shulker boxes. You know, it's been a pretty long time since I feel like I've used them routinely. So it's just something I forget about. But anyway, let's start working on these crop fields. And I think these are going to be very, very basic. I don't even think I'm going to really have a border around this. I think the majority of the border is just going to be the crop field itself. And then just like a handful of these like leaf blocks here. Before I forget though, let me actually put a spore blossom up here. There we go. Now we should at least get that particle effect in this entire area. To start with this, let me go ahead and just put in all the water sources. Let me also reshape back here just a little bit. And I'm gonna move the temporary fence just slightly. And now I feel like this should be more than enough spots of water for this entire crop field. So let me just go back through and put these in really quick. And now let me go ahead and try to outline this field. And I'm gonna do that by just tilling the grass here and just reshaping a little bit wherever I feel necessary. Unfortunately, my storage is all in the way, but I'm not moving all that right now. I think this is a pretty solid size here for the first crop field. Gets a little bit boxy towards the back, just because there's like this weird ravine thing over here that I can't really build on. So I kind of have to stop it there. I could do more terraforming behind it, but I don't really want to. So I'm just going to kind of leave it as it is. I think it's still going to look okay. Now, as for all of these water source blocks, I'm going to go ahead and put some composters on these. Just so whenever I do release the villagers, we can have a whole bunch of farmers populating the area down here. Seeing them all put down, I think this is actually a few too many composters. So let me take out a couple of these. We shouldn't need too many farming villagers. I'm going to go ahead and throw a slab on top of all of these as well, just so no villagers accidentally get stuck in one of the composters. And then the rest of these water sources, I'm just going to convert into little light posts using just like a fence or like a mud brick wall or something. I'll also replace all of these for lanterns at some point as well. That's usually something I do near the end of these videos. But now, let me just go ahead and till up all of this grass. And this is the final seed that I have. This is just over a stack of seeds, but that's all right. It'll populate the entire field in no time. And now all that's left is just to run around and sprinkle in a little bit of foliage every so often. I'm gonna start here by changing some of this grass for moss, just because you can't place drip leaf on grass, but you can on moss. I'm also not gonna worry about the like the back boundary of this farm either, because I'm probably gonna have some kind of wall surrounding the entire village that'll kind of go through this way. And I don't know what that design's going to be just yet. So I don't really want to decorate with all this foliage that I have to tear down later. Now with the moss all in place, let me kind of run around here and throw down all of the rest of these blocks. So I don't have too many leaves to choose from, but I'm still going to use these every so often. Going to go with the B-dubs leaf in the ground design. That always looks good. But I also think some leaves extending out of the ground is also a pretty good touch. Let's just do a couple of those. Yeah, it looks solid to me. I already started putting a couple of these sweet berries around, but I'm gonna throw down a couple more. This might end up killing the villagers, to be honest, but it's all right. Who needs them anyway? And then the last thing that I actually want to put into the boundary here is just a couple pieces of small drip leaf and some pieces of normal drip leaf. And I think with that, this crop field is done for the time being. I just kind of have to wait for these crops to actually grow in so I can replant this entire field. But it looks pretty overgrown. I'm happy with it. It's a pretty simple design that I can pretty easily replicate everywhere else as well, because I still think I'm going to have a couple more crop fields here. This is only going to be for wheat. But like this house here and this house here, I think could be really good spots for just a couple small farmhouses that I can also have some crop fields kind of attached to, much like this barn over here. And I think I'm going to build up those farmhouses right now with another building time lapse. So let me get a couple of those built and really kind of finalize this area down here. I can't really remember what day I left off on, but it's now day 135, actually about to be 136. Looks like the sun is about to rise. But now I have these two smaller houses built up alongside the one for the animals. And also there's this new crop field over here, which will eventually be an entire carrot field once these grow in. And if you're curious, the interior of all of these houses is still completely empty. And I have also yet to move the animals over here, but I will do that very shortly. The next thing I would like to do is go on a little adventure, and it's going to be in the Nether, which kind of sucks because I hate that place. But I do think it is necessary because I want to get some warped wood. I think warped wood for another roof in this area is going to look incredible. So I kind of want to get that tackled now, at least like identifying where a warped forest is. I don't have any obsidian though. So let me head off and try to grab some of that quickly. Let me see if I can just spot a lava lake anywhere. There's one piece of lava right there, but that's not what I'm looking for. There's got to be one in this plains biome over here, right? And also, thankfully, dude, this elytra is going to make nether travel so much better. So maybe I actually won't hate that place as much. I don't see any lava, but I do see a lot of cows. And I need food a little bit. So I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Man, if only I had an animal pen at home filled with animals. That would be great, right? Now in this village nearby, I did spot this blacksmith right here, and I'm definitely going to go check that out because there's potential for obsidian in that chest. So this can certainly be a pretty good head start, and there are not any pieces of obsidian in here. That's all right. I guess I'll take these two over here just to start. I'll also be taking your grindstone. I'm sorry, but you are now unemployed. I do now finally have potatoes as well, thanks to this chest. So I can plant myself another crop field after we get home at some point. And directly next to the village over here, there are two lava pools. Love to see that. Let's go ahead and grab all the obsidian that I'm gonna need from this one. I actually just decided to gather up that entire lava pool, so now I have a stack and 8 pieces of obsidian. That is a lot. Let's head back home and I can build up this nether portal, and hopefully the warped forest is not too far away. And man, our little village transformation is actually coming along really nicely. It looks really cool from back here, from the ocean. I love our house. The starter house that I built, I think, looks so nice. Especially from pretty far away. From up close, it's all right, but I think from far away, it's viewed best. Let's light this thing up, and hopefully it gives me a good spawn. Let's hop in and see. Okay, the spawn's not so bad. You can definitely make do with this. But let's take flight and see if we can find ourselves a warped forest, which actually did not take long at all. Sweet. There's also a bastion right here. Any like easily lootable chests? I don't really want to peek my head in here for too long, but I'd love to find something. Now I killed a whole bunch of brutes over here. Is that all of them in the area? Definitely could be. Take a quick peek. We good? I think we're good. Another couple chests down here. There's a golden apple. Don't really need that. Ooh, soul speed 3 golden boots. I'll take those instead of the unenchanted ones I brought. Would love to find the smithing template. I don't really know how much I want to stay and loot this whole thing, so I think I'm going to head off. If I want to come back, I can in the future. I'm honestly not sure if I'm going to. I hate bastions. But at least this isn't hardcore, so honestly it's not that big of a threat. Maybe later in the video, if I'm happy with where the village is, I can take on a bastion and then like potentially fight a wither or something for like the final boss of this 100 days rather than taking on the Ender Dragon again. I feel like that could be kind of fun, so I might plan for that. And hopefully I have the time for it, but I do want to prioritize getting as much of this village built up as possible. So I'm going to spend a while just collecting up a lot of this stuff, because I'm probably going to use this in a couple roofs, if I had to guess. And I'll also be grabbing up a little bit of this warped wart block. This stuff just kind of sucks to gather if you have a hoe without efficiency on it, and I very unfortunately do. But it does look good with some of this wood, so I should probably take some of it. But yeah, anyway, let me go ahead and collect up a whole bunch of this stuff, and then when I return home I can start figuring out what build I'm going to use this block for. This should be plenty of warp stem for the next couple of builds, because I think most of these blocks are going to turn into planks anyway. So yeah, this should be a lot. And I think I've also decided on what the next big build in this area is going to be. But before I can get to that, I actually want to finish the interior of the animal building down there, just so I can bring over some animals and actually start breeding them up myself over here. I'm going to make this interior really simple as well, much like the interior for my house over there. Just going to throw down a few essential things.
like, you know, a couple potted plants. Those are definitely essential in a build of mine. Got a couple chests, got a way to get into the animal enclosure. And then I'm also just going to replace the floor, and I'll probably put a ceiling in as well, and I think I'm just gonna call it there. I just really don't want to spend too long doing the interiors of these houses, because I would definitely rather build up more houses than have the interiors be more detailed, you know? Yeah, I think something like this is perfectly fine. So now let me go ahead and actually grab a couple cows for this area. I'm not seeing any cows, but there are some pigs close by. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab them. Okay, there's the first one. And here is the second one. All right, awesome. We finally have some animals in the animal pen. And I think with that, this building is now done, at least for right now. Now then, let's focus on the next big build for the area. And I think that building is going to be a home for some librarian villagers. Now, in the last video, I did get a mending villager, so I could very easily just fly back to the Plains village and grab myself a couple mending books for the remainder of my armor and stuff and tools and whatnot that don't already have mending. But I kind of don't want to do that. I think it would be cool if I made each of these villages like a nice little survival spot. Just because, you know, I'm kind of thinking that when I complete all of the villages, I can put this world up for a world download, and then you guys could, you know, choose to live in any of these villages that you would like, and you would already have a lot of the stuff going for you. And I think getting a mending villager is definitely something that you guys would like to have. So I feel like having mending in each of these villages makes a lot of sense. So I do want to start building up like a library of sorts. Let me go try to figure out what the color palette of this building is going to be. So once again, I'm going to start with a nice stone foundation. And of course, I'm going to work in a little bit of mossy stuff, like some mossy cobblestone, some moss. Also going to work in like a little bit of regular stone, maybe some gravel here and there. Just all of the gray blocks that you're used to me using, I feel like at this point. Some combination of those is going to go in the foundation. Now the walls of this house, I think, are mainly going to be out of birch wood. So we're going to have some birch planks, some birch logs, and then I also want to mesh together some stripped oak logs as well. I think that looks really good as like a shadow compared to the birch logs. So that's going to be the color palette for the walls. And of course, the roof is going to be out of all of these warped blocks that I just spent all that time in the nether gathering. So we're mainly going to be using these warped planks, but I also really liked the stripped warp stem alongside it. And then this blends nicely into some copper. And then I can even take that a stage further and weather this one away a little bit. And then that kind of leads into a little bit of moss. So I might do something like that for the roof, but that means I'm going to need some honey to keep this where it needs to be. So maybe I won't do that. I don't know. This also means I might not use too much of this warped warp block that I gathered, but I might use some of it every so often. I feel like it looks good with these three right here. Doesn't look bad next to the copper, I guess. It's just a little bit too dark, I think. I don't know just yet. Maybe just a little bit of these every so often. But regardless, that's going to be the color palette for this building. I love using these blocks in roofs. This is probably like my favorite roof color, and I think it fits perfectly in this fantasy medieval style that I'm building up here. So once again, let me cut it to another building time lapse, and let's get this new structure built. Another building has now been finished in the area. And honestly, this is incredibly similar to my house. I might have made it too similar, really. They're like almost the same shape. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I realized like way too late and there was no way I was changing it. But I do think it looks good, especially from all the way back here. I think it looks really cool, these two big buildings at the top of the village, even if they do look kind of the same. The interior of this, really basic, but we got a floor, we got a ceiling, and I also have a staircase that goes all the way up to the top. I meant to strip all of these pieces of spruce wood. And I also do have access to mending now. Yeah, the librarian is right in here, chilling. I destroyed that lectern a handful of times until he sold me mending, so it's nice to have that in the village as well. And then this will be his eventual house. I'm not sure when I'm going to release these villagers. I probably could now, to be honest. I think everything is all fenced off and they wouldn't really die or like run off or anything. But I think I'm just going to leave them in their houses just until I destroy all the houses, probably. There's no real reason to let them out. I guess aside from morality, but there's no morals in Minecraft. Now that I do have mending, I think I should probably make a way to get experience. And earlier on in this video, I found a skeleton spawner down in the caves. And I think I'm going to convert that into an experience farm. It looks like it's going to be outside of the village. Not by too much, though. It's at negative 1,033, 5,073, and then just, you know, very far into the ground. So I think what I'm probably going to do is build up maybe a couple small houses over here, just to have like a little neighborhood back in this little corner. And one of these houses can be the entrance to the experience farm. The thing is, though, I should probably make the experience farm first, because my diamond axe has definitely seen better days. Same thing with the shovel. And my pickaxe does not have mending on it, but I could fix that pretty shortly, and then we can heal that up too. First thing I'm going to do is take care of these phantoms. And also, I guess while they're here, I can show you a pretty nice way of getting rid of these. I've received a couple comments saying this, but if you just like sleep in your bed and then immediately get up, they stop spawning for a couple days. I don't know why this one is not attacking me, but they do stop spawning for a couple days. So that's a good way to handle the phantoms without needing to skip the night. And in a video like this, I definitely do not want to be skipping many nights, considering I am almost halfway through, and I still have a lot of work that I would like to get done. But anyway, let me go ahead and start building up this mob farm. And I do need a couple things first. One of those is from the nether. I don't think I have any soul sand, right? Yeah, I definitely do not. Okay. Let me pop into the nether again. And I'm going to make that new building I just made, the library, into my nether portal building. So the nether portal is not just chilling out in the open. Also going to fence gate this off, I think, because whenever I have the librarian in here, I just kind of want him down in this first floor. So we don't have to worry about him accidentally wandering upstairs and then going into the nether. Okay. Oh, I didn't put windows up here. My bad. It's just open. But this side is a balcony. Look at this. You're gonna be able to see the whole little village. Okay, let me figure out where this portal is gonna go. Should I put it all the way at the top? Yeah, I'm gonna put it all the way at the top. Back here. That'll be cool. All right, let's light this up. Pop on through again, and this should link up to the same portal that we had before. Yeah, okay, perfect. And I think there is just some soul sand right over here. Great. I don't need too much of this stuff, but I'll grab a decent amount. You never know what you're gonna need soul sand for. All right, that was a very, very quick nether trip. Oh wait, that actually kind of reminds me. Down here, where this little lone house is, there's a zombie villager in here now. I spotted this villager while I was constructing the library, and I decided just to give him this house down here. So we'll eventually have to cure this one. Hopefully I remember to do that. And I don't know, maybe they can live on the eventual dock that I would like to put here. I really hope I have time for that. You know, I'm focusing on the main part of the village for sure, but I really want to put a dock down here. I think that would be a really cool addition to this whole thing. And this is just like a perfect lake for it, you know? So I hope I have the time for it. But if I don't end up having the time for it, I'll just bring that villager up here and he can live with the rest of his friends. But I definitely want to do something down here. You know, the village is pretty slowly coming together, though. And that's, I think, best viewed from over here. I think this is a good amount of progress to have made in 47 days. Don't mind the pathways as well. They're all going to be taken out. This is still like the pathway that was in the original vanilla village. I'm definitely going to fix that. But yeah, I think this place is looking pretty solid. There's a lot more space I still want to fill in. There's a lot of houses that I can still destroy and replace. And I think when I put this little neighborhood over here, it's going to really start feeling like a village. I'm not sure if it does just yet, but we're getting close. Anyway, let me stop getting distracted. I need some kelp as well for this, so we can make ourselves a water elevator. All right, about 2.5 stacks of kelp should be plenty. Can always bone meal this as well if I need to get more. And I think I should have the rest of the materials that I need to build a little experience farm just in my house here. So let me go ahead and collect those in a shulker box. I think this should be everything. You really don't need much to build an experience farm around a mob spawner. So let's grab this shulker box and let's head underground. I'm also going to take my ender chest. I got to make another one of these. I only have one and I keep placing it down in my house and then just destroying it. I definitely need another one. I thought of one more thing too. I think I'm going to go ahead and actually just outline where the houses are going to go over here before I start digging down into the ground. Just because I want to make sure that where I put the entrance to this farm is actually going to be like in a house and like a good location in the house as well. I'm imagining here that these houses are going to be very small, probably even smaller than these ones over here in like the farming area. And they'll probably be fairly simple shapes as well. Maybe just like little rectangles with like a porch or something attached to each one just to give it, you know, a little bit more shape. But something like this will probably work pretty well for one of the houses in this area. I could definitely put one where this house is. I can put one where this house is. So I'm not going to really outline those just yet. But I think this one right there is going to be the entrance to the farm itself. And if the door is going to be like here, right, because if this is the porch, let's put the actual entrance maybe back here. This should work pretty well. Now the mob spawner itself is on -9. So it's going to take me a little while to get there, but let's dig this all the way down. All right, and here we are all the way down at -9. And let me go ahead and put a little pool of water right there. Fill both these up, and now I don't need the source anymore. And of course, we're gonna have a piece of soul sand on the other side. Let's definitely go ahead and dig out a little room back here. Okay, so now I have to just actually find that skeleton spawner again, which might be a little bit annoying. -1033, 5073. It's like diagonally this way. Okay, we have finally made it to the mob spawner. Perfect. Not too bad of a tunnel. You know, there's the area where we started, so it's not so bad over here. And you know what? I'm just gonna get this all completely done in a quick time lapse. I'm sure you guys have seen these like pretty typical mob spawner XP grinders done like a million times. So let's get this done real quick. I am fairly certain that this whole thing is now functional. Also, this kind of cut into the trial chamber. That's why there's this tough brick here. But let's go ahead and start removing these torches. And that should be the last one. A couple skeletons did spawn. Let's patch this back up. And now, hopefully, after a couple seconds, there are some skeletons that end up right here. And there we go. It works. It's probably very inefficient because I built this without looking up anything. And I kind of just went off vibes. But it works. It works well enough for me. And honestly, I shouldn't really even have to repair my tools too much. I think just healing these up like once probably will be enough for the rest of the video. But let me get working on that really quickly. And hopefully this doesn't take too long to repair my tools. All right, that didn't take so long, so let's head back up to the surface on day 150, marking the halfway point of this village transformation. And there is still a lot of work to be done. And with these fully healed tools, I think it is the perfect time to continue building up some new structures in the area. I'm going to work down here towards where the mob spawner is. And yeah, like I said before, there's going to be probably 3 buildings in this area. I'll just take down this one and replace it with my own construction. And then obviously along with the first little building plot that we put down. I'm imagining that these buildings are all going to be 1 floor as opposed to all of the 2-floor buildings that we've built up so far. And also, I think they're going to mainly be out of stone. Most of the cabins in the area, like the vanilla buildings that this village spawned with, are all out of stone. So I feel like just making a couple stone buildings in the area makes a lot of sense. And then as for the roofs for these buildings, I think I'm probably going to use some spruce for at least one of these, maybe 2. I'm not sure just yet, but at least one of them is going to have a spruce roof. And then I was thinking that acacia could look good as another pop of color in the area as well. So let me get a few buildings in this area built up really quick, and I'm going to do that in yet another building time lapse.
After building up those 3 houses, there was just a bit more cleaning up I wanted to do in the village in general. I started off here by just moving the villagers into actually where I was mining up all my stone. Previously, that was kind of just like the safest location for them right now. The main reason I wanted to move the villagers is because next I wanted to destroy all of their houses, which always feels kind of bad, but I think they're gonna appreciate the upgrade. Then after the houses were gone, I fixed up the pathway that was kind of scattered around the entire village. Also terraformed just slightly, just to kind of make it a slightly better shape for me to deal with later. All right, I don't think it's listening anymore. I just needed to warn you guys. I needed to warn you about the well. Be careful about the well. It is not at all what it seems. I'm really hoping that this makes it into the video. You really can't even tell that there was once a village here. The only vanilla structure remaining is this well, and I've only left it here just to remind myself that I want to put my version of a well somewhere in my new village. Kind of like how I did the market stalls of the Plains village, you know, those were originally in the vanilla one as well, so figured I should probably leave this here just so I can actually get around to transforming that as well. I've said the word well way too many times. But here's a look at the new little neighborhood down here as well. We have 3 pretty much identical houses. They look probably a little bit too similar for my liking, but it's okay. I think they still turned out pretty well. They at least have different roof colors. And I decided not to go with another spruce roof. I think I might have mentioned that I was gonna replicate this one at some point, but I went with the warped wood. I had a lot of that left over, so I figured I would use it. But yeah, I think this area is kind of cozy down here. We can definitely have a few villagers live here eventually when the whole village is where I want it to be. This house does already have someone living in it, I guess. But of course, as you saw as well, alongside these 3 houses, I also went ahead, took down every single villager house and kind of reshaped the landscape a little bit more. The villagers are all moved over to where I was collecting stone. And this was originally going to be the mine of the area, but I don't really feel like I can fit it back here now. Maybe I still could. Definitely still a possibility, but it's at least being repurposed into a little villager like hall. I also have my lectern down here, so my mending villager can continue to work. No days off in this village, all right? Especially for you. I need you on guard. I mean, you're not going to be doing anything down in this little hole, but it's all right. But the next thing I would like to do is I want to map out the next few buildings, the next like handful of buildings. We have 40 days remaining. I still have a lot of time to build up a whole bunch of stuff here. And I think mapping it out is going to be in my best interest. I like doing that when it comes to bigger projects like this, trying to figure out exactly where everything is going to be placed. It also helps me to put in the actual pathway that's going to be connecting all these buildings together. That pathway is actually going to be the thing that I work on next. But the thing is, I do need a couple more materials to accomplish the pathway block palette that I have in mind. One of those materials is jungle wood, and I would like to head off and actually go find some, but I only have 27 sugarcane left. So I should probably go ahead and actually plant some of this. And I'm going to accomplish this by just sporadically putting some sugarcane around the farming area. Probably just like kind of around the crop fields every so often. I do need something to cover up these water sources with though. So I guess I'll grab some spruce wood. I think spruce wood will look fine. Wish there was moss slabs. Actually, I could get mossy cobblestone slabs. That might look a little bit better. Yeah, because I'm just thinking I can have these like little mossy rocks every so often. And then we can just have a couple pieces of sugarcane surrounding it. But then I could also hide them a little bit underneath blocks. Like we can put it underneath the pillar right there. So I can have a piece of sugarcane growing out of that. We can also have 2 more over here. Let's go ahead and plant those down. And let's add in a couple more of these little mossy sections. All right, we have a handful of these now going all the way around the crop fields. So it's not like a ton of sugarcane, but honestly, it should be enough for me for right now, at least for the rest, you know, of these 100 days here. But as you can see, we just have a couple different areas kind of sprinkled around. So that should do perfectly fine. Okay, let me go craft a handful more rockets. We really can't make many, but whatever I can make will be useful in finding a jungle. We got 12 additional rockets, also a little bit more gunpowder. I will hold on to that in my travels, because if I find any sugarcane just kind of chilling, I can grab it up and actually craft some more. And I think the jungle wood is actually the only thing that I need for these pathways. I should have everything else around here. So let me fly off and let's see if I can stumble across a jungle. I think there's a jungle biome just straight over this way. Let's definitely take a quick pit stop and grab this enchanted golden apple that is right here. One day, man. One day. Ah. And I've used all my rockets, but there is the jungle loading in the background.
I'm gonna take a moment though, grab the sugar cane so I can craft a couple more rockets. Okay, there we go, 27 more. Should be enough to get me home pretty easily. But now that I'm in the jungle, I'm gonna go ahead and probably just grab up a couple of these trees. A couple of the big ones, just so I can stockpile some logs that way. And also I can grab up a whole bunch of saplings. So let's chop down a couple of these. This should do for right now. Just over 3 stacks of jungle logs. I also have 6 jungle saplings. Did any others fall? Okay, 7. Give me one more. I want to be able to make 2 big trees at home. Don't make me wait, please. It's getting dark. And I haven't slept in like 40 Minecraft days, all right? I'm going crazy. Thank you. That was so cinematic. Okay, let me head back home. Now, you might have noticed like my texturing techniques throughout all of these buildings so far. But if you're a new viewer, I'm going to go over it kind of specifically. Just the way that I like to texture pretty much everything that I build. So when I texture things, I like picking just like a central block and then making a gradient on either side of it. So in this example here, mud bricks. I use this so often just because I think it's really easy to make a gradient for. So I'm gonna have 2 sides of this. One of the sides is gonna get a little bit darker with these mud bricks, and then it's gonna end at coarse dirt. So that's gonna be the darkest that we get in the pathway. And then the other side is going to get lighter using this jungle wood and then also a little bit of oak, just as the final pop of color. So this gradient right here is what I'm going to be using in the entire pathway. So what I'll do normally is I will only use 1 block to start. And in this case, it's going to be packed mud. I usually just use whatever the middle of the gradient is. And then within this packed mud, I'm just going to go ahead and carve out a weird shape, just some kind of like blotch in the middle of this. That might be a little bit too big. Yeah, it looks fine. It's a weird enough shape for me. And then every block that is touching the packed mud that I just, deleted, I'm going to go ahead and use the next stage in the gradient. And I think for this one, I'm going to get lighter. So let's go ahead and use a little bit of jungle wood on everything that is touching the packed mud. And then everything that is touching the jungle wood, I will use a little bit of the next stage of the gradient. In this case, it is oak wood. I like texturing in this like patchwork style just because I feel like it allows for a lot of consistency in your builds and it makes the effect like stronger. If you're going for like a faded effect on a wall or a roof or something like that, or like a rundown effect in a foundation, like with this moss over here, I just feel like texturing consistently like this really sells that effect, if that makes sense. I think the more I do this around this entire village, it's going to look a lot less like it's just jungle wood and then oak wood, and it's going to look just like a brighter spot of the pathway. The dirt just looks a little different. Maybe the sun's hitting it slightly differently than the other sections. I don't know. Or maybe it's just been here for a while and it's like dried out. There's a lot of different like interpretations for it, but that's kind of the main idea. So I'm going to do this all over the place with this pathway. I'm incorporating in the jungle and also the oak when I can get a chance to. This is a pretty small sample size, so I can't use too much of the oak, I don't think. But like I said, as I, expand this throughout the entire village, I'll use a lot more oak. And then I think I'm going to reserve the darker part of the gradient, getting down to this coarse dirt, for like the boundary of the pathway. And honestly, that might not make too much sense. I feel like the darker part of the pathway should be towards the middle where like more people would be walking on. But I really like using coarse dirt to outline pathways. I think that provides a really nice effect. So I think doing something like this on the boundary would, be a little bit nicer than having it dark in the middle. And just like I said, keep it consistent. So everything that's touching this mud is going to be mud bricks. Everything touching the mud brick will be the coarse dirt. Of course, we can't forget about the other side. So I got to go ahead and do this over here as well. But there you can kind of see the start of a nice little pathway. I hope that was helpful to someone. Hopefully someone out there, got some kind of building tip out of this little example. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get this pathway put in throughout the entire village.
The pathway is now completely filled in. It's all textured up as well, and it's connecting up every single building that we've built so far. So this is definitely starting to look like a village to me right now. But I think after the next wave of transformation, it's really, really going to pop. Because the next thing that I would like to do is I want to build a lot more just buildings in this whole area. I'm going to use FreeCam again to kind of fly around. But there's a lot of empty space over here to the left and the right of the new pathway. And I want to fill in pretty much all of this with new houses. Now, most of these are probably going to be very empty. Kind of like these 3 houses over here. Also did not mean to throw my pickaxe, but these houses over here are mostly pointless. The only one with any real use is the one on the left here, because that's how we get down to the skeleton spawner. I think pretty much all of the houses I'm going to be building from here on out are just going to be like filler houses to make the village look a little bit more alive and look like it's filled in a little bit more. But I guess, I mean, I can throw a bed in each of them and maybe like a job block, kind of like I did in the last video as well. So then villagers could at least populate them. And it also stopped raining. Thank you. But yeah, so not too many more buildings in this area are actually going to be super useful for me, but it's okay. It's definitely going to fill out the village really nicely. And I think because there's been so many time-lapsed builds in this video so far, I'm going to slow it down a little bit, and I'm going to build one of these houses just entirely on camera. Because I know there's a lot of people who watch my stuff who actually like to watch me build on camera and not in a time-lapse, and it's been a while, so I figured I might as well do this. There are a couple materials that I'd like to gather for the build that I have in mind. So let me go ahead and grab a few shulker boxes out of the ender chest so I can start loading up some materials. And I'm going to, I think, show this entire process from like the start of me like trying to figure out the color palette all the way to the finished build. I'm going to kind of have this all in this section of the video. I guess I can also do this too. If you don't really want to watch me build an entire house, if you'd rather just see like the cinematic builds, you can skip to this time, and that's when the time lapse will start, where I'm going to build up like, I don't know, 5 or 6 houses, just however many more houses I think I have time to build in the rest of this video. There's more I want to do after building those houses, but we'll get to that as well. If you want to just watch the houses being built up, you can skip to this time. So now, the first thing that I always do when I'm, starting a new build is I try to figure out the color palette. And usually that's kind of all done in my head. I gotta be honest, I don't normally like lay out too many blocks to see how they're gonna look together. I kind of just have an image in my head of what I want this build to look like, and I'm gonna copy that here. So I think I want the foundation of the build to be much like everything else in the area. It's going to be out of stone. So let's go ahead and grab up a whole bunch of stone blocks. I'll take a couple stacks of cobble. Actually, I'll take a little bit more than that because I like using only cobble at first and then destroying it and texturing it up. But as for some texturing blocks, let's use some pale moss in this one. Actually, I haven't used this yet, so we're going to have to bone meal a little bit of it, but that shouldn't be a problem. Also grab some stone, just some ordinary stone. And then I love using some moss. So let's grab a couple stacks of that. And then where do I have mossy cobble? A little bit in terms of these slabs. That'll probably be enough. Let's grab that stack of mossy cobble slabs. And that should be all of the blocks I'm going to need for the foundation. I'm going to move ahead now to the second floor. And I want to figure out the color palette for those walls. I'm kind of leaning towards some type of red block. Let's grab some of this mangrove. I'm going to have to go collect more of this if I decide to use mangrove as the main block. I probably will decide on that, but just in case I don't want to do that, I'm going to grab some granite as well. I'm not sure if that'll look good with the stone foundation, but it's at least worth giving a shot. If I can save my time and not actually collect any more mangrove trees, that would be huge for me. I'm just going to throw that in the shulker box as well. And then finally, I want the roof color palette. And I have a lot of birch wood just kind of lying around, so let's go ahead and make a use out of this. And then, of course, it's never a bad idea to grab a whole bunch of spruce. I usually bring like 5 stacks of spruce with me, like every single where I go whenever I'm building. And I'll also grab a bunch of these random extra blocks as well, like trapdoors, fences. I'm not seeing any fence gates. I have 1. I'll grab it, I guess. Let's take these signs as well. These are good detailing blocks too. Let's grab up these slabs, some barrels, just pretty much like everything in this chest here. And let's put it into this shulker box over there. All right. So in terms of blocks that I need to gather, I should probably get a little bit more granite and a little bit more mangrove. And I'm just going to throw those mangrove propagules over here. And I know I did just say that I typically don't like lay out my block palettes first, before considering what I'm going to use. But I actually am going to do that here because I want to look at what the granite is going to look like on top of the foundation that we have everywhere else. So this is kind of what the build's going to look like if I use granite as the second floor block. Maybe I do like that. And I can just go grab some bricks to complement it. That could look pretty good rather than the mangrove. I'm going to do that just because I'm using mangrove for this roof and this roof. I'm wondering if I use it as a wall block, if it'll look a little bit weird. So I'm going to use this instead. I think the granite's gonna be a little bit better in the long run. I'm going to have to grab a little bit of granite. Going to have to grab some bricks. And then I still need a little bit of the pale moss. So we have 3 blocks to go gather right now, but it shouldn't take too long to really get any of them. Let's go ahead and grab my fortune shovel out of my ender chest, just so I can use this to fill up a shulker with some clay balls. That's the first thing I'm going to go ahead and get, because I think I can get 2 of these materials kind of at the same time, or at least in the same area. If I head down to the skeleton spawner, the lush cave that we found isn't too far away from this. I actually kind of did make a little tunnel to it. It is just through these 2 pieces of cobbled deep slate. Yeah, now we're into the lush cave again, and there's a whole bunch of clay up here. And then I can also put down some of this pale moss and bone meal it in the cave down here, and then it'll spread and I can gather up my moss that way. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and collect up a whole bunch of these clay balls. It can be really annoying using bricks in a build because getting an excess of clay is sometimes a pain, but a lush cave is a really good source of clay. As you can see, this whole pocket right here is just giving me a ton. So filling up a shulker box shouldn't actually take that long down here. Well, I'm definitely going to take all of this gravel as well. I've been using a lot of coarse dirt with the pathway and everything, and I keep running out. Wait, this is a really bad idea, though. I'm using fortune on this. Hold on. I have a Slug Touch shovel for this. Man, I wasted a lot of that gravel. Because if you didn't know, Fortune 3 on a shovel always gives you flint every time you mine gravel. And then conversely, if you have Silk Touch on a shovel, it always gives you the gravel rather than giving you flint. Both definitely have their uses, but I always prefer Silk Touch. I'm pretty much always going for the gravel whenever I'm trying to mine it. I don't really ever want flint. But this should be good for the clay. My inventory is completely filled. Let's go take a quick pit stop at this blue shulker over here. Fill up that with all of the clay. And then the second thing that I would like to grab down here is, let me just find like a flat area for this. Over here should be fine. Let's go ahead and bone meal some of this pale moss. This will spread to the deep slate down here. I prefer doing this underground as opposed to on the surface. Like, I could be doing this with a big patch of grass instead of the deep slate. But I don't like really destroying what the grass looks like around my base usually. So it's always easier for me just to kind of ruin a little cave underground. It's out of sight, you know? So I don't really think about it ever. Let's go ahead and smack all of this up. Oh, some diamonds back here. My fortune pick? It is. 1 diamond with fortune 3. Never mind. Got a lot more than that. That's why you always mine around your diamonds. I'm a pretty big advocate for that. It usually works out. There's 10. Sick. Oh, there's even more diamonds down here. I didn't even know this cave was here. And even more. I'm not looking for diamonds. That wasn't the point of this trip. Might as well grab these, though, of course. I'm never going to say no to some free diamonds. Oh, there's more in the ceiling there, too. And more down here. Man, there's a lot of diamonds in this cave. That's the last of my torches, though, so I don't really want to go any further, but I will grab these. All right, we're up to 29 now. 29 additional diamonds is very nice. But I think before I go, I'm going to grab just a couple stacks of tuff. And they actually do this in a safer location. I'm pretty sure I have like a really good portion of this cave completely lit up. And this is new. Yeah, there's a new section of the lush cave that I've never been in. So I'm going to yoink that for sure. And now that I'm in a safer location, let me just grab up a couple stacks of tuff. This is a block that looks really good in the foundation color palette that I have picked out. So I might as well grab it. I'm definitely going to use it at some point. All right, got about 2.5 stacks of tuff. That should be good for right now. So let me see if I can figure out my way out of here. Somewhere over here, I believe. Is it right here? It is. Okay, perfect. This leads me right back out to the water elevator. So let's take this all the way back up. And now the last thing that I need is just some granite. And I do know just the place to look for this granite. Over here behind the farming area, there's a pretty sizable cave. Should be some granite that I can just hop in and grab real quick. There's a little bit of granite right here. Beautiful. Oh, you can also see that I've definitely been here to collect granite before. I ended up with 5 stacks of granite
Also a lot of gravel. There was a huge gravel patch down there, so I definitely took advantage of that. But this should be everything that I need to build this house. So now let's start with the new building. The first thing I'm going to build is just the outline of the house, and I'm going to do this out of cobblestone. Let's have a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the bottom floor of the house. I like working with odd numbers for the most part. Doing that makes the roof come together in like one block, as you can see up here. If this was an even number, it would have 2 blocks wide at the top, and that doesn't look as good, I think, in this game. There's definitely a use for that. Like, if your scale is massive, it could certainly work out, but I feel like with the scale of builds we have down here, probably not a good idea. Let's go ahead and just kind of bring this out a handful of blocks. Let's connect it up as well, making ourselves a nice little rectangle. Let me bump this out, I think, 2 more blocks. And let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that's a better size for this type of house. And I also want this to kind of go out in another direction just to increase the uniqueness of the shape, rather than it just being a flat rectangle. Let's have that over there, and then maybe actually even another one. But let's have this one be longer, and then not as far over. So maybe like this whole strip right here would kind of work if that is in the middle. There's 3 blocks there, and there are 3 blocks there. Okay, that should be good. And then I can kind of eventually come back through and put a layer of dirt right there so it looks a little bit more supported on the ground. All right, I think that's a pretty cool shape for this house. Next up, I'm going to build all of these up by 3. Also, do not forget to light up on the inside so nothing spawns. Wait, hang on. I definitely went too big. This house is going to be like as big as these 2 houses up here if I keep going this way, which wouldn't be a bad thing. You know what? I'm going to commit to it. I think we have enough materials for it. So that should be okay. Though this one's going to be different than the library in my house, and there's phantoms after me, because I'm not going to have a tower associated with this one, I don't think. I might change my mind on that, but I'm going to start without a tower in mind. And then if I feel like it needs one, I'll throw one on. All right, just had to pop into my house quickly to get some scaffolding. I also grabbed a bunch of dirt. So let's make this platform look a little bit nicer. Okay, that should be good. Maybe fill in that little back section there too. Okay, this should look pretty solid now. I think that's better than it was. All right, so now at this point, I want to bring the entire second floor out a whole block. I might push some of these walls back and actually make them in line with the cobblestone. I've done that a couple times so far, but even in those cases, I started with the whole second floor out a block, and then I decided later to move them in. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Yeah, now as you can see, this build is actually a lot bigger than I originally planned. This is going to be so much bigger than these houses down there, but it's definitely okay. I think this is going to be good. So I'm going to do the same thing, bring all of these blocks up by 3 blocks. And I think actually for this section over here, I'm going to bring it down 1 more block. Because what I'm thinking is the middle, like central rectangle that we first built, that's going to be a big peaked roof like that. This one over here is also going to be a peaked roof, but just a block lower. I think that's going to make the roof look a little bit more interesting. And then this section over here is going to be more similar to this section on my house, where it doesn't actually peak up again. It just kind of falls down with the roof. So I think we can actually get rid of this final block over here as well. Okay, so I think that is where the walls are going to be. Obviously, I will texture these a whole bunch more. The next thing I like doing is starting to work on the roof. So the way that I have accomplished this roof so far, pretty much everything has been the same roof. And I'll kind of show how to accomplish that here. So the way you do that is just putting a row of the wall block, just 1 block in from the sides. So something like this. And then these blocks are all going to come out 2. And then we're going to continue that all the way up to the middle. So 2, 2, and 2. And as a result, it looks like that. Let's do the same thing over here. So this block is going to be up by 1. These ones are all going to be up by 2. That one by 1. 2 again, 2 again, and then this is actually an even number. Let me just switch this really quick. I want to actually make this odd. Okay, now this is odd, so the roof peak looks a little bit better there. And then as for this side over here, we're actually not going to add any more additional pieces of granite, so that's going to remain just like that. Okay, so at this point, I like to throw on the roof, so I'm going to grab all of this birch, and I want to mainly use these birch planks. But I'd like to keep some of this around to use some stripped birch just to texture with. So I'm just going to convert another full stack into planks. I think that should be
plenty. Some of these definitely need to be slabs. So let's go ahead and take half a stack, make them into slabs. Actually, let's do the whole thing. That's fine. And these remaining 3. And I'm also going to need 2 stairs. So let's grab up a couple of those. All right. So now at this point, we're just going to put birch planks on top of every single piece of granite. I hope this looks good. These colors might not actually look good at all. And if they don't, I can switch out the roof. Problem is, I'm not going to know if this looks good until I've put on a lot of the roof. But it is all right. The stairs that I was talking about, I'm going to go ahead and put an upside down stair all the way at the end, just like that. These are also all going to overhang the side of the roof. Actually, 2 blocks. So hold on. I need to move this stair 1 block out. Normally, I would overhang everything by just a single block, but with pretty much everything here, I've been going 2 blocks as an overhang. And I will show you why later in the process. And then this section of the roof is going to look a little bit awkward at this point, where like the roof block comes in contact with the wall block. And to kind of bridge that gap and also provide an overhang for the sides of the buildings, this is where I'm going to be using all of these slabs that I just crafted. And then for this section over here, I definitely want the roof to overhang on this side. And then we're just going to kind of slab up until we meet up with the rest of the roof. But I am going to need to use a different block for right there. And I'll show you in a second here. So like if I just slab up to the rest of the roof, it'll, you know, come to that level. But then there are these 2 pieces of granite that you will be able to see like from like a bird's eye view. You'll be able to tell that this isn't birch. But if I just put a slab there instead, there's going to be a gap underneath, as you can see right there. So to accommodate that, this block right here, I'm just going to go ahead and make it into a stair. An upside down stair like that. So it's going to be the block that's like overhanging from the side. Make that an upside down stair. And then now, if you kind of peek over here, that blends in really nicely with the wall. You don't have that gap anymore. But then it's just rinse and repeat on the other side of the building over here. So just make sure I'm bringing out all of these roof overhangs by 2 blocks. All right, so now going all the way around, we've made it to this other section over here, which also has a peaked roof, but it's a block lower. So I'm going to do the same thing, bring this overhang out by 2 blocks on either side. Okay, so now at this point, all of the roof overhangs should be in. And I think this thing's actually going to look pretty good. I think this color palette's going to work out. But you can really start seeing this thing come into shape now. I think that's going to be a pretty good size building for that area. At this point then, I want to fill in the entire roof. So we're pretty much just going to connect everything all the way up. All right, so now the entire roof is completely in. It's all 1 block and everything, but it is looking pretty good. I think that's a cool shape, and I think that definitely adds to the area pretty nicely. Now that I have the entire roof in, the next thing I usually do is go through like the supporting details for the entire building. I'll do that, and then I think I'm going to texture these walls and the roof. So for these supporting details, I want to use a whole bunch of spruce. And that's why I grabbed all these spruce bits. Though I do need a bunch of stairs. I could have some at home, but I'm just going to convert an entire stack into stairs. I'm sure I will use them. So I'm going to start with some upside down stairs. Let's get a full block going and then do a slab, and a trapdoor. I think that looks pretty good. That's what I used down... Where was that? Was that on this build over here, maybe? Or was it on the library? It might have been the library. Okay, yeah, it was the library that I decided to do that. I think this looks really solid right there. As opposed to my house, which looks slightly different. I still have the upside down stairs, but it's just a regular slab and then 3 trapdoors. Rather than being like a full block slab trapdoor. I think this looks a little bit better, so I'm gonna pivot to this. And then for this little corner section, I'm just gonna put an upside down stair just like that. And then we can finish off this side by just having a slab on either side there. All right, and then this flat wall, I'm gonna do the same thing. Upside down stair, upside down stair. Then we can have a full block, slab, trapdoor. Then we're gonna have that slab here on the corner. Then I just need a way to bridge this gap. I could just slab it. I might end up doing that. Could work a trapdoor in here, I guess. Probably have to be on that one. That doesn't look so bad. That actually looks pretty decent because then I can put a window here and have it lined up with the trapdoor. Yeah, that's good. I like that. We can do that on the other side too. All right, so now the entire thing is more supported and looking a whole lot better. And now to continue working with these spruce accents, let me just pop up towards the roof. And this is why I wanted the overhang to come out 2 blocks. Because 1 block out, I want to go ahead and kind of line this with spruce. Let's go ahead and throw some upside down stairs on all of those blocks right there. Need a pillar up slightly higher. And I actually want some regular spruce for this. Actually, you know what? Let's use some barrels instead. That could look really cool. Normally I make this stripped spruce, but I think barrels at the top like that could actually be a cool addition. Let's go ahead and do that, and then let's throw some trapdoors on every block connecting up these stairs. And then we also already put them at the bottom. Now I can take this a step further and just add a little bit more spruce to this by having some open fence gates all the way around, next to all the stairs. Actually, hold on. I almost forgot. There's one more thing that I want to do. I want to have a little spruce, like, connecting beam going all the way across the middle. So to do that, I'm just going to put 2 trapdoors like that. Slab, slab, and then one more slab above. Okay, so now that is going to be the final little spruce section. And that looks really cool to me. Now, something that I have done down here with these roofs is that I incorporated a couple stairs all the way on the end, just to add an interesting little effect throughout the entire roof. So now it goes from a stair to those full blocks going all the way across. And I think that looks cool, so I'm going to do that here as well. Okay, so now I'm going to peel back again. It's a lot of peeling back whenever I build anything. So I'm going to peel back again, see if I like that. And I definitely think I do. It just makes the roof look a little bit more unique. I think that looks pretty cool. The next thing I want to work on is just a couple windows. So for these windows, I'm going to do a nice 2x3 section. We're going to carve out just like that. This is always the point where it kind of looks like a face. But it's all right. I'm going to push through that. It looks a little weird, but we'll get there. And then, that's not what I wanted to do. I always accidentally hit Q. There's going to be an instance where it definitely hurts me and I like throw my pickaxe into lava or something. But with these 2x3 little holes that we made, I'm going to go through with some upside down spruce stairs and some trapdoors that close like that. All right, and then I'm going to put something underneath this as well. But I do have to craft up a couple of them. And for the block that I'm thinking of, I just need a little bit of strip spruce. With the strip spruce, I can make these shelves, and I'm going to put that underneath the windows just like that. And also, let's grab a little bit of these signs, and let's connect this going all the way over. I really like using signs. Signs are an incredible block to wrap a building with. Now I need the actual window block. And what do I want to use for that? Maybe some bookshelves? Some bookshelves could look nice. And by bookshelves, I mean these chiseled bookshelves. But for some reason with these chiseled bookshelves, you do need Silk Touch to actually pick them up. I don't really know why. But I have Silk Touch on my shovel, so I should be able to grab this one back. Perfect, okay. So now, once again, we're gonna take a step back. And yeah, I think that looks really cool. I like the chiseled bookshelves as a window block. You obviously can't actually see through it, but it looks pretty nice with like the line in the middle and the line separating. It kind of looks like some window shades or shutters or whatever. And I think it's a cool effect from back here. And then for over here, I'm also going to put a couple windows, but I actually want to be able to look out of these. And let me prop myself up with some scaffolding. I'll get a better visual of what I want to go for. Okay. So let's pop one out there and there. I think for these, I'm just going to use a couple pieces of white stained glass. I have a couple left over from the library. Oh, actually, you know what? Instead of the spruce trapdoor, let me make a birch trapdoor, which is something I never make because I kind of hate these. But I think in this instance, it's going to look pretty good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put in the white stained glass. And then the reason I want the birch trapdoor is because I'm going to use this and some signs to make it look like the window shutter thing on the side of it is, like, opened, if that makes sense. Rather than it just being, like, flat against the wall like that, what I'm going to do is just place a temporary block right there, put the trapdoor against it like so, and then we can put a sign on this trapdoor. And I'm going to do this on the other side as well. Let's use a couple of those shelves underneath and connect this up with some more signs. And I think I'm going to make this roof on the side pop a little bit more. Just change it up by adding just a slight bit of elevation in the middle. I think that looks kind of cool, especially with the 2 windows beneath. I think I might actually make the windows a little bit asymmetrical as well. So now we have this 2x1 window and this 1x1 window. I feel like that looks a little bit better, so I'm going to leave that. Now for this tiny window over here, I'm going to do something slightly different than, you know, the other window designs that I've come up with. For this one, I need a little bit of azalea leaves. Let's go ahead and grow a quick azalea tree. And this is the point of the build where my shulker boxes get incredibly disorganized. That's definitely a future Shram problem. Let me craft up some shears and actually grab these azalea leaves. Very easily my favorite leaf block in the game. There's a couple other really good ones, but azalea leaves are just, they're always like the perfect color of green for what I want to go for. Sometimes spruce is good, but that can just be too dark a lot of the time.
Oak is good too in like the right biome. But then in this biome, it looks good actually in this biome. Like every leaf color looks like that shade. You know, that isn't spruce, that is. But I don't know, I just like this really, really lush looking green. But over here, I'm gonna go ahead and just use 2 pieces of azalea leaves. I think 2 is better than 3. Because if I put a third one, then it's in the same line as the wall, and that looks a little bit strange from this side. So I think 2 is gonna be the way to go. And now normally I would put some signs in front of this. But since I have signs on this level already, I think that looks a little weird how it connects up like that. I think I might use some of these copper trapdoors. Just adds a new color to this build, and I think it looks kind of cool. So I'm gonna let that cook there. But the main reason why I wanted to put leaves here, specifically, is actually I need to destroy this whole thing first to kind of show this off. So originally, it looked like this, right? And I have these signs going all across the bottom, and I kind of wanted to continue that going around the entire building, but I can't put a sign there and then also one there. It doesn't let you. So instead, I wanted to just put a block right here, just so I don't have to run into that problem. And that's where these azalea leaves came in. And now I do still kind of have a problem, because I can't really put a sign there and there because I want the trapdoor on the side to cover up the rest of the leaves. So I think the solution to that might just be a spruce stair. Weirdly enough, I think that kind of works. The idea is just to continue the spruce like line going all the way across the bottom. And I feel like that doesn't look so bad. Because then I can continue the signs going around that way. No problem. You have the little bit of granite that you can still see there. But I don't really feel like that's a problem. I'm also going to do something very similar on this side. So it's the same issue with the signs. But if I take this one away, I can just hang some leaves down. And that could just be some overgrowth or something. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this. Same thing on this side. Gonna do a similar idea. Just get a little different pattern though, so it looks more unique. And then this section back here can be the same as the front. And you know what? This one's actually going to be a little bit different than the front issue. Because if I were to put this same leaf design over here, this would get closed by a trapdoor, and then I can no longer put a sign right there. So I think instead, I'm just gonna put a window on this wall. And for that window, I'm just gonna use the shelf design. So I'm just gonna put a spruce shelf at the bottom. And then I can do the leaf trick that I did on the far side of the building over there. Just for that corner, which will allow me to wrap the signs all the way around now and make it look all continuous. And I think just 2 spruce trapdoors for this window is good enough. And also just drizzle in a couple more leaves every so often as well. That's always a good practice, I think. Leaves make everything look better, pretty much. But at this point with the build, I've showed off the techniques that I'm going to use to detail pretty much this entire thing. So like this front part of the building here is going to be replicated a couple more times, like for the side and the back. And then just pretty much everywhere else, I'll be doing like a weird combination of like what I did here and also what I did over here. But one thing that I haven't showed yet is what the texturing is going to look like for this build. So let me pivot to that really quick. Also where all of these bricks are going to come into play. Let me actually grab another block really quickly. I think some packed mud could look really good in this build. And I also need a little bit of oak. So let me just fly quick because it's going to be a lot easier to do this. I'm just going to grab some oak from over here really fast. Now I feel like my building process can definitely be streamlined a lot better. Like I probably could have just grabbed these blocks while I was gathering up stuff before and saved a little bit of time. But I also kind of like taking a break while building to go gather some blocks because I feel like it just gives me time to think about what I'm making and just add some new stuff to it. And I feel like it just kind of results in an overall better product. So I don't mind it too much. So what I like to do is, since I already have a lot of leaves placed down, I kind of like to outline these with some moss. Just against the wall here. So let's go ahead and do that. And then the way that I texture everything, kind of like what you saw with the pathway over there, is then everything that's touching this moss, I'm going to go ahead and put some mossy cobblestone. And then everything that is touching this mossy cobblestone, let's go ahead and just sprinkle in a little bit of tuff. I think this looks really good next to some mossy cobblestone. I'm going to sprinkle in just a little bit of this pale moss as well, just next to that tuff. I don't want to use too many blocks when it comes to this foundation. I think you can definitely get some like block vomit if you end up doing that. But I think just one more block there isn't really that bad. And it kind of flows with the color. Like the color of pale moss and tuff is almost like the same. The textures are just slightly different. So I think this is okay. And then that is pretty much my entire texturing process for a build like this. I brought some regular stone, but I don't actually think I'm going to use it. I think this is enough. So then eventually I'm just going to go ahead and do that exact same thing around all of these different leaf sections, and that should texture up the entire foundation really nicely. So with that described, let's go ahead and move on to the second floor. And for that, I'm going to need these bricks and also this packed mud. I think that should be it. I'm going to keep this second one pretty simple. I'm not going to use nearly as many blocks as I did for the first floor. So now all I'm going to do is just kind of pick apart a couple of these blocks just like this. And let's go ahead and replace them with bricks. And I think up here underneath these spruce sections, this is where I'm going to incorporate this mud. Mud looks really good next to granite. They also share very similar colors, but it's different from the bricks. I don't really want the mud touching the bricks. I feel like that'll be a little bit too jarring. But I think using the mud like that looks really good with this color palette. I think that is a huge upgrade over what this just looked like a second ago when it was only granite. The last of the texturing then is on the roof. And that is what I grabbed all of this oak for. So let's grab all of that and also my stripped birch. So then the roof, gonna do a very similar thing to what we've done everywhere else. I'm just gonna kind of delete some of the birch wood that was already here. And now everything that we have that is touching this birch wood, let's go ahead and use one of these stripped birch logs. And then everything that is touching the stripped birch logs, I'm gonna go ahead and put some stripped oak. Actually, that one needs to be a stair. And so does that one. Let's go ahead and just use some oak stairs for that. But now, stripping that away and peeling back, it looks like that. So it's just a little bit darker than the rest of the roof. And I think that looks pretty good. And that's all the texturing I'm going to do for the roof. Now, normally on a roof like this big, I would try to figure out some lighter blocks as well. But I still have a lot of work that I want to get done in this video, and I only have 28 days left. So I think keeping the texturing simple for the rest of these houses is probably the way to go. But then the last thing that I actually have to kind of show off for this building is just the entrance. And I think I'm just going to put that right here. For this entrance then, I'm just going to need a door, of course. So we're going to use a birch door. We need some spruce stairs, some spruce trap doors, and some spruce shelves. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and put the shelves down on the inside. Just like that. So we get this nice back texture for them. And then I just need to put the door down just like that. And then just to round this off really nicely, let's go with a couple stairs just like that. Some trap doors like so, and then one in the middle. So there we go. Got a little entrance. Might even go ahead and put a couple upside down stairs like that so we can put some lanterns on there later. And that's the final thing that I really have to show off for this build. Now, of course, I need to actually replicate everything that I've done so far, going all the way around. So now let me go ahead and just finish off this entire build, and then I'll be back to kind of show it off in its entirety. Wait, what's this? The well that cuts the video seamlessly and finishes the build. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Should I hit F1? I think I should hit F1. Wow. Look at that, man. The whole thing's done. This well really works. That's crazy. But yeah, anyway. This whole thing is now detailed. So kind of going around the whole building here. Just kind of used a whole bunch of the techniques that I did showcase already. And I think this build looks very solid. I think flying around in free cam is the best way to see it. Definitely happy with this addition. I have zero idea what this build is going to be for. It probably won't be for anything. One good thing about not using too much glass is that I don't really feel too inclined to do the inside. I think I'm just going to leave it exactly like this. At least until near the end of the video. I think at the end, I'll probably go through and put some beds and job blocks and stuff in all these buildings. But until I get them all built up, I'm just going to leave them empty. It's going to make my life a lot easier, I think. But now that I went through an entire build of mine, hopefully that, actually helped you guys out a little bit if you're trying to get any building tips from me, or if you're just trying to see how I come up with my designs and stuff like that. But now that this is done, I want to go through and build probably the remainder of the buildings that are going to be in this village. Unfortunately, that does mean I'm going to have to destroy this monstrosity of a tree, but we'll get there. But I definitely want to leave myself time after I construct all these buildings to add in the finishing details. I want to connect up the pathway everywhere.
Probably bone meal a lot of the grass, transform this well that we, you know, definitely can't forget about. And then also just like some other details, like some lampposts. I can probably come up with a pretty good design for that because a lot of these places are pretty dark and they're just filled with torches for right now. So I definitely want to replace those with lanterns. And then probably just some like other random details surrounding the path, like maybe a couple carts, maybe like a pile of chests, like a little workshop area, stuff like that. So I want to leave myself like 5 or so days to get all of that done. Those finishing touches shouldn't take too long. So hopefully I can build up a bunch of houses in the next like 20 days. Maybe I'll work even faster than I'm thinking and then I'll have more time to detail everything else afterwards. But yeah, let me cut it to another time lapse. This one's gonna encompass a lot of days. It'll be a lot of work done in this time lapse. So yeah, let me just go ahead and get that time lapse started. All right, there are now a handful more houses in the area. I think there are 3 additional houses. I have a spot for a 4th one, but it was getting a little bit close to, you know, day 200. We're on day 188 now. So I'll build that one at the end if I think I have enough time. I want to try to prioritize the rest of like the little details connecting up everything that we've already built. But anyway, there's this weird funky house now with this like walkway going underneath it, which I think is actually really cool. This thing looks kind of strange. Like the front of it's sort of weird because there's 2 different window designs here. I don't know. I like it. I think it's cool. We also have another tower attached to it as well. And I kind of thought this could be like a bell tower. You know, I can actually put the village bell in here somewhere. I'm not sure, you know, if I put it up top there, if the villagers will actually react to it. So I might have to put it over here instead. But that's what this whole tower is supposed to be. And then we have this little like walkway going above as well. I think this is a really cool building. This is one of my favorite ones that I just built. There's this very small one over here as well. Not too much design going all the way around, but it's really just here to, you know, look good connected to the pathway. And then if we go actually underneath this one, you can see this other building in the back, which is very similar to this one, but still slightly different. We have different wall colors, different roof color. But now, let me go ahead and start working on some additional decorations around the area. I kind of already brought up a few of these that I want to add. And I think I'm going to start probably with the path. I think the only thing I need to gather right now is just some wheat. Then I can make all of this mud into some more packed mud. But honestly, like, I don't need to add too many more pathways. Like this, they're not going to be like long stretches of pathway, right? We're just going to have one connecting up to that doorway, one going underneath here, connecting up right there, and then probably just like looping around, kind of like around the well here, and connecting up over here somewhere. So there's not too much pathway that actually needs to be put in, which is really nice. This shouldn't take me too much longer. I'm hoping to come back on like day 190 or so, and then just have like 10 full days to really design the rest of this village. So hopefully that's how this works out. But yeah, let me go ahead and just cut it to another time lapse. This could be the final time lapse of the video. Who knows? Now that this pathway is all in, this area back here is really starting to feel like a little medieval village. Like, I think that looks so cool.
with the pathway in the middle, surrounding all these different houses, my house right in the middle. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so now that the pathway is in, I think the next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of like all of these torches. There's so much torch spam all over the place. And usually this is something that I fix near the end of the 100 days, which is right now. Normally I would just throw like lanterns on the ground or put them on like a wall of some sort, but I'm actually going to go ahead and make some more intricate lantern designs. They're not going to be anything crazy, but it's going to be better than what I normally make. And I think right here is probably a good spot for one. So my idea is let's throw some kind of leaf at the bottom. I think I'm going to rock with these azalea leaves. I'm going to surround these in signs. And then let's grab some of these mossy cobblestone walls that I have. Chuck one on top. At this point, let's go up maybe 3 blocks. 3 blocks is probably good. And maybe another one of those walls. I don't actually know if I want that top wall or not, or if I want it just to be a fence. I will see what this looks like in a second. I'm gonna throw a slab above that. And then from here, I am going to go ahead and grab these trapdoors, and let's kind of toss them there and there. Does that look good? Is that a good size? I actually do think I want to bring it down. And then from there, we can hang some lanterns from the trapdoors. And that's pretty much the entire design that I had in mind. I think this looks pretty good. This is pretty simple, but I think it's a lot better than just having the torches on the ground or whatever. Oh, you know what? I actually do like that wall at the top, for sure. I think that's nicer than the spruce fence. Okay, so this is going to be the final design. So now I kind of just have to run around this path for a while and throw down a whole bunch of these. I'm pretty sure all of the torches on the ground are gone at least. We still have some on the roofs and like on this well here. I really don't know what to do with the tops of the roofs. Like, I know I can put like buttons and stuff where I could like slab it so nothing can spawn. Or like glow lichen maybe. I don't know. Honestly, I might just leave the torches. Kind of like the roofs being lit up, and I feel like from far away, can't tell as well that there's just torches up there. Maybe I'll come up with a solution later. Who knows? But anyway, yeah, a lot of these light posts are in as well. And then for pretty much everywhere else, I just hit a torch under some moss carpet. This is my like preferred way of spamming torches around without having the torch texture everywhere. But I'm pretty sure the whole like enclosed area is all lit up now. I mean, it was before, but now it's all lit up without torch spam everywhere. So that's nice. And you're gonna die. Now, next up for the additional decorations in the area, I think I want to add some more farmland. So I think right here, this like little hill connecting up this house and this house with the blue roof, I think that would be an ideal spot for another crop field. And then I'm also thinking over here. This one might be a little awkward because it's a little bit steep back there towards the building. And Enderman definitely placed that block, by the way. They also just keep stealing my stuff. Not to go on a tangent, but like, this is definitely not supposed to be empty. They just keep taking my things. I need to fix that. Hopefully I remember to. But yeah, anyway, I think a crop field over there will look nice. That one there that I mentioned. And then maybe in another spot if I find somewhere else that, you know, kind of fits. But those are the 2 spots at least that I would love to have a crop field. And then as for the crops that are actually going to populate these fields, I think we're going to have wheat over here. Someone in my last video commented that it sounded like I said weed and not wheat. So I'm kind of self-conscious with how I say that word now. But whatever, a wheat or a weed field, whatever you want to do. That's going to be over here. Just because it's my favorite crop in the game. Like aesthetically, I think it looks the best. So I think having more than one wheat field makes a lot of sense. Not weed field, wheat. Enunciate the T. You could do it, man. Wheat field. No, that's way too much. And then over here, we're going to have potatoes. Just to have another useful crop. And, you know, I don't really want beetroot or anything. I think potatoes make a lot of sense. Wait, what's this? What's this again? The well that cuts the video and builds a wheat and potato field. Dude, that sounds perfect as well. Should I hit F1 again? I think I should. Wow, look how perfect that cut was. Again, this well is fantastic. I'm so glad that it's here. I do have both of the crop fields now planted in. Not completely fully, the wheat one is, but in terms of the potato field over here, I just don't have enough potatoes. But hopefully by the end of the video, this patch will grow in, and then I can replenish the whole field. But I have 6 days here until day 200, And I have 3 more things I would like to add to this village, and I think I'm gonna have time to do all 3. One of those things is just a couple carts. I want to come up with a little cart design, and just have like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them just around the area, with some stuff loaded into the carts as well, just some materials that maybe this village is making and like shipping off to the rest of the world. I don't know. I think I should have enough materials to go ahead and build a few of these carts. I'm gonna put one down by the farming area down here. I'm kind of thinking like in this huge patch of the pathway, we could definitely just have a little cart design. And let's make this one out of spruce. Got to figure out where I want to put this, like how I want to orient this. Maybe right there. I think that's a good spot. This gives me enough room to walk around really comfortably on every side, so it's not really in the way too much. I think I'm going to use these mangrove trapdoors as the wheels. Then I would like to use some of these slabs and also some spruce trapdoors as like the area of the cart that we're actually going to be putting some stuff on. This honestly might be like the whole thing. Like, I'm gonna have a really simple cart design. I'm not really great at making these, but let's see what I can do, I suppose. Maybe some signs down here. That always looks pretty cool, I think. Kind of makes the wheels look like they're connected to one another. Let's definitely go ahead and have some open fence gates at the front, so it looks like you can kind of pull this thing wherever you need it to go. And then now I just kind of want to load it up with some stuff. And I think this one down here, since it's like the farming area, is just going to be some hay bales. I should have some more wheat in here that I can craft into some more of those. And then just a couple more signs to kind of hold in the product. Maybe 2 more in the back as well. I think that looks pretty good. I like that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and make another one of these. Maybe somewhere down here next to these 3 stone houses. This one I'll make slightly different. I'm gonna stick with the mangrove wheels, but I think for the wood type, we're gonna go with oak instead. Though I don't have any oak trapdoors, so I'm gonna have to use some spruce, but that's never a problem. Same thing with the signs, so it's gonna have to be some spruce signs. And for this one, let's do pumpkins. I don't have a pumpkin field here, but I do have a bunch of extra pumpkins, so I feel like this works. I can also throw a couple jack-o'-lanterns on there for some additional light. Yeah, that looks cool. Once again, let's wrap this whole thing in signs. And there is cart number 2. I think that's in a good spot as well. Big fan of that. And now we just need one more. I was thinking kind of up towards my house in the library. Probably be a pretty good spot. But where exactly would I like to put this? I also need to connect the pathway over here. I keep forgetting to do this, but this house, the entrance is actually right here. And as it stands right now, there's no way to like access it through the pathway. So I'll try to remember to do that before the video ends. But for the last card, I think just up here will be perfect. And this one is going to be moss. And all right, there we go. There is the final cart design. And once again, I don't really think this impedes the pathway too much. So I feel like this is actually a pretty solid addition. Cool, that didn't even take a whole day. Love to see that. One of the other things I would like to do is I finally want to transform this well. And I think I'm going to get that done in the actual final time lapse of the video. Now that the well has been transformed and also moved over to there, I can take down the old one, finally. And with this, the village is now completely destroyed. Only took me 195 days to clear it all out. And with the remaining 5 days, the last thing I want to do is what I'm going to call just the finishing touches to the village. So what that means is I'm going to connect up this pathway completely because this house is still not connected to the main pathway. I do want to sprinkle around some more bone meal. Did that a little bit throughout the video, but there's a bunch of like bare patches like this. And then I also would like to take down the temporary fence that is kind of the boundary of everything. I was going to make like an entire wall around here, but I just don't think I have the time for it now. I kind of spent too much time building houses, and I think that's all right. Oh, and also I would like to texture some of these roofs a little bit more too. A bunch of these are still kind of plain, so I definitely want to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and get all of those finishing touches done. And then I'll be back with shaders on to show off the entire village. Wait, didn't I destroy this? I could have sworn I destroyed this well. Huh. That was strange. But yeah, anyway, let me just cut away and I'll be back with some shaders on. All right, the sun is now rising on day 200. As you can see, the zombie just started to burn, so it's just now morning. My day counter didn't switch over yet, but it's fine. The last thing I have to do is free these villagers. I put a whole bunch of beds all over the place in all the buildings that we made. So hopefully they all just kind of link up to one. But the village is now entirely done. I did forget to turn on the shaders, so hold on a second. All right, here we go. The shaders are now on. The village is looking beautiful. And that tree just grew as well. Perfect. In terms of all of the finishing touches that I added, I just textured up a whole bunch of these roofs. This one you can barely even tell. There's just a little bit of stripped mangrove in there. I did way more on my house. I put in some like netherrack. I put in a little bit of unstripped mangrove as well. I feel like from far away that just has a nice shadow on that little corner right there. But yeah, for the other red building, I kind of ran out of netherrack, so I just used stripped mangrove. I think it looks fine. For this jungle one, we incorporated a little bit of mud, a little bit of oak wood. Also now this pathway connects over here, connecting up to this house and also to the well. And then these two buildings down here, this spruce roof is a little bit more textured, and so is the acacia one. And then other than that, I kind of just bone mealed the entire area, planted a whole bunch of trees. I'm just kind of waiting on a lot of those to grow in. I still do need to like finish off the crop fields. There's a couple additions I made that I never actually planted back in, but I'll get that all situated for the thumbnail for sure. This bell tower building now has a very, very tiny interior with the bell. That's kind of cool. And I think those are all of the changes that I did. Oh, also, wait, that's not all of them. Off over this way towards where I wanted to put a dock in this village and just never really had the time for it. Of course, we had that zombified villager occupying that house, and I did just recently cure them. So they're going through the process. I don't want to actually go all the way down there, so I'll just use free cam. They're going through the process of... Oh, they actually fully cured. They're not going through the process anymore. This is also my skin now. What's up? I'm just having internet problems, so my original skin isn't working. But let's get this villager back into the village. I don't know if they have a path all the way up or not. I might need to kind of build them one. I built this villager an entire pathway to go up right there, but they're not using it. Can you make it up that way? I can try to help you. And there you go. You should be in the village now. Cool. All right. So that villager is back into the village, no longer ostracized down here. That is the official last thing I gotta do. I guess this village also has a interesting resident. What's up, man? You definitely heard me. That was weird. Just slowly back away from that guy. But yeah, anyway, that's gonna do it for this video, this village transformation. I think it was definitely a success. This place looks a lot better, in my opinion at least, compared to where it started. Thank you all so much for watching this video, and I will talk to you guys soon. It feels so weird without my skin. Bye. I recently started this new Minecraft world with the eventual goal of transforming every single type of Minecraft village in the game. So far, I have fully transformed a Plains village and a Taiga village, and in the third episode here, I'm moving to a Savanna biome to fully transform an Acacia village. This might be my favorite transformation so far in this series, so I hope you guys enjoyed this one as well. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. I'm gonna miss this village. This was a fun transformation. I think this is going to go down as one of my favorites in this series. Before I actually leave, though, I am going to go ahead and grab up some of this sugarcane. Because once again, I don't have any rockets. I think I have one. But I want to grab all of the paper that I can. Just so I can kill some creepers on the way to finding this Acacia village and hopefully craft up some more rockets that way. Just like the last video, I'm not going to be bringing any materials with me. I absolutely forgot to plant this field. Here, I'll do this before I leave too. But I'm not going to bring any materials with me. I will be bringing my tools though, and like my shulker boxes, my ender chest, all that kind of fun stuff. But then all the materials for the next village will have to be gathered in the video itself. I like doing it that way. I just feel like it is a little bit more rewarding if I actually just go ahead and gather the materials myself for every build rather than just relying on what I already have. Also, let me thank everyone because the support on this series has been ridiculous, just kind of simply put. This is like the most my channel has ever grown. So thank you all so much. I keep walking into these stupid berry bushes. But thank you all so much for the support
on the village transformation series. I really am happy that you guys are enjoying this, and I can't wait to produce more of these. You know, I'm going to be doing every single village type in the game. I think there's 5. I'm pretty sure what I said in the first episode of this. But then I'm also going to be doing villages for biomes that don't already have villages, like jungles and like a Badlands biome probably, and just a whole bunch of others. So I think it's going to be a really fun series that I can kind of make videos on for a really, really long time. But I think I am ready to set off. I got some sugarcane. I'll craft that all down into paper, I guess. Got 42 pieces of paper, 2 more pieces of sugarcane. I'll just throw that in here. That's fine, whatever. And I will be taking a crafting table, I guess, because I don't have one in my ender chest. And I don't think I need anything else. I'm gonna leave all of these behind, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, I'll take this sword. Looting 2 is actually really nice to have early on because I don't have any food. Do I want to combine these? I might want to combine these. It's 21 levels. I'll combine them later. That's what that's sounding like to me. But let me finally say goodbye to the Spruce Village. And let's head off in search of an Acacia one. Now, I'm pretty sure there's an Acacia biome back this way. This one rocket's definitely not going to get me there. But I'm pretty sure there's one over in this direction. So we'll have to take a quick pit stop over here and destroy a tree quick so I can make myself a boat. And you know what? This tree all the way at the top here looks appetizing. I am going to wait for a spruce sapling to drop from this tree. Hopefully it actually does. But I also think I'm going to try to make like a concerted effort in this video to not use as much spruce as I typically do. I'll probably use it every so often, maybe for some interiors and maybe just like a handful of exterior decorations, but I kind of want to rely on a whole bunch of other blocks rather than spruce. Can this please just drop me a sapling? There we go. Perfect. All right, now let's hit the water. And I'm just going to head, I guess, back this way towards like spawn, sort of. This could also be a really good time to tame another horse. I'll check this village out in front of me. Maybe there's a saddle that I missed. But let's also check out this shipwreck real quick. A little bit of lapis and iron. That's never so bad. And I think there's another one in here. Yeah, there is. This one has a buried treasure map. Might as well go check that out as well. All right, let's go ahead and grab this treasure. It should be right down here. Hey, we got some diamonds. Always take 2 free diamonds. Also a little bit of food. That's nice to have as well. So let's definitely grab up all that stuff. Toss that treasure map away. I'm gonna go ahead and check out this village. There are a bunch of creepers here that I definitely would like to kill. Try to get all the gunpowder that I can so I can fly a lot easier. I should definitely be killing these guys with my sharpness looting sword. Not the smite fire aspect one. That won't really do me too much good. Got ourselves 7 more pieces of gunpowder. Okay, I can craft that down to some rockets here in a second. Let me just see if there is a possible saddle that I could just kind of steal. Though I don't really need it anymore, I guess, if I can just fly. So, never mind. I'm not going to take a saddle from this village. I will be killing these creepers over here, though, real quick. And then I'll craft up all the rockets that I can. I'll also be taking this blast furnace. Thank you very much. Okay, let's use this house just to take a little pit stop and craft rockets. I don't even need to do this in a crafting table, but who cares? I am going to. All right, now I'm going to continue setting off. If I just keep heading, like, in the direction of spawn, I should hit what I'm looking for. Also a really cool mountain range over here. And there is a snow village over there. I think that's going to be the snow village that I transform. I stumbled across that while I was traveling in the last episode to find the taiga village. So I do have the screenshots of those coordinates. Or actually, it might not be that village specifically, so I'm going to re-screenshot. Okay, we'll be back there in a future video. There is also a pale garden over here that I kind of want to take a pit stop at. I also found this in the last video, but I'll probably want to use some of this wood eventually in my village. So let me take a moment here to grab up one of these trees. Also, can't forget to grab a little bit of this pale moss. I just need 1 piece, though. All right. Got 4 saplings as well, so we can grow this tree now, wherever, you know, we decide to settle down. But while I was collecting up that tree, I was thinking more about this, and there definitely is an acacia biome kind of close to the Plains Village from the first episode in this series. So I think I'm going to head off completely over there, which should just be like across this body of water. Okay, so I'm arriving in the Plains Village now from the first episode. And of course, there is this acacia biome right here next to it. So I'm hoping if I kind of just keep sailing this way, or keep flying this way, I can find myself an acacia village. Yeah, there's one right over there. Okay, that could be perfect. Oh, there's also a potential desert past it. Okay, this is going to be a beautiful location. Because then if I could just segue this into the desert build, and we can connect up all of these in this same area, That would be kind of perfect. I do eventually want to like connect up like every village. It might be a massive project because the spruce village is really far that way. We might need some like nether travel to really connect up everything, but at least the villages that are close by, like this one, the plains village, and then I'm imagining I can probably find a desert village not too far away in that direction. And then also whenever I decide to make a jungle village, there's a jungle biome right by here as well. So that's 4 villages that we can very easily connect up to one another. And then like the spruce village and maybe like the snowy taiga village, they can be connected up together. And then, you know, some other in that direction, maybe like the dark oak or something as well. I don't know just yet, but I do eventually want to hook up these villages in some capacity. So I think settling down here close by the plains village is going to be perfect. And there's a lava pool here too. Can make myself a lava farm pretty early on. I think this is a good location. I'm going to take a quick peek with free cam though. The village terrain is a little bit boring, but I don't think I care that much. This definitely looks like it does connect to the ocean all the way over there. So I could probably make a pretty cool like a dock over here as well, since I didn't get a chance to make one last time and I wanted to. So I can probably do something like that for this village. Maybe this can be like a fishing village of some sort. Okay, this is gonna be my home. Now, in terms of my actual, like, specific home, I think this house looks good. I'm going to claim it. I think the first thing I'm gonna do for this village is I'm gonna go ahead and destroy the house that's right here. And I think this one right there as well. Because the village terrain is a bit strange. Like, I don't really know what all this is. I think I eventually want to open this up completely and just connect up, like, this big body of water together. So I don't really want any of this land being here in the final product. So I'm gonna start cleaning up the village as my first task. And it is getting nighttime, which is actually really nice because the villagers should start going to bed soon. I might have even taken this dude's bed. Sorry about that. I'm also going to be taking your bed, but I will move both of these into a safer location. It's gonna be a little crammed in here, boys, but it's fine. I think you can make do. And I will definitely be locking all of these villagers just in their house. This is a weird building. I've never seen this one before with 3 doors. Interesting. But I'm definitely going to be locking all of these villagers inside. I'm going to try to work on that as early as I can. Yeah, dude, 1 stone brick and 1 stone block. That's a huge chest to find. This poor villager over here is also completely, like, exiled from the rest of the village. This is another house that I'm definitely going to get rid of pretty shortly. So let me actually just slightly prepare for that by moving that villager's bed somewhere else. You can live in... That's my house again. You can't live in there. Hold on. You can live in here. That works. I guess I should say this villager can live in there if they survive. Run for it. You're good. You should go that way for sure. You should definitely go that way. Is that gonna work? You can get out of this house, man. You probably should get out of this house. Dude, I put the bed over there, man. Where are you trying to go? Look, I'm helping you. It's literally in this house. It's not that far away. You can do this. There you go. Okay, that guy got linked to a bed. This villager still is not getting linked to a bed for some reason. I have no idea how you're doing that one, but you do you, my man. Okay, I think you're finally gonna go in the house. You got this. All right, that should be the last villager that I have to save. So let's lock this guy in his house as well. How did this villager get out? And that one. I missed a couple. Go back to your house. Okay, I think that's the final villager. I thought I had them all a second ago, but I guess I didn't. But yeah, all right. I'm just going to go through and clean out this village a whole bunch. Probably going to destroy all the houses as well that don't have villagers in them right now. And I also would like to start working on my food source as early as possible. I only have 25 pieces of steak on me, which is not that much. Luckily, though, this village does already have 2 cows in it, so I can definitely just use this pen right here. Though I do want to expand it just slightly. All right, we got this pen expanded back here. Also bred up the cows a little bit. So I'm going to try to keep working on these guys as I'm going through the area. I do want to just get rid of all of the villager houses now, though, that don't have any villagers in them. And once that's done, I think I'll probably work on fencing in the entire village.
just to make, like, you know, nighttime building a lot easier. But let me not get too ahead of myself. Let's get all these houses cleared out real quick. I got all the unnecessary villager houses cleared out, so it's looking a little bit more open now in the entire village. And now just popping back into free cam here once again to kind of get, like, you know, a better view of the area I'm working with. This terrain looks really, really weird. Like, this whole area over here, I feel like just looks too strange. I kind of want to have the coastline back here. So I might be looking to move the entire village, just like back a handful of blocks, just to like over there, which is going to be a little bit frustrating because now I have to move all of these houses, or not move the houses, but I have to take down these houses and move the villagers back there, which is going to be quite annoying to do, but I think it's going to be worth it just because the terrain here is just too awkward. I feel like even if I do build a whole bunch of stuff where this village is, it's going to look kind of strange still. I think the easiest way to accomplish what I want to do is, first off, I'm just gonna go ahead and build like a little underground area for the villagers to be hanging out. I do have the space cleared out over there for all the villagers. I do now just need to go ahead and grab up all of these beds, which shouldn't be too difficult to do. I just gotta be careful. I don't want to let any of these guys out. I got all the beds put under there, so hopefully now if I just kind of let all these villagers out, they'll roam to where their beds are. Okay, that one's definitely going. All right, all of these beds are at least filled up. I don't know if there's any other villagers kind of lying around back here, but there's like 7 villagers over there. That should be enough to repopulate the whole village. So even if there are a couple stragglers back here, I might just kind of let them go and not worry about them as much. But okay, now I'm going to get rid of all of these houses, clear out the entire village. Oh, there's still 2 guys in here. I don't have any more beds to actually, you know, lure you over there with. So I think you're just gonna kind of hang out with me. Let's see if these villagers make it to the end. But yeah, I'm gonna get rid of all of these houses. Probably even mine. And I'm going to eventually move the entire village over here. And I'm gonna smooth out this coastline throughout the next, you know, like 95 days or whatever. And we can have a nice, like, fishing village up against the land here. I think that's gonna be the best case scenario. I just wish this, like, original terrain was a bit better. Maybe I should have searched for a cleaner looking village, but it's fine. I don't mind doing the extra work. But okay, I think I have a good game plan for the next little while. So I'm gonna go ahead and destroy the rest of these houses, and then once that's done, I can finally go ahead and actually fence in the area. I just didn't want to fence in anything that I wasn't completely, like, happy with. Like, I didn't want to fence in this whole village and then have to move it all over here later. That would have been a bit of a pain, so I think it's better that I do it this way. So let me get all this cleaning up done in another time lapse real quick, and then I'll be back to work on the next stage of the village transformation. I honestly can't believe that Dumb and Dumber over here actually survived this entire time and made it into the fenced-in area. They should make it the rest of the video then, unless tragedy strikes, I guess. But let me kind of show you guys around the new area. I'm going to do this in free cam. It's a lot easier. This looks horrible right now. Don't worry about this. The only thing I was really trying to work on right now was just getting the shape of the coastline, and I think that looks pretty good. I think this is a better area to work with, you know, than what I had before. As for this piece of garbage out front, I'm gonna eventually carve this all away, probably to like a depth like this to make it look like an ocean floor, but my shovel is just kind of gone through the ringer a little bit. Only 433 durability left, and that was also after healing it up for a full night of like fighting mobs. So it was way worse than that when I was finished with this. But this is where the dock is going to go, up against the coastline over here. And I also prepared a little bit more for this video than normal. For the most part, I kind of just like start recording and just kind of wing everything. And I'm going to still wing all of the builds, you know, I didn't actually build anything first, but I did write some notes in my Pokemon notebook.
just for like a type of build style that I want to go for this area. And I think it's going to turn out pretty nicely. And what I'm thinking for this area is I kind of want to go for like a Spanish inspired kind of build theme. I think it's going to look really nice in this biome. And then more specifically, up against the dock, you know, on this coastline here, I want to have a bunch of like bright, vibrant buildings to kind of draw you in. And these are probably going to be like shop fronts for the most part. I doubt many of these interiors are going to be done, but maybe each of them can have like a little market stall attached to it, and we can actually have some villagers chilling. And my cat is playing with something. Playing with this like little fish toy that we just got her, so sorry if you hear that in the background. But that's what I want like the entrance of the village to be. I think from the ocean it's gonna look really nice, like on the coastline here, if we have a bunch of like kind of tall, like really bright buildings. I think it's gonna look really cool. And then as you get more onto land, I think over here is going to be more reserved for like farming. And these houses are going to be much more muted when it comes to the color palette. Now, when I was looking up like images to get inspiration for these builds, like I just looked up like Spanish style homes. A lot of them have like tan walls with like a red-ish roof. So I'm thinking that in this area back here, we can have like a bunch of sandstone in the walls, maybe some birch wood. I saw a couple like yellow walls as well, so we can probably work in some like yellow terracotta, maybe some bamboo wood, something along those lines. And then the roofs are going to be out of probably like brick, maybe a little bit of spruce sprinkled in, maybe even some acacia. I think those will all kind of fit the vibe that I'm going for back here. And then the ones up front, like I was saying, they're going to be like the pops of color. So it's going to be like blue, green, probably more yellow, maybe some red as well. I want to just like really draw your eye in with those. And then back here, we'll have more like chill colors, but I think it's going to work out pretty nicely. So that is the plan. That's going to be the blueprint for the next 91 days. And I think I can accomplish a lot of my vision here in that amount of time. I think the first thing I'm going to start with here is like the farming area in the back. Just because I want to get my crop fields planted down. That's like my favorite thing to build in Minecraft, if I'm being honest. And I want to spend the most time on these probably. So my house as well is probably going to be one of the ones in the back. I don't really want to have my house as like one of the first few buildings that you see. I want you to actually walk into the village a little bit and then see mine maybe up on the hillside over here or something. I don't know. And for this house, I'm obviously going to have to gather up a bunch of materials. I want to use a lot of smooth sandstone. I think that's my favorite sandstone block to use in the game. And to prepare to use a lot of smooth sandstone, I think what I'm going to do before I build any kind of structure is I want to make myself a lava farm. There's a lava pool right over here, so we can grab up a whole bunch of this stuff and use this as fuel going forward. I do need some dripstone though. And before I fly off to actually find some, let me go ahead and just clear out my inventory a little bit. These chests are terribly, terribly organized, but that is absolutely not a problem for me right now. Let me also get some sugarcane planted. I never plant this stuff, man. I'm so bad when it comes to this. Let me just get a little bit of this planted on the coastline over here. Okay, that'll make my life a lot easier later. I'm gonna craft up a bunch more rockets. And let's fly off over here. And I'm hoping to just spot a dripstone cave somewhere over here. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to find one. I do want to take a quick pit stop in the Plains Village, though. How's everyone doing? You guys loving life? Maybe? I don't know. But, oh man, my hand is slipping. I can't believe my hand slipped and it gave me one piece of moss that I can't get rid of. I guess I have to take that with me now. And it's happening again. Man, I can't believe that happened too. That was awful. It just sucks so bad that I was forced to take both of these blocks that I really need. Can't believe the game glitched like that. It's a pretty nice looking cave like underneath this village here too. I'm just trying to light it all up so nothing really spawns down here to kill any of my villagers. This cave is actually not so bad. Got some iron in it. I'm definitely going to take that. And while I'm down here, let me grab up some stone just to use for this little lava farm. Do have a little bit of iron that I found on my way over here. Just going to use it all to make buckets. 7 buckets. I'm sure I'll use them all. Now, I do have a couple cauldrons, I think. I only have 2. Man, I wish I had some more iron to make more. It actually might be a good idea for me to go mining. I'm trying to get that out of the way pretty early on as well, because I'm going to need iron in general for a lot of things probably. I doubt I'll really need diamonds anymore, though I don't have a chest piece. I did completely forget to bring my normal diamond chest piece. So maybe I'll just find enough for that. But I shouldn't really need diamonds for like any more tools or anything. I'm planning on getting mending on everything that matters probably in this village transformation here. And that only entails my sword and this silk touch pick. Everything else that I really care about already has mending on it. Oh, I do have a chest piece. Never mind. It's in my ender chest. Sick. So I need to put mending on that as well. But yeah, I have pretty much all the diamond stuff that I'm gonna need. I really just need iron. So let me set up this quick lava farm, and then I will do a mining trip. That sounds like a good plan. Okay, the lava farm is up and running. I just need to fill in the rest of these cauldrons, but at least these first two will get filled up. And now with the lava farm built up, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the caves for a little while. Might as well pop down into this one that is beneath the village itself. I can also try to light most of this up down here too, kind of as I'm going through. And hopefully that means that nothing will creep up on me later. I also think this cave might just end, because there's nothing down here. And it doesn't really look like there's much else attached to it. That's definitely unfortunate. I was really hoping that this would continue going down into like deep slate level. Wait, maybe over here? That's a little bit more promising. That looks like that keeps going. Okay. We might have found our way in. I can also see myself using some copper in this transformation, so let me spend the time now grabbing up some of this stuff. There's a pretty huge vein of it right here. It's one of the massive copper veins, so I might as well. This will also give me a ton of experience, so that'll heal up my shovel real quick. Oh, mining out all this copper actually led into a cave. Okay, we can definitely check this out. Let me just straighten out my inventory a little bit because it's filled with copper right now. We've got nearly a shulker box full of raw copper, and I'm just gonna fly down into this cave. Just start running around. We can light all this up. Okay, got a lot of the cave lit up. Also grabbed the iron as I was running through, but it does continue on this side as well. So we're gonna stay up over here. There's a good amount of iron in this cave, so this should supply us for a while. We're not quite down in deep slate yet, but I'm actually all right with that. I do kind of want to chill on these like stone layers a little while longer. There is just so much copper down here as well. There's like 4 of these massive copper veins that I keep running by. So if I end up needing more copper in the future, I know exactly where to go. What do we got here? Just about 2 stacks of iron so far. That is not too bad. I probably won't need like a ton, but I just want to be able to make an anvil or 2 and then just a couple more cauldrons. Shouldn't need too much more than that. I guess if I do later down the line, I can just go mining again. Oh, there's a mine shaft here as well. Not too interested in looting that, to be honest, but it's cool to know that it's here. I will take a slight peek down here in the deep slate level just to see if I can find some quick diamonds. Like I said earlier, I don't really need many, but if I do want to repair my tools without having to, you know, wait to heal them up with mending, just having a little bit of diamonds will help. I also don't really want to spend too long underground. I do kind of just want to get building. Oh, there's some diamonds right here. That was just 1. Damn. It did give me 3, which is nice. There's a little bit more down there as well. That's a creeper. And I'm dead. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. I knew that was going to happen. I did set my spawn right here, though. So it could be worse. But those are all of my shulker boxes. Okay, I need to get all of that stuff back. Leather tunic, dude. We're going crazy with the leather. I'll bring some food. Do I need anything else? Oh, I do have my chest piece. Let me actually grab that rather than the leather tunic. Also grab a shield. That'll probably be useful. Alright, I should be able to grab my stuff back. Man, I can't believe I died. At least this isn't hardcore. I was mining very, very carelessly, so it was bound to happen. I think it's just right down here. Okay, yeah, I found it. I have no idea where my torches went. I think they might be gone. But I got everything else that really matters. My tools are the most important thing. So I got my axe. I got my fortune pick. I got my sword. I got my shovel. Got the shulker box filled with copper. Got my few diamonds. Got some food. Okay, I think I have everything. And I also have my other shulker box over here. Ooh, I might have brought another shulker with me as well that could potentially be gone. Let me grab these diamonds here quickly, though, and then I'll kind of keep looking around just to see if I missed anything. Oh, there's my torches. Those don't matter nearly as much as my shulker boxes. My shulkers had to have burned. Well, there's my dripstone. That's still good. Yeah, those remaining few shulkers had to have just burned in lava. That sucks, but I don't think there was anything in them, so it could have definitely been worse. That's alright. If I end up needing more shulker boxes, I could take a trip to the end and just kill a couple shulkers. That shouldn't be a huge problem. I'm just glad I got all my tools back and my armor and stuff. That's the most important. All right, I don't want to spend too much longer in here, just because I did just die. I don't want to have that happen again. But I will grab this diamond. And let's see how many we get after this.
Up to 16 diamonds. That's honestly probably good for right now. I got 16 diamonds. I have 225 pieces of iron. I think that's good for a quick little mining trip. Let's see if I can fly my way out of here. Might be a little bit difficult. We're good. Just a slight concussion. We're still alive, though. And that was a much better flight. Okay, we're chilling. Pretty sure we're, like, kind of out of here. Yeah, this is where the rest of that copper was. I think I came down just right over there. All right, so slight hiccup here with the mining trip, but it's all right. At least I didn't lose anything too valuable. Yeah, I definitely had a blue shulker box as well. No, wait, actually. I can't remember the other color of the shulker box, but I did have a blue one, and I lost it in the last video. In, like, the dumbest way. I was just moving all my stuff somewhere else, and I just forgot to pick up my blue shulker box, and it despawned. It was super unfortunate. I don't remember which one I just lost now, but there was another shulker in here too. So we're down to 3. We're down to 3. I'm probably gonna have to get some more here at some point. But these 3 should be plenty for right now. That's perfect. The iron I gathered was divisible by 9. I made 9 furnaces. Man. Am I the best or what? Don't answer that. And while I'm waiting for all that to smelt, I'm just gonna pop over to the desert. Hopefully that stays rendered while I'm over here. But in the desert, I'm just gonna grab a whole bunch of like sand and sandstone and stuff, just so I can prepare to build my house. Hopefully there's just like, yeah, a little pocket like this. Perfect. Because this stuff is super easy to mine. It is insta-mine with a diamond pickaxe, as long as you have the good enough efficiency on it, which I certainly do. So honestly, I should be able to fill up my inventory in no time. All right, yeah, that did not take long at all. It's so nice when things are able to be insta-mined. And thankfully, all of the furnaces were still going. So let's grab up all the iron that we can, and I'm going to make... How many more of these do I need? I need 8 more cauldrons. So let me craft up all those. Doesn't matter how many times you try to walk into this, you're not going to make it through. God, I hate villagers. Why? Why? Man, why? Now, another block that I definitely want to use for my house is some bricks. So there's going to be yet another thing that we're going to have to smelt down. That's fine. It would probably be best for me to find a lush cave, because getting clay otherwise is super annoying. So let me grab up these 2 shulker boxes and grab a couple more torches. And let me also craft up a fresh hoe, just so I can grab a whole bunch of moss. I guess then it you know, didn't really matter that I stole, or not stole, sorry, the game glitched and accidentally gave me this moss block from my old civilization. I guess that's not going to really matter as much, because I'm just going to load up on a whole bunch of moss underground. Okay. I mean, I think they can spawn in the desert, right? Could be easy to spot, because it'll just be like a random tree. Maybe over here towards the Badlands biome. That's actually nice that this is so close, too. Because I'm going to definitely use some terracotta in this build. Hold on. Enchanted golden apple? Not at all. But some golden carrots? That's pretty cool. I'm out of here. Leave me alone. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, I did update to the newest version of the game. I'm not sure if there's anything around here that'll really show that off, but that one rabbit looked different. Yeah, look at them. They look a little different now. That's cool. There's a couple other things that this update changed. Honestly, I don't even know them all. I kind of lost track of some of the more recent updates, gotta be honest. But I know there's different, like, baby mobs now. That's pretty cool. You know what also is cool? This enchanted golden apple. Finding a whole bunch of stuff I don't care about. Found a pillager outpost. I don't want this. Really just want an azalea tree right now. My elytra is, like, over half durability. I need to get an Unbreaking 3 villager. That has to be definitely one of my goals for this 100 days. And is this the smallest cherry blossom biome possible? This must be. Man, that is tragic. You know what I might actually do, considering my elytra is about to blow up by the time I get home? I think I might just build the roof out of, like, granite instead of bricks for right now, and then I can kind of come back through and texture later, because I can get granite really easily by my house. This cave looks interesting. Is that a whole, like, mountain hollow? That looks crazy. But I think that's going to be the plan. That feels easier to me than trying to find a lush cave right now. Not again. I can't believe this weird glitch is happening again. It's almost like the game wanted to give me those lanterns the first time, but then just kind of forgot about it and was thinking this whole while that they should have just taken the lanterns too. I mean, given me the lanterns too, to save on some iron. What a convenient glitch to have happened twice. That's crazy. This storage system is pissing me off. And I know I only have myself to blame, but it's still pissing me off. I think I'm just gonna move forward then with, you know, the plan that I described using granite instead of, bricks right now, and then, you know, I can texture it up later. Because, you know, if I did use bricks, I was probably going to use granite regardless. Okay, so I'm just gonna go grab up a whole bunch of granite. I only have like a stack and a half. I definitely need more of that. I don't need any more sandstone, that's for sure. But I probably do need some birch wood. That's gonna look nice with the sandstone. That's one of my favorite blocks to texture sandstone with. So I'm gonna grab up a bunch of those materials, and then I should have everything that I'm gonna need to build my house. So I think for you guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and cut it to the first building time lapse of the video. Before I go ahead and show off my new starter house for the Acacia Village transformation, I wanted to kind of cut in here and say that this video is sponsored by me. By the YouTube members, I guess more specifically. So this is one of my other worlds. This is my forever world that I've been posting on for a very long time. I'm on day 1766 in this world, so we've been here for a while. And a few thousand blocks in this direction, I have a building called the YouTube Membership Hall. And within that hall are a bunch of item frames and blocks that are named after my YouTube members, and they're all hung up on the wall. And admittedly, I've been slacking on this for a little while, ever since I started season 2 of this world and moved over here, and no longer have like easy access to that building that I was talking about. Yeah, I've just been completely slacking. So I wanted to go ahead and cut a section here, just to introduce all of the new YouTube members onto this world. I didn't forget about you guys. I've just been lazy. It's completely on me. This is my bad. But I'm gonna throw all of these new YouTube members in this barrel. So we have Lizzie W 3352, Ciders AV, or Cider Sav, I still don't know how that's pronounced, Tempered Steel 902, Auburn, Ashton Phillips 5804, Raya, Ra 27KJ, Odds, and Sep Jammers 6802. So welcome to the Shramley. If any of you guys watching now would like to join them in that barrel and eventually in a full-scale build in this area, then you can go ahead and hit the link in the description and become a Shramalam. That grants you some badges next to your name whenever you comment, and also it gets you a named block in this world to kind of like immortalize forever. And also, if you would like to catch up on my forever world, I'll leave another link in the description for the playlist of this entire world so far. Built a lot of cool stuff over here, I think. But anyway, back to the Acacia Village transformation. The house is looking pretty nice. It's not completely done. As you can see, there's like no texturing at all to really anything here. The walls are just smooth sandstone and the roof is only granite. I do want to change that, and I actually decided to do this on camera rather than just doing it in the rest of the time lapse. Because a lot of you guys seem to like when I built on camera in the last video, so I figured I would do it again here, at least for this little section of the build. Oh, and I guess I should point this out. The interior is pretty much done. I don't really think any of this is going to change in this next stage of building. There is like a small room up here. You know, it's formed by the roof, but I don't think I'm going to make it accessible. There should be more than enough space for me for the rest of this video. Now, I do need to go craft some more rockets, as usual. A stack in 2. That's the most I've had in a while. And my skin is gone again. Dude, where does my skin keep going? I'm too lazy to close out of the game, so I'm rocking with this one. But I need these rockets because I would like to fly off to a jungle over here and grab up some jungle wood. I think that's gonna look really nice texturing on the roof there with the granite. And then alongside this jungle wood, I'm gonna see if I can just find a couple patches of clay. Hopefully I stumble across a lush cave at some point later. But at least for like my starter house here, if I can just find a couple pockets of clay, that'll probably be enough. And I think those 2 additional blocks are all that I need to go gather for the roof. And then as for the walls, I actually need a little bit of this birch wood. Again, I don't need too much. And also, if I just chop down a few of these trees, I can just grow some back at home, which will be a lot easier. Got a few birch saplings, and I did pick up 3 jungle saplings. I might as well wait for a 4th. It's actually right there. I don't have to wait at all. All right, now hopefully that's all I need to texture up this house. It is looking pretty good, though. I kind of like this build. I like the shape of it a lot. I like the color palette with the sandstone and the granite. I think it looks really nice. We also got a little balcony up there. I didn't even really show that off. You can't really access that then, because I don't have a way to get upstairs, because, you know, I just kind of talked about that, but who cares? It's there. Maybe I will just put a ladder in then. I don't like doing that. I normally like just, you know, using staircases, but I do actually want to access that balcony, so maybe I should just kind of squeeze a ladder in, or maybe I could do like a weird funky staircase right here. I'll figure something out. Maybe. Down the line. And you know what? This area right here looks like a perfect spot to plant some of these cocoa beans that I just grabbed. Why not have a weird cocoa bean farm in my house? Also, while I go around and texture this build, let me go ahead and get just a small, like, automatic smelter built up really quick, just so I can smelt all of this copper. And I'm gonna use this one blast furnace that I have to accomplish this. I'll also put it down here by the lava farm, just so I can easily refuel. And building one of these is actually really easy. All you gotta do is put a chest all the way up there. I don't know how many blocks up that is, like 4 or 5 or something. And then attached to that chest, you just put a hopper. You put whatever your smelting block is, put another hopper, and then put another chest. It's very simple. So now I can just load that top chest with everything that I want to smelt. You do have to manually put in the fuel, but that's not a huge deal. And I'm going to throw all of this in the top chest, and that will start loading up. I'm also going to put probably just another chest next to the lava farm with a whole bunch of buckets in it, just so I keep having those nearby. I promise we'll get to the texturing at some point. Now that the blast furnace is fueled, this will all just keep trickling in, and we'll deposit all the way down here in this chest at the bottom. And once this is completely done, I can go ahead and destroy this blast furnace, and I'll get all of the experience. So it's gonna give me a ton. That'll heal up my tools very nicely. There's a couple clay pockets over here near the house, so I'm just gonna grab these. This is probably enough, you know, for the roof of this house, but it's certainly not going to be enough for like any future builds, really. So I will need to figure out a solution to my clay problem, but that sounds like a quintessential future Shram issue, so that's not something I'm worrying about now for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and start texturing this build finally. I'm going to keep the texturing pretty simple. Once again, I don't want to go overboard with this. This is like usually the biggest time sink when it comes to making anything. At least for me, I don't texture very quickly at all. So keeping it simple will allow me to build just more things, which I think is gonna make for a better video. And that is actually all of the birch wood that I have. Oh, a couple of saplings grew in though, so I'm gonna go harvest these up. I just did not grab nearly enough. It's not like I thought that 11 was gonna be enough for the whole build. But I don't know, I always like underestimate how annoying it is waiting for your stuff to grow. Because now I have to wait here for the birch saplings to fall. I always forget and then they despawn and it's just the worst. It's just the worst. I don't know what else to say. And I'm impatient again. I don't think I'm gonna wait for all of this to decompose. Hopefully I remember to check and there's like 5 saplings there.
Hey Siri, set a timer for 4 minutes. Hello? Did you hear me? Why did it not? Hey Siri, set a timer for 4 minutes.
4 minutes starting now.
There we go. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Well, let's put these 12 additional birch logs to good use. I think I actually might craft some of these down into planks. So we have 7 birch logs to use now. Massive. Well, let's see what kind of texturing I want to go for. I think I want to do stripped birch into birch planks into the sandstone. I think that looks the best. I could take this a stage further with the gradient, which I think I'm going to do. But for that, I need a little bit of oak wood, because I think after the stripped birch, I'm going to put some stripped oak. And I also think that's going to look pretty good. So let me just chop down all of these trees here. Thankfully, there's just a couple of them. But let's just do like down in this corner over here. Also just break that block so I can get the one that was behind it. So like down in this corner, let's put 2 of those. You can't even really tell that they're there. But that's kind of the point. Honestly, like you don't really want it to be known that it's a different block. Like I want from far away that to just look like the block that's above it, just a little bit darker, you know? And I think that kind of captures that. Most of what, like, you know, builders do when they texture is like, it's supposed to be viewed from pretty far away. Now that's something that I definitely struggle with a lot as well. You know, trying to get my builds to look good from afar. I feel like a lot of the texturing techniques I use, like the blocks are a little bit too similar in color, so they don't really look that different when you peel back, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better. And I think I am improving, you know, day by day, which is kind of what you look for. Something that I'm also trying to get better at when it comes to texturing is trying to be way more intentional with where I texture. So for example, like the shadowy portions of the build, like the parts of the build that would be darker than the rest, like of the walls, I'm trying to actually put the darkest stage of my gradient there. So like in this corner down here, I feel like that would be kind of a shadowed section. So I'm trying to use a little bit of the stripped oak. Same thing over here with like this back corner, that back corner. I'm trying to get better at that. Sometimes I just get too lazy when I'm texturing all around, but I'm going to try to not do that here. But this is going to be the main texturing technique that I use all the way around the walls of this building. So all of these sandstone sections going to be using the same few blocks here with the birch and the oak. Let me move on to the roof after, of course, I potentially get another birch sapling. This could be a big day for me. Let's see. Oh, what a launch as well. Perfect. Perfectly executed. Okay, I got 2 more saplings. We are living large. Let me move on to the roof now. So I think with this, I'm not going to really use too much of a gradient, like texturing technique. Instead, I think I'm just going to kind of work in a couple blocks that I think are going to work together with the granite. So of course, bricks look really nice with granite. You can pretty much just interchange these and it's gonna look good. I am stuck. Okay, there we go. You can pretty much just like interchange these wherever you want and it's gonna look pretty solid. And I wanna see if I can do that same thing with the jungle slabs, and I think I can. Those blocks, I think, work well enough together. Definitely did not mean to do that, but this kind of works because I need some stairs. But I think those work well enough together that I can kind of just do the same thing as I was doing with the bricks. So instead of having like an elaborate gradient, I'm just going to do this. This is a pretty simple way of texturing, but it usually still makes, you know, the overall product look better. You just kind of delete a couple blocks here and there, replace it with just something else, just like that, and you move on to another section and do the same thing. I'm not really thinking too much when I do this. This is probably something that I should work on, but I don't want to right now. And I think that's okay. All right, it's my video. And I'm gonna pop back in free cam here so you can kind of see the full vision. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. I think that's looking better than it did before. I still have to go around and texture everything, but this is a good start, I think. And that's all of the different texturing techniques that I'm going to be using for this entire build. It's not a particularly large build, so I think it's all right that, you know, the texturing isn't super complicated. I also need to get rid of this pillar. This has been here for a minute. And also pay no attention to the back of the building. This is something that I'll detail later if I have to, but you're probably not really going to see it from back here, except for right now. So just forget that you saw any of that. Anyway, let me go ahead and get this whole building textured. And then I think I'll be back with like a time-lapse kind of section. I want to do a lot of terraforming as my next big thing in this area. And thankfully that shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish because I have so much dirt. There it is. And as you can also see, I know exactly where everything is. Why is my mouse cursor spinning? What's loading? It's gone. But okay, yeah, I have so much dirt. So, you know, terraforming shouldn't be too bad. I'm just gonna actually have to place all the blocks, but at least I don't have to go gather any more dirt probably. But yeah, I just kind of want to smooth off a lot of this terrain here. And again, I'm just gonna peel back so you can see it easier. I want to smooth off a lot of this terrain. I do like my house being up higher than like the rest of the village, but I'm not a huge fan of this like cliff. I could just put like a retaining wall there and call it done, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to kind of smooth it all out, make it gradually kind of slope down to where the dock is going to be. And then I'll also make the animal fields and crop fields and stuff that I'm going to put back here look a lot nicer. It'll, you know, be like a nice rolling crop fields with the hillside. I think it's going to be really cool. But I'm going to get all that done in a time lapse, just because I think seeing, you know, big scale transformations are way easier that way. Now the question is, am I going to post commentate it or not? It's a great question. That is a great question. That's a question for me when I'm editing this video. So yet again, another dilemma that Future Shram is tasked with answering. Meanwhile, I'm going to go watch a whole bunch of videos on my second monitor and play Minecraft. What a great job.
I don't even think I made this time lapse long enough to really post commentate and actually like add something to the video. So I'm just going to do this instead, but this probably isn't even better than if I just like turned up the music, because this isn't really adding anything to the video if you ask me. But I mentioned a post commentary earlier, so I feel like I kind of have to do something here. I don't know. I'm sure at some point in this rambling as well, I'm going to cut myself off because I'm definitely talking longer than the time-lapse is. And the stuff that I'm saying now isn't even going to make the video. Unless I just kind of continue this monologue with, like, a black screen after the time-lapse ends. I guess that's an option, but that doesn't really add anything to the video either. Wonder how long I could have just paused there before you guys thought, like, your internet broke or something, you know? What am I doing? Why is this? What? The house is now fully textured, going all the way around with the walls and the roof. And also, the area here is just nice and terraformed. So now I think it looks way better than it did before. It's a lot less bumpy. There's not as many, like, weird holes in the ground as well. And this is going to make it so building in the future is a lot easier. I also cleaned up the lava farm and the little, like, auto smelter thing that I had over here. I just moved both of them down into the cave. So it's the same lava farm. And I also actually doubled the super smelter thing. So all this copper is still smelting down in here, just twice as efficiently. This cave would also be a really good spot for a mine as well. But for right now, I'm just going to leave the lava farm and the little super smelter down there. But that can be something that we transform a little bit later in the video. I also didn't point this out, but I do have a little retaining wall right in front of our house. I think it does look pretty nice back here. The terrain was a little bit too steep to slant it all the way down. I mean, I could have just, you know, extended the shallowest layer, like this one right here, a little bit further, or maybe even this one. I could have extended this further this way, you know, and then just made it so the whole terrain sloped down, but I kind of like the look of a retaining wall just near the top. It makes it feel like my house is actually, like, propped up on, you know, a different building plot than everything else. And I kind of like that idea. I do want to continue working on the little farming area back here, though. Just because, you know, I did all this terraforming, I really want to build on it. And I want to build... I'm not going to call it a barn, because it's not going to really be one. It'll probably just be a farmhouse with some, like, animal pens attached to it. But I want to build something for the animals next. That's usually just, like, the second thing that I build. That's just something else that I love building in Minecraft. I really enjoy making barns and animal pens and crop fields and all that kind of stuff. That's just, like, my favorite kind of, like, districts to build whenever I'm making a village or, like, a city or something. I usually spend the most time on the farming area. And I think for the animal building, that's probably just what I'm going to call it for the time being, I want to change up the color palette just ever so slightly. We'll probably keep the same roof color palette. A lot of the houses I was looking up kind of all share like a reddish kind of roof. So I think I'm going to leave this kind of the same, with the same texturing techniques, the granite, the brick, and the jungle. But the walls of the building are going to be a slightly different color. So I mentioned earlier how I found this, like, yellow house, and I think I want to use that color palette for this new building. I do need to figure out what blocks exactly are going to go with this yellow terracotta. I have a couple in mind, but I do want to lay out a little bit of a color palette just so I can get a better idea of what this whole thing's going to look like. I ended up spending like half an hour trying to figure out what other blocks to use with this yellow terracotta, both in this world, and also I switched over to a creative world at some point to make my life a little easier, and I still didn't like any combination of blocks that I was trying. And eventually, after continuously trying new combinations, I just gave up. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea how I'm gonna texture this, but I really want a yellow building back in this area. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make the walls completely out of yellow terracotta, and then I'll figure out the texturing later. So I'm just gonna have to gather up a bunch of yellow terracotta, but that's not a problem. There is a Badlands biome just right over there. And then I do have a lot of granite left over, so I should have enough for the roof, or at least a good start for the roof. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough bricks. I'll definitely have enough jungle wood, that's for sure, but the bricks might be a little bit lacking right now. So that could be another block that I have to go gather. But again, there's some clay pockets in the water here. I'm not at the point yet where I really need a ton of clay. I thought I was going to need it a lot sooner than this, to be honest. That's why I wanted to find that lush cave a couple days ago. But there's a chance, actually, that just the clay around the area could be enough, because I really didn't use much brick in my house. And as for the location for this building, let me actually use some of this yellow terracotta right now to try to map this out. I kind of want this new building over on this side, and I'm also thinking about getting kind of weird with the shape of this thing. This building could look completely terrible It really could, and I might hate it by the end of it. But I at least want to try to make it look cool. So I'm going to start here with just a rectangle that kind of falls down the terrain. This is going to be the main portion of the building. I do want like a horse stable kind of branching off this way, and I want it to be diagonal. This might be a little bit ambitious for me. I'm not great at making diagonal buildings, but I think I can make something work. Maybe we just do a pretty slight diagonal, just every 3 blocks. So it's not just every other. I think that could look pretty nice. Okay, and then I would also like to add just a little bit more shape to this thing. I want to have it just extend out a little bit in this direction so we can have like an entrance here. And actually, I do want to leave, I think, this row intact. Because what I'm thinking is that this section here is going to be like the little covered area that I have in front of my house. Like where all those barrels are and where that one villager just keeps wandering around. I think I'm going to do something similar to this building as well. Let me actually bump this out 1 more block because I think I want this to be 3 wide. And I'm also going to bump out this wall 1 more block as well. And now just taking a step back to see if I like where that is placed. I'll look at it from a couple different angles. This is usually what I do whenever I'm trying to place buildings. I think that's going to look good. I think that'll look nice next to my house. And then I was also thinking like the entire backyard here for this house pretty much can just be for the animals. Maybe I can have the whole fence connect like that, going around the building. I think that's going to look good. And then we can have some crop fields out in front. Yeah, that's going to look good. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually be able to make the house itself look good, but the only way to figure that out is to give it a go. So let me go ahead and get something built here, and hopefully I don't hate it at the end. All right, the new building is almost completely done. The only real thing that we're missing is just texturing in the walls. I definitely want to incorporate some more blocks. And then also just some like generic exterior details. Probably just like a couple leaves just hanging around every so often. That always looks good. But for the most part, this thing is done. I like the shape of it a lot. I think this is a cool building. We're going to have some horses down here for sure. And then over this way is just going to be the main entrance to the whole place. But I do have to put like some kind of door in here. Probably just something like that, just like a little 3x3. I don't know just yet, but some way to get in, of course. And then around back, on this side over here, I want to have a big fenced-in area where we can just have a bunch of animals living. That's why I didn't really detail too much of the back over here, because I figured we can connect up the fence somewhere. Maybe honestly just like the corner of the building here. They can kind of just go across the coastline. I think that would be pretty nice. And also give the animals a nice view of the river that's passing through. I'm going to postpone building this new animal pen here for just a little while longer. This one over here is still perfectly fine for the time being. Instead, what I want to do is figure out exactly how I'm going to texture these walls. I really still don't even know what blocks I'm going to use, but I did think of another potential idea, and it doesn't involve any like yellow blocks. I do have to hit the caves for it though. And I did kind of seal off my cave entrance, but I think, yeah, it's just right down here. Oh, there's another villager down here as well. Pretty sure you can get out now. You can definitely just go that way. He does not want to. All right, whatever. You do you, man. I actually did forget a few things, though. I need some shears, and I also need some bone meal. Thankfully, I can craft up a whole bunch more. Because I'm thinking of potentially incorporating some tuff into this build. And to kind of bleed that into the yellow terracotta, I was thinking I could possibly use a little bit of glow lichen. I think 40 pieces should be plenty for right now. And then I do want to continue going underground and grab some tuff, because we actually don't have any at all. I have no idea if this is going to look any good, by the way. But I feel like it could, you know, make it look like the building is weathering away a little bit. Maybe some of like the yellow color is fading. I don't know. But there's something there. I got about 2 stacks of tuff. That should be enough for at least this first build. If this is a technique that I like using, I'll definitely have to kind of stockpile some tuff for the future. But I don't want to gather too much now and then end up hating what it looks like. And I guess let's just start with the tuff. Kind of put it down in the corner like that. Then I'm going to use a whole bunch of this glow lichen on all the pieces of terracotta that's kind of connecting to the tuff there. Maybe some of the tuff itself as well. And then I feel like even deeper into the corner. Okay, that chicken just definitely walked inside. What's up, man? Let's use a little bit of mossy cobble. I think that looks good as well. And now, let me kind of take a peek back with that. I kind of don't hate it. It's definitely interesting. But I don't think I hate it. Like, from back here, it doesn't look that bad. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is better than it was before or not. But maybe if I do this in a few more places, it'll look a bit more natural. I like it. I like it. I'm just gonna commit to it. This is good. We're sticking to that. I'm not sure if I'm just trying to convince myself to like it or if I actually do like it. But regardless, it's gonna stay. But let me also just run around this building really quickly and just throw down a couple of these flowering azaleas. Maybe some firefly bushes as well. I got 4 of those. And I normally like just putting some leaves on like the corners of my buildings. So that's usually the best spot for them. So I'm gonna do that in a few of these sections over here. Put a little leaf pile right there. Put one on that far side that you guys just saw too. And is that going to be it for the front? It might be. Yeah, I think back here though is going to be a really good spot for some leaves. Just going to cover that whole section. Why not? I think this build is just about done, at least for the exterior sections. I do need to fill out the inside a little bit. I just want to grab a couple horses for these 3 stables. And then I'm not really sure how much of this interior is going to be, you know, designed, but I'm at least going to give it a doorway. So we got to work on that as well. For this door, I'm going to go ahead and use some spruce and some bamboo. So let's get ourselves a little archway. Okay, so I have enough of these shelves now. So let's go ahead and place these all down. I think I'm going to change this out actually for a trapdoor. Yeah, that looks cool. Looks like there's a little window now above the door. I really like bamboo trapdoors. They're one of my favorites. I guess we did accidentally trap this chicken after all. That's kind of cool. What's up, man? How you doing? As for the floor on the inside, I think I'm just gonna level this all off. Yeah, I don't really want to have a building that has like this much of a height difference. It's not that big on the inside here, so I feel like the height difference is just more annoying than anything. And I'm going with some jungle for the floor on the inside. I think this is gonna look nice with the yellow. Oh, I didn't bring any blocks for the ceiling. I just now realized that. That's fine. I'll run back to my storage system in a second and grab those. And then to switch it up from using spruce as much as I do, I'm going to go ahead and use acacia for like the supporting pillars in this place. I think we're going to leave them unstripped as well. And let's get these all connected up at the top. This will be a great spot for some lanterns as well. I think I might also connect them all up like this. Okay, so now we have a whole bunch of these supporting beams on this whole interior. The main purpose of this building is just going to be for some like animal material storage. So let me just throw in 6 double chests like that. Can have some barrels to fill in some of the gaps as well. I think this whole area over here can kind of just be storage. I feel like that works out well for me. Another lantern right there. Some additional light is always good. And then over this way, I'm just going to throw down a couple of these potted plants. Maybe actually one right here so it blocks that tough block. And then the other one will go on this opposite corner. And then I'm just going to make little like acacia shelves in this corner over there. Not sure what those are going to be for, but they're here. And now all I need is a ceiling block. And now this is something that I've done in the past, but I'm going to go ahead and use this again. I'm going to use composters for the ceiling because the bottom texture of a composter looks really interesting. And actually, you know what? I'm going to, I think, bump this up 1 more block if I can. Am I able to get rid of these? I can. Perfect. That's not visible from the outside. Okay, let me bump this all up to there. And now I'm actually going to change this lantern placement to the middle of the room. And we're going to do the same thing over here.
Yeah, just like that. Okay. This looks cool. This is a cozy little interior. Don't think anything's going to go up there, you know, where the tower is, but that doesn't really matter since you can't look out any of these windows. So it's actually okay that this is inaccessible. But I think with that little bit of an interior now done, this building can be considered completely finished for right now. Oh, wait, actually, no, it can't be. I need to get the animals. Let me go bring over a couple horses. This is not a horse, but there's a donkey over here, and I think this would be kind of perfect. It also turns out that these animals cannot walk by the shelves if they're in like a, you know, 2-block wide gap like that, so we'd have to change all those. But we got the donkey in. Welcome to the village, my man. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. And let's go get him some friends. We got a couple horses over here. I'm gonna elect to tame this one. And I'm actually only gonna bring one of these guys back, because then we can breed this horse with the donkey back at home, and I think that makes a mule. Or something. I don't know, but it's definitely possible. So I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna keep whatever the offspring is. This horse does not want to be tamed, though. Gee, okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, you're gonna make a child? Yes, you did. Oh, look at him, dude. We can't really see him. Hold on. Let me make some room in here. Let me put you in this one. And look at him, dude. Look at the baby. Is that a mule? I don't know what that is. Mule hee-haws. It is a mule. Let's go. Look at this guy. And then I think with like the animal pen that we're gonna have back here, I think I'm gonna have like a horse pen outside and also a cow pen outside. So the family over here that we just made can still like hang out and enjoy their time together. I feel like that would be nice. The question now just becomes, what do I want to use as the fence block? And I think just since we're in a savanna biome, I feel like acacia wood makes the most sense. I also just have a ton of it. So I'm just gonna start here by taking down the old fence. Not completely, but up until like here probably. That feels like enough space for a couple of horses. So I'm gonna take the fence down to there, and then we're gonna connect up an acacia wall, going all the way over to the building itself, just like that. And I'm also going to extend this across the coastline, and then connect it up to the corner of the building over here. I'm gonna have all of these go up by 2 blocks. I also think I'm gonna strip all of these, and then work in some other orange blocks to texture with, but I'll get there in a second. Okay, now I just want to make sure that everywhere I can see is at least 2 blocks tall, so nothing can jump out. I also want to make sure all of these acacia blocks are oriented in the same direction. It's going to look better when we strip it, but I think we should be okay. Unless they can jump out of this gap. They might be able to, so I think I'm just going to push the grass back just a little bit. Also throw down a little fence with a lantern on it. I'm sure they'd appreciate that more than a torch. And now I would like to strip all of these. And I'm just going to go ahead and work in a little bit of acacia plank alongside of this. All right, that's looking a little bit better now. And also, I would like to use some slabs and some stairs and maybe some fences and possibly trapdoors as well. Just on this top layer to make the fence just look a lot less even all over the place. And I think that's looking pretty good. I think that's going to be the final fence design that we have. I do just need to make a way to actually get in here from the outside. Oh, I could just do that. Didn't even really mean for that to happen, but the animals can't get out of here. So that kind of does work, to be honest. But I think I'm going to do a little fence gate design instead. And let's just do something like that for the entrance. Maybe with like a trapdoor on top as well. Or a slab. That's cool. That's cool. I'm going to keep that. Now, I believe I can release these animals. I do want to save all of these leaves, though. So let me just repurpose these. But I should be able to just open these. Let me actually grab some spruce. I can do the same archway design on the back. I got the entrances to this area all figured out, but I'm just going to go ahead and sprinkle in a couple bushes just kind of chilling around as well, since we did kind of have this whole wall lined with them before. Yeah, it works. I think that works well back here. I think this is a good spot for them. I think the animals are gonna like this. I'll check back on them in a couple of days and make sure they didn't get out, but I don't think they should be able to. But until then, I'm gonna go ahead and make pretty much this exact same pen, just over here, and this one is going to be for the cows. So let me get the cow animal pen built up really quickly. The cows now have so much more space to hang out. I think this is gonna make them a lot more comfortable than the little fenced box that we had over there. And I also think this side of the coastline is now looking really nice with this nice like acacia fence bordering the whole thing. I think that looks cool. Next up, now that we have at least a couple houses established, you know, inland, I think I want to start working on the coastline. And that's going to start with the dock that we're going to have, you know, extending out into the water. And for this, I'm going to need a couple more materials that I don't think I have. Let me just go take a quick inventory check at home. One of the main materials that I think I want to use here is some oak wood, and we definitely don't have enough of that. I only have 8 oak planks. Massive. I'm probably going to use some acacia once again. And we have a lot of like random acacia blocks, but not many like actual pieces of wood. But we have a bunch of stairs. I mean, we can probably find some use for those in the future. But I'm probably gonna have to grab a couple more acacia trees. And then I'm gonna want some stone blocks. I have a stack and a half of tuff. I'll definitely use that, but probably I'm gonna need a couple more stacks. I could use some mossy cobblestone as well, only have 10. Ordinary stone, I feel like these 2 stacks and 10 will probably be enough. But I'm just going to need a bunch more ordinary cobblestone as well. So I think in total, for the first little bit of the dock that we're going to be working on, I just need to go gather some oak wood, some acacia wood, some tuff, some cobblestone, and some moss. That's not so bad. So I'm going to head out and go gather all of those materials, but for you guys, I'm just going to go ahead and cut it to another building time lapse. Also, I might sound different than I did just a second ago, because for whatever reason, when I was actually playing and recording this part of the video, I never recorded myself saying those words. So I have to pop in now while I'm editing the whole thing and post-commentate it. Not sure why I just stopped talking, but I did. I just got so locked in, I guess, on gathering materials, but whatever. Okay, I'm rambling. Time-lapse time. Let's go. So this is interesting and unexpected. We got some of these skeleton horses to spawn over here. I do want to go ahead and try to claim as many of these as I can. I'm kind of worried that the iron golems might kill them by accident. So let me just grab my bow really fast, see if we can kill these skeletons really quickly. And I want to try to preserve as many of these skeleton horses as possible. These things are pretty rare. No, I killed one! I'm so sorry, horse. I didn't mean to do that. Man, that was accidental. Got ourselves an enchanted bow, though. Power 2, Unbreaking 2. It's a pretty good bow to have on a random skeleton. Also talk about all of this here in a second. Let me, work on moving these skeleton horses inside the little pasture over here. And being over here has made me realize that the horse got out, but it managed to only go over to where the cows are. I have no idea when this happened. But I guess there's a way for this horse to get over this wall. I don't really understand how. I'm not sure if he can jump out of this. Like, obviously I can make the horse jump over this, but I don't think they can jump 2 blocks up just normally, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that should be all of them inside this little pen now. I do want to try to figure out how this horse got out. So let me actually go back in my replay mod footage really quick and see if I can find the exact moment it happened. Just wanted to pop in again because when I'm going through my flashback file here, for whatever reason, the clouds are just like flashing in and out. I don't know why that's happening, but if flashing lights bother you, maybe skip to this point in the video. Okay, looks like it's right around here with this horse. Let's see what happened. Okay, that's what happened. What? You can... Since when? Since when can you just jump that high? Also, don't mind the clouds. They're freaking out for some reason. Yeah, like, what? That's a thing? I'm not even sure if I can really prevent that. In an attempt to, I'm just gonna get rid of all those blocks right there. And maybe I'll put another block on top of this one. Let me go do that really quick, I guess. And then after that, I will talk about my plans with all this cobblestone here. All right, so I hope the wall is fixed now in this corner. And hopefully there's no other areas that I have overlooked. It kind of just seems like just so often they just jump really high. And I'm not really sure what causes it exactly. But I'll check back again and see if we still have the 6 animals in here. And if one actually does get out, hopefully it doesn't go too far. But now, anyway, all this cobblestone. So I lined this up kind of like across where the start of the dock is. And these are going to be all of those like tall, colorful buildings that I was mentioning earlier. And I actually even have signs to kind of dictate what colors they're going to be. Now, of course, I got to figure out what actual, you know, in-game blocks I should use for each of these colors. I just wanted to kind of get the colors picked out, though, and then, you know, kind of figure out everything else later. Oh, and also, here is the finished dock. At least finished for right now. I think it's pretty cool down here. Got some nice textured acacia wood as the actual floor of the dock. Used a little bit of spruce. I'm trying to use this wood less in this video for sure, but I don't want to completely outlaw it. So I'm just kind of using it every so often where I can, without, you know, going overkill with it. Got some oak as the supports as well. These are eventually going to go all the way into the water. The terraforming over here is still not good. That's something that I'm certainly going to need to fix. I really hope I have the time to terraform this as much as I want to. But once I do, we're going to have these actually go all the way down to like the ocean floor, and it's going to look really nice. But I think as of right now, it still even looks good. You know, even with the bad terraforming out front. But you can kind of see the vision coming alive. You know, we have this nice entry point to the village. Then we're going to have this row of buildings right here, which are going to be our shop fronts. And then this is going to be like open. There's going to be like a building across the top, like a bridge of some sort. But this is going to be like a nice archway that I think will frame out our house really nicely as I'm just walking through. That's kind of the idea there. And then I'm imagining I'm probably only going to put like one more building back here, and it'll probably go over here somewhere. I'm not sure what that building is going to be for just yet, but I don't want to have too many houses back here. I want this to mainly be like animal pens and crop fields and stuff like that. I think it'll look a lot better that way. I was actually in the process of gathering the materials to build up this green building up front and also the connecting oak building. And then I got interrupted by the skeleton horses, but that's a perfectly fine interruption to me. These horses are so cool. Look at them. They're great. But I'm going to get back to what I was doing. And I think what I'll do for you guys is I'm just going to cut it to another building time lapse. I'm going to get the green building up there built and also this oak one. So let me go ahead quickly and get these built up. With the new row of buildings completed, let me take a look at what they look like from the dock. And I think they're looking pretty good. This is the view that I wanted to go for. You know, I wanted the view from the water to be the best. I think this is starting to look pretty cool. You can kind of also, you know, see the vision if you couldn't see it before. I'm going to just continue this down the line more. It's going to cover up the animal building over there. At least the view from this side, it'll cover it up. I think it's going to be a really, really cool coastline. I'm excited to get that other section built up. But I don't want to do that right now because I think it's time to upgrade my tools once again. I finally want some netherite in this world. I don't think I'm going to get netherite for everything, but I at least want it on one of my pickaxes and an axe. I might flex it to 2 pickaxes, so maybe we'll get 3 tools total. And if I'm getting really lucky with how quickly I'm finding ancient debris, I might shoot for the shovel as well.
But the armor and the sword and stuff, they're gonna chill as diamond for right now. Of course, though, in order to go get netherite, I need to first find the netherite template to upgrade my gear. And I think for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and put this portal just over here in the fence. All right, so let's light this up and see where this takes me. Okay, so just a random soul sand valley over here. Not a great spawn, but honestly, the spawn doesn't matter as much anymore since I do have my elytra. Okay, and now all I'm looking for is a bastion. Hopefully we can find one sort of nearby. There's also some warped wood down here, which is always really nice to have. I think I want to use some of that in this village for sure. That's going to look really nice on the coastline, I think. And we got ourselves a bastion just right over there. Beautiful. I'm not very good at looting these things, though. So I'm going to take a moment and just snipe at all of the brutes that I can see. I think we might be relatively safe to go check this place out. I think we should be good to check out these chests. What do we got? I would love to just find it really easily. Oh, okay, and there it is. Cool. Honestly, the shorter that I have to be in here, the better, for sure. Problem now is I have no idea where my portal is. So hang on a minute. My portal should be like right around here somewhere. There's no way I just died by flying into a wall. On the bright side, it did have F3 open when I died. So I should be able to find my exact coordinates. Hopefully all my stuff did not fall into lava. Alright, I think I'm ready to go find my stuff. I have the coordinates. It's approximately 13 at -143. I didn't get the Y value, but it's fine. I think I should be able to find it. Okay, looks like it's just over this way. Okay, all my stuff is all down here. Perfect. That was really unfortunate, but it could have been so much worse. So we are chilling. We are absolutely chilling. Okay, and I think down here, let me get F3 off my screen. I think down here is actually a good spot to start heading towards ancient debris level. So I'm going to start doing that down here. I also grab my torches in my offhand because it gets so dark in the nether. And I'm going to take this all the way down to Y15. And now at this point, I'm just going to have to branch mine for this. Because I don't really have any TNT. Nor do I have enough gunpowder to make more. But honestly, branch mining for ancient debris doesn't take too long. I usually start with a whole bunch of TNT and then I'll just mine for the rest of it. I've never actually started just by mining, so maybe this will take a while. And I also knew it's only a matter of time before I did that. I broke my ender chest with my fortune pick. Ah, man. It's just such an annoying thing to do. Whatever, I'll fix that later. But I'm just gonna go ahead and mine around this whole area. I like doing it in like these big like 2x2 like swoops. Like this. You get through a lot of netherrack this way. There's certainly a more efficient way to do this, but I don't care enough to look it up. I also usually change direction whenever I hit blackstone. I just can't be bothered to actually mine it. But let me go ahead and make a whole bunch of tunnels down here. And I don't know how long I'm going to give myself for this. Let's say I will give myself an hour, an entire hour dedicated to this. And at the end of the hour, whatever ancient debris I have, I'll use to make my tools into netherite. So let's see how much I can get after 1 hour. Alright, so it's actually been like slightly under an hour, probably about 55 minutes or so, but I just got to 16 pieces of ancient debris and figured I wouldn't be able to find another 4 in the next like 5 minutes. So I'm gonna cut my time a little short. But 16 is really good. I can now make 4 of my tools into netherite, which is fantastic. This does also mean that netherrack is my top mined item at 18,600 pretty much. Hopefully I'm able to find my way out of this tunnel. I tried to keep the torches on the left side, like when I'm running back, to hopefully give myself, you know, an easy way out. But it might still take a couple minutes to navigate this place. Wasn't too bad to actually get out of there. Usually I spend like 15 extra minutes just wandering around, but that definitely was not so bad. And it always feels great to finally leave the nether. That place sucks. Now, unfortunately, since I broke my ender chest, I do have to go get another one. There is just an enderman right over there, though. So let's see if this guy drops a pearl for me. There's another one behind him, so if this guy doesn't drop one, I should be okay still. I have no idea where that enderman went. Having fire aspect on your sword is actually really annoying when you're trying to kill endermen. And again, I have no idea where that second one went. Can usually at least see where they die. You know, if they die from the burn, but I have no idea. How are you not on fire? What? Yeah, I have no idea where those Endermen died. I've been looking around for a little while and I still don't see anything. So I think what I'm gonna do, rather than just waiting for nighttime again for more to spawn, I'm just gonna go fly over to the to the Plains village. I have a feeling that weird glitch is gonna happen again, and it's gonna give me 2 ender pearls this time. The glitch is trying to remember where the ender pearls were. Oh, I don't have any ender pearls. Oh man, I was actually wrong a little bit. The glitch is gonna accidentally give me 2 eyes of ender, and it's looking for the other thing. Whoa, and what's happening again? 4 pieces of obsidian too. Wow, that glitch is so nice and thoughtful. It feels very good having my ender chest back again. Let me actually go ahead and quickly make another one as well. Don't think I have enough obsidian for that, so I'm gonna have to convert 3 more lava buckets into obsidian, but that's not a problem. I will also throw on the 16 pieces of ancient debris to start smelting. 16 netherite scraps now in my possession. And let's go ahead and make all of these netherite ingots. We can make 4. I do need some more diamonds to duplicate this though. I'm just now realizing that. I was able to duplicate it twice, so I do have 2 netherite upgrades that I can use right now. But I'd like to use all 4 of those netherite ingots at the moment, so I think I'm gonna, you know, prolong upgrading anything until I do a little bit of a mining trip now. It shouldn't actually take me that long to find the diamonds that I need. So let's head on into the cave that we've been exploring for a little while now. There is still quite a bit unexplored down here, so I should be able to find some diamonds pretty easily. This is an unexplored portion of the cave, and I am pretty deep underground. We're at negative 36. I should be able to spot some diamonds pretty quickly. Okay, there's at least 1 diamond right there. Hopefully that turns out to be more than just that. It does, thankfully. That still only gave me 2 diamonds, though, with Fortune 3. That sucks. Oh, there's a mob spawner over here. It is spiders, though. Don't really think I'm going to utilize that too much. If that was a better spawner, I probably would have made a farm, but I do not want to farm spiders. Oh, there's a zombie spawner over here. That could be useful. If that is close by to the village, and there's some diamonds right there. If that's close by to the village, I might convert that into a spawner whenever my tools start getting really low. 11 diamonds. It's not great right now. Okay, there's 1 more diamond right here. I am almost out of torches, so hopefully this is the last diamond that I need. Let's grab this diamond real quick. I think that was just 1 more diamond again. It was. I give up searching. I'm just going to try to branch mine for this last diamond. Okay, that didn't take long at all. And that's 19 diamonds. That should be more than enough. Perfect. Okay, let's get out of here. I have absolutely no idea where I came in from, so I'm probably just gonna have to staircase out whenever I find the highest elevation. I got 2 more netherite upgrades. Let me also just make sure that I still have 1 chilling over here, which I do, so we can duplicate these even more if needed. But with these 4, I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade the tools and the armor that we have. Actually, before I do anything, let me heal up my Silk Touch pick. There's a zombie villager there too. I'm gonna try to save that guy. I don't want to get too distracted though, but that feels like a good idea right now. Let me grab a boat quick so I can keep that zombie. Let me also repair my Silk Touch pick completely, because I don't think if you upgrade to netherite it fully heals it. I think it just heals it a little bit. And then at that point, if I wanted to heal it without mending, I would need to get another netherite ingot to heal it up, which would have been a huge pain. Let's throw this zombie villager down in there. And let me just put a little cover above him. And hopefully I remember to cure this guy before the video's over. And now with all of those distractions out of the way, let me actually go ahead and upgrade my tools. So we're gonna get ourselves a netherite pickaxe with Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, and Mending. Gonna go ahead and get a Silk Touch netherite pickaxe with Efficiency 5 and Unbreaking 3 as well. Gonna go ahead and upgrade my axe. Fortune 3, which isn't great, but Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, and Mending is incredible. And then I'm also going to use another netherite ingot on my shovel. Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3, Mending. That feels so good. 4 netherite tools. we are chilling. It's gonna make material gathering so much quicker now. And material gathering is something that I'm gonna have to do right now because I think I want to finish off the row of buildings that kind of line the dock over here. And these buildings over here are going to be blue and red. So I'm gonna go ahead and gather a bunch of nether woods, both the warped and the crimson variants. And that's probably it for right now. That feels like a good place to start. So let me get all those materials gathered, but for you guys, I'm going to go ahead and just start the building time lapse. Okay, this entire strip of houses here is now done for right now. There's a little bit more work that I probably should do, and most of it is towards the back. Not gonna lie, I got slightly lazy when it came to texturing the back of some of these builds, like this red one here. Or it's not really red, more purple, I guess. It's not really textured at all. But it's fine. That's something that we can definitely add in with the finishing touches, which is something that I normally get to in the last, like, 5 days of these village transformations. So I'll come back to that for sure. The next thing that I would like to work on is another building back here on the land. And I think I'm gonna build a church. I feel like that makes sense as well with the rest of this village. And I think I can build something pretty cool in this area over here. The thing is, I'm gonna need to go gather some blocks. Let me actually just take out all of this copper. It is annoying me. But one of the materials that I'm gonna have to gather is mud. And I've said it a couple times in this video, I think, but I don't remember where the mangrove swamp is that I found in the spruce village. And I'm not sure if I ever pulled up my coordinates when I was going to, you know, gather mud last time. So I might have to just find an entirely new one, which hopefully won't be too much of a problem. I do have 54 rockets on me currently. I'm also going to bring about 2 stacks of paper along with me, just so then I can craft up some more rockets if I stumble across some creepers in the nighttime. And let me also grab my looting sword to kill the creepers with. All right, I think I'm good. I think I'm ready to head out again. I'm going to head off in this direction towards the desert and the acacia biome. And hopefully we can just find a mangrove swamp nearby. So off I went trying to find a mangrove swamp nearby, and I just didn't have any luck. I ended up flying around for like a day and a half to 2 days or so and found nothing. But what I did find in my screenshot folder was the coordinates of the mangrove swamp from last time. I actually did end up screenshotting those. I'm not sure why I didn't just do that first, but whatever. I ended up finding the coordinates, so finding the swamp after that wasn't too hard. Might as well also grab a couple mangrove propagules. I don't know if I'm going to use them in this village transformation or not, but at least I have the option to now. So let me go ahead and gather up a whole bunch of this stuff. This is just simply the worst noise in the entire game. It's just simply terrible. But I'm gonna gather up a bunch of mud, and then I will meet you guys all back at home. Actually, I'm not home. I ended up swinging by the spruce village because I think I just want to heal up my tools really quick and my elytra and stuff using the experience farm that I built in the last video. I just kind of noticed that my axe and my shovel are a little bit low, so I feel like it's probably a good idea to heal those up right now. And then just, of course, my elytra will get healed up naturally as well. And also, while I am here, I might as well throw mending on this sword. I think that would also be really useful for me. And now let me head down to the skeleton spawner over here, and let me heal up my axe, my shovel, this sword, and then also my elytra. Okay, all the tools are now healed up, and I am also now level 22. And I did this on purpose so I can combine my 2 swords together. If I combine them like this, it's 22 levels, and it keeps the Smite 5 on it. So Smite 5, Fire Aspect 2, Knockback 2, Looting 2, Unbreaking 3, Mending. I don't really want Knockback 2 on this at all, but it's fine. I'll deal with it. And then all I have to do is put looting 3 on this eventually, and that thing is chilling. But okay, I think this was a worthwhile detour. I got my tools all healed up. We have a brand new sword that's looking real nice. I'm finally ready to go home. So let's head off. Back home now, and my inventory is all cleared out. So let me go ahead and start piling together all of the materials that I'm going to use for this new church build in this shulker box here. Actually, it'll probably need to be more shulker boxes, so I'll lay all mine out for now. Now, of course, I'm going to be using a ton of this mud that I just gathered, but I do want this to be packed mud. Luckily, I did go ahead and gather a bunch of hay bales, so this shouldn't be too much of a problem. I really like using jungle wood with this color palette. I think jungle planks look really nice next to packed mud. I think I'm gonna go ahead and bring some granite with me as well. That could potentially look good too. For the roof of this build, I'm going to elect to use cobbled deep slate, but I definitely need more. 2 stacks and 5 is certainly not going to be enough. Now, as for the windows, I'm really not sure what to go with. I want to use glass of some kind, like some kind of stained glass. I just don't really know what color to use. White stained glass would probably look good, but I'm leaning more towards like a gray stained glass. I feel like that could look pretty cool. And I don't think I have any gray dye right now. So I think what I'll do then is, as I'm gathering up materials, I'll try to spend some time just killing some squids to get some black dye, because then I can combine that with the white dye that I can very easily craft here to get the gray that I'm looking for. And before I actually go ahead and collect any materials, let me go over the texturing techniques that I'm going to use for this new building. I'm going to start with the roof. So I said a second ago that I'm going to be using deep slate, which I absolutely will. I'm going to be using a lot of the deep slate tiles and the deep slate bricks. And then I do want to fade this into some tough bricks and then some tough, just to have like a little lighter patch on the top of the roof. I think that'll look really nice. And I actually didn't even check this, but if I do have some black stone, I might use that alongside the deep slate tiles to get slightly darker. Turns out that I do have a little bit of black stone. I got a stack right here. So I think I'm going to use that like this alongside the deep slate tiles, because that just gets a little bit darker. Now moving on to the walls, I'm going to be using a lot of this packed mud. I'm definitely going to be working in some packed mud bricks as well. That's one of my favorite blocks to use with mud for sure. And then I also really like using jungle wood with mud. I think those colors just blend together really nicely. But then alongside this, I also want to work in a little bit of granite every so often too, kind of in the same way that I would be using these jungle planks, just to kind of give a different effect. Now, I originally brought along this stone and the tuff to go along with the mud as well, but I think I'm actually going to use this slightly differently. So this building is going to have like a nice foundation to it, maybe like 2 blocks tall, 2 or 3 blocks tall, I would imagine. And I think that foundation is going to be out of stone and tuff. But the good thing about using mud with this is that mud looks really nice next to stone. It just kind of makes the stone look like it's a little bit dirty, you know, it's like covered in mud itself. So I think that'll actually provide a really nice effect with this building if I kind of just bleed a little bit of the mud down the foundation. And then of course with the rest of these like stone blocks, it's going to be the same texturing probably as like the walls over here for the dock, with like the moss and the mossy cobble, all that fun stuff. I use this block combination all the time, but it's one of my favorites, so I can't stop. So I'm going to go ahead and grab up all the necessary materials, but once again, let me cut it to another building time lapse. Another building is now finished in the area, and I think it looks really, really cool. I'm a big fan of this church. The only main difference between the final product and like what I was talking about before I built anything is definitely the windows. Much more colorful than I originally explained. I thought I was just gonna make them gray, but it didn't look great with just the gray stained glass, so I just decided to mesh together some colorful glasses. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm happy with this. And then the interior, there's nothing really going on. It's very basic. It also looks really disorganized because I had to you know, bump all of these pieces of glass in a block just to get the depth effect on the outside. So I'm not sure if this interior is ever going to be that useful. But, I mean, at least there's a floor. You know, could have been worse. And a ceiling. There's a ceiling, too. I did also install this little piece of scaffolding to get up here. And this is where the nether portal is for right now. Next up for the village transformation, I want to work on the crop fields that are going to be back here. But before I can actually do anything with those, I want to figure out how this pathway is going to, you know, wind throughout the landscape here. And a little while ago, while I was flying to the mangrove swamp, I did take a pit stop at a Badlands biome, and I collected up a whole bunch of coarse dirt. And I think this is going to be the main pathway block for the area. So let me go ahead and start putting some of that in. Or you know what? It might be easier for me just to kind of map it out on top of the ground for a second. So let's definitely wind this around this way, and then we can hook a right and meet up with the middle of this staircase. That creates a possible crop field right there. This is very similar to what I did in the Plains Village transformation. I usually just kind of use the pathways to border off the crop fields that I'm making. Then I can go back through and actually detail those borders a little bit more once we figure out where the pathway is going. I do got to make sure for this building over here that we have a pathway for each of these doorways. I think this one is just going to kind of hook directly over and wind around this way. So we have a way to access the animal pens. And then I'm going to continue this one even further, crawling up the landscape here until we get to our house. And I also think I want the pathway to continue past the house and fall down here. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm going to use this like cave for down here. It might just end up staying like this, but I also could potentially transform this into like a basic mine entrance. So I do want to have the pathway kind of wrap around this just to give me that opportunity. So let's do that and then have the pathway connect back up like here again. So all of the roads are going to meet in this like middle central area. And if I peel back now, you can see that at least like 3 crop fields are kind of formed here. We can have a pretty large one right there. We can have a decent sized one on this little hillside as well. And then one connecting up to the actual church. And of course it's going to be bigger as well because eventually I'm going to let these villagers out and then Acacia Slab will not be here anymore. I do actually need to branch this off in one other direction. I forgot about the entrance to the horse stable. So let's definitely branch this just straight over this way. And then while I'm just kind of looking at this, I feel like this pathway can also fall down like the course of the building over here. Just so it's like an easy way to access the different stalls too, without having to go all the way into the stable itself. I think I'm actually going to go through and put in the entire coarse dirt pathway before I get any of the crop fields built though, rather than just leaving it on the grass like this. I feel like this will make my job easier in the end. So let me spend a little bit of time to do this now. Once I was happy with the shape and the size of the pathway going all throughout the village, I started working on the crop fields, and actually I had room for 4, which was pretty nice. Originally I think I said 3. And also typically I would make like a really overgrown kind of boundary for these crop fields, but for this village transformation video I wanted to change it up slightly, so I went with this nice uniform azalea leaf boundary, and I think it looks really nice. Another step in the village transformation is now completed. We have the pathway all put in, as well as a bunch of different crop fields. I'm still waiting on a lot of these to grow in. Like for example, I only have like 6 carrots planted. This is 5, I think. And then beetroot over here, I only have 2. So I'm probably gonna have to bone meal some of these to grow them all in, but it's fine. This one over here is all wheat. And this one up here is the same. I also don't have enough seeds to fill in this plot of land, but it's all right. Once we harvest one of the wheat fields, it should be plenty. But the part of the village that is now inland looks really, really nice. I like how this pathway winds all the way around. It connects up all the different buildings that we have. And it's bordered really nicely by the leaves of the farmland. I'm really happy with how this transformation is taking shape so far. The next thing that I would like to do is I want to terraform near the dock over here. Because as it still stands, the water is only 1 block deep. So I definitely need to get rid of a lot of the dirt and the stone and stuff extending out here. This is probably going to take quite a bit of time, I gotta be honest, because mining underwater just sucks. I really hope this doesn't take me the rest of the time. I think I'm going to allow myself to do this for like 10-ish days. I want to come back with like 5 or so remaining, so I can just add the finishing touches onto everything else, because even though the area looks pretty solid, it's not as detailed as I would want it to be. And also, like, the pathway doesn't even connect up out front here. The villagers are still underground. I got rid of the like the acacia slabs that was hiding them. They're just like right under here. I have to let those guys out, and then also I want to make some other additions to these buildings, like areas for the villagers to kind of chill in. I want to make like little market stalls and stuff. And I still have to texture the retaining wall by my house. So I still have some work to do in this area for sure. So I can't spend the rest of the time doing this. So if this ends up being a bit more unfinished than I would like, I guess that's okay. I could always come back later and finish this. Maybe I can spend another handful of days like completely finishing all of these villages, or maybe upgrading them even further. So this probably won't be the last time that I'm here. Anyway though, let me start working on clearing all of this out, and then I'll be back once it looks a lot better. I didn't end up spending as much time as I originally said terraforming out front, and the reason for that is because I am now down to pretty much only stone underwater, and this is such a pain to mine. It is very slow. So I think the solution to this is for this video to end the terraforming here. And I think I can return at a later date, probably with some beacons, maybe some conduits or some just other things that'll help. And then I can finally get all of this terraformed to where I want it to be. It would just simply take way too long to do this. I probably couldn't even finish cutting away all of the stone in the next 11 days. So I think I would rather spend my time elsewhere. And you know, also the thumbnail is going to be taken from like here, right? And I think that looks fine. It's not too bad. I mean, this part right there is a little weird. I think that's okay. I could deal with that. So I'm perfectly happy to call that done for this video. Now, what I would actually like to do for the remaining 11 days is just going to be a bunch of finishing touches to everything that's already built. So there's not much else to do other than just getting started. The first thing I'm going to work on is the retaining wall up here, because it is completely untextured, and I don't want that. And I also would like to raise this probably up by a slab, I think. I wanted a different elevation than the pathway. I'm either leaning a slab or like fences. Or you know what? I could just do like full blocks and then fences connecting. I think I'll do that. So I'm gonna grab a couple stone texturing blocks. One of those blocks is definitely going to be moss, but I do need to grab more, which should not be a problem. But alongside the moss, I'm gonna grab some of this green concrete powder. Gonna grab some mossy cobblestone. I'll have to craft up some more of those blocks as well. I'll grab some tuff. And then let's also get some regular stone. And then alongside this, let's go ahead and get a fence block to use as the border here. And normally I would use spruce, but I think because this is an acacia village, we might as well use some acacia wood. I think that should look good too. I might also grab a little bit of acacia log with me, because that looks nice next to tuff. I don't know if I'll really use it, but I'll take some just in case. All right, so I have pretty much everything. I do just have to head underground really quick though and grab all of the moss that I'm gonna need. I do wish there was a flatter area down here, but I guess this will do. Okay, yeah, this should be plenty of moss for this little retaining wall. I probably went overkill, but whatever. I'm gonna start out actually up top here, and I'm gonna try to put down the little fence posts that I wanna have here. And let's maybe lower this one a little bit. It's only 1 block tall though, but honestly, I think that's fine. I will extend it to where these leaves go. So
So let's extend it to right there. Okay, that'll be the end of the retaining wall. And then over on this side, I do need to extend this just slightly, so it meets up with the pathway. All right, so I think with all of these put in, I can go through and line this with some acacia fences. And then just for a little bit of extra detail, I'm gonna throw some acacia slabs on top of the stone. Yeah, I think that looks good from back here. I'm cool with that. I also absolutely have to remember to save these guys. I think there's a second one here from when you last saw. I honestly cannot remember if I showed myself getting the second one, but I think just like another zombie villager spawned and I lured him over here. So we have two. We have two that I have to cure. Definitely have to remember to do that. Now, I definitely want to put some moss and some of this green concrete surrounding the leaves here. You know, it's bordering the farmland. So I'm going to put a row of green concrete powder at the bottom. You probably can't even really see this, but just behind the leaves should be a little bit more green now, potentially. You can't really see through the leaves, but it's fine. It's the thought that counts. I'm going to extend a couple of these up just a few more blocks. And then let's fill the rest in with moss. And now I want to extend the moss as well to everything that is in contact with the green concrete powder. Now let's move this on to the next stage. Everything in contact with the moss. Let's definitely go ahead and use some mossy cobblestone. So now from the mossy cobblestone, sometimes I'm going to use just regular cobblestone. That always looks good. But then also, I think tough looks really nice next to mossy cobblestone. Just darkens it up a little bit as well. So I'm going to use that in some of these spots as well. And this is also where the pale moss is going to come into play, and also potentially the acacia. And then just some cobblestone going from the tough I think will look nice, and then we can finish that with some ordinary stone. Okay, so once again, let's take a step back and take a look at this retaining wall now. And I think that looks better than it did before. I like this a lot more than just the cobblestone and the ordinary stone. I really like using the moss and the green concrete powder alongside those leaves at the bottom. I think that looks really good. Now let's move down the village a little bit more. I think I do want to convert this just into like a basic mine entrance. I feel like that shouldn't take too long. I'm probably just going to do, honestly, a very similar mine entrance to what I did in the Plains village. And my blocks of choice for this is going to be pretty much everything that is in this chest here. So we got some granite, we got some bricks, got some mud bricks as well. And let's also grab just a little bit of jungle. Honestly, these 2 planks could potentially be enough. Now, like I was saying, I'm going to make this very, very similar to the mine entrance that we had in the Plains video. So let's just round this off a little bit. Let me also stick a couple blocks out that way. Actually, I think I'm going to make this wood. I feel like a wood type would look really good with that. I do have some oak, thankfully. That was the type that I was originally thinking of. So let's use this for the front. Just right there and right there. And then actually, I think instead of making these granite, they're also going to be wood. And then there's going to be one over there and one on this side as well. Yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. I think I'm just going to cover this with granite, actually. And then we're going to connect that up and then connect this up. And then I can put some fences right here so no one walks over this. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. It's not going to be acacia fence, though. I'm going to do this with oak fence. All right, let's throw down a couple fences like that. I also threw a couple slabs on top. I'm trying to stop the villagers from being able to get up here, but I think they still can, because I'm pretty sure they can just walk around that. That'll be fine, right? Like, it should be okay. It's just that villagers don't really agree with trapdoors. So I feel like the villagers will just be over here just constantly staring at these, having no idea what to do. I do actually have to extend over the wall just very slightly because I got rid of the little bit of dirt that was here. I think this looks better as well. Makes it feel like it's actually like supporting something if it's a block higher, at least I think. Okay, I got some stone slabs. Let's see if I can kind of make this look a tad bit more interesting out front. Yeah, I think that helped a little bit. I do also have 2 fence gates. Let's throw those there and there. You can definitely put a lantern right there. That's perfect. And now let me go ahead and texture up the granite. And I'm just going to do this using the mud bricks, also the ordinary mud. Let's definitely throw some of that in there. And then a couple of these bricks, just every so often. And there's not really too much granite to texture, so I think that should be perfect. And now I'm comfortable with this being my mine entrance. I mean, it has been my mine this entire time. This is definitely overdue. And, you know, this would have taken me 5 minutes to do earlier. Don't know why I waited, but whatever. At least it's done now. The next two things that I wanted to do, I think are better viewed using some time-lapse footage. One of those is I just wanted to switch up the pathway a little bit. With it all being coarse dirt, I just kind of felt like it blended a little bit too much together. So I wanted to incorporate a little bit of path block, some mud, and also just some vegetation where I could. Then after that was done, I pivoted out front of the village and started working on some market stalls connecting up to the front row of buildings. And I think these added details out front definitely helped a lot. Now there are just very few things that I would like to do before I can consider this village finished. Those things are taking down the fence that's surrounding everything. That also kind of has like an addendum to it because I have to then terraform a little bit on the outside here. Just because, like, if you take a look, it's a little bit too uniform, you know, going down that hill. So I'll probably just make this look more like a natural hill. That shouldn't take long. Then I have to release the villagers. I think alongside that, I'm also going to cure these guys. I might do that actually next, just so they have time to cure before it is day 300. And the last thing I need to do is just get that full beetroot field planted. Okay, so I need to find another fortress. I know there's one not too far away. I think it's just right over here. Okay, absolutely. That's exactly where it is. So let's go ahead and kill some blazes. I also need a mushroom, which is right there. Perfect. And look at this. This is going to be my first wither skeleton skull as well. That would have been cool. All right, now I just need to kill some blazes. All right, I'm on fire already. I've been in here 3 seconds and I'm already on fire. Okay, that blaze dropped some blaze rods. That's probably enough. I'm so tired of being on fire. I've been in here 2 minutes. So I'm just going to leave. I think I'm good. And now let me just grab everything else that I'm gonna need to make these potions of weakness. All right, so let's fill this thing up with 3 water bottles. Let's throw in some blaze powder. Let's throw in the fermented spider eye. And last, but certainly not least, let's throw in the gunpowder to make this a splash potion of weakness. All right, there we go. We have 3 splash potions of weakness. And let's use one of these along with these 2 golden apples to cure these 2 villagers up here. And so here we go. Let's throw that. Perfect. And let's start the curing process. And I guess while that's going, I might as well work on the bit of terraforming over here. The one villager just converted and immediately got killed again. I was hoping that since I was close enough by, that wouldn't happen. Okay, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. We can make this work. I just have to use another one of these potions of weakness, but it's fine. Guess it is a good thing that I made 3. The terraforming's done, though, I think. I don't want to leave these guys, so let's free cam it up. That looks a lot better to me. Still looks a little bit weird back here, but I think this is just how the terrain generated, so that's gonna stay. But I think this hillside looks a little bit better now. And okay, this villager in the back got cured. Now it's just the one in the front. I think as long as I stay here, the guy in the back will be safe. All right, there we go. They both cured. Right before mobs started spawning. If I break this, can you please just get inside the fence? One of them should go over to that bed, surely, right? And the other one just wandered in on their own. Perfect. Next up then, I guess, let's just release all of the villagers. They are still just right down here. And I should be able just to relocate all of these beds just to somewhere else in the village. Also, don't mind the inventory. I know it's cluttered. All right, so there's beds now all over the place. The villagers should all be able to find one, hopefully. They're pretty stupid sometimes, I guess. Yeah, these guys are all trying to share this one bed for whatever reason, and none of them are gonna get it because it's mine. The absolute final thing I have to do for this village is just tear down the acacia fence that's surrounding the whole thing. I did also tweak some of the buildings just really slightly just a second ago. These roofs over here weren't textured at all. So I just went through and did that. And also this archway, I just smoothed out a little bit by just adding some slabs. Neither of those 2 things are really that noticeable, but I just wanted to point them out here. But yeah, the last thing for this village transformation is just getting rid of the acacia fence, which also means the villagers are now at risk of dying. And this is perfect timing because the sun is setting here on day 299. So let's get this done quick and we can go to sleep. Oh, I forgot to harvest my beetroot. I'll do that first and then I'll go to sleep. I just keep thinking of so many little things that I forgot to do. There's probably way more as well. But hopefully I'm not forgetting anything major. Or maybe if I did it on purpose just to bait you guys to comment more. You'll never know. I'm pretty sure the fence is gone. So let me just go harvest up all my beetroot and maybe it'll be enough. It's definitely not going to be, but it's fine. I'll get this full field planted at some point. For now, let's see how far this gets me. I also definitely just did that without fortune, so that's not even close to enough. Whatever. Whatever, it's good enough. It's good enough for me, man. This is more beetroot than I've probably ever planted in my life, so I'm fine with it. And now with that, let me go ahead and take my final nap, and let's wake up on day 300. And first thing I'm going to do in the morning is turn on some shaders. All right, the shaders are now on, so let's take a look at my Acacia Village transformation. I am very happy with this one. I think most of these builds turned out very, very well. There's honestly not much that I would change about pretty much any of these, to be honest. I feel like in the last couple of village transformations, there were just a couple things that I wish I did differently. Or wish I spent more time doing, I guess I should say. But I kind of feel like everything in this village just sort of fits. I'm really happy with this. I think the vision kind of came to life with the dock out here. I think this is a really cool addition to the area. And I just really wanted this like facade out front with all of these like different shops and stuff. And I feel like I accomplished that pretty nicely. Because then you walk under here and then the rest of the village is revealed. That looks so nice. I'm really happy with this. Thank you so much for, honestly, just the ridiculous amount of support on this series. This is definitely up there as one of the best received series I've ever started, so thank you all so much for this. I really appreciate it. Next episode is going to be a little bit different. I don't want to spoil it too much, but it's not going to be just a straight up village transformation. So definitely be on the lookout for that one in the next couple of weeks. All right, dude. Yeah, I'm just doing an outro. That's fine. Do your thing. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. So far in this Minecraft world, I have been on a journey transforming every type of village in the game. I've done a plains village, a spruce village, and an acacia village, all in their own video. But today I'm going to change things up. Instead of doing a village transformation, instead I'm going to kind of prepare myself to do bigger and better village transformations down the line. So the general idea is that I spent 250 days changing my Minecraft world forever. And what that means is just building a bunch of farms that are going to help me in the future and just making a lot of overall solid progress so I don't have to do that in my village transformations. There are 10 things that I would like to get done today, and I've added them to this checklist. And throughout the video, I'm going to be tallying them off to make sure that everything is completed. And even though this isn't a village transformation, I think this is probably the most I've ever built in a single video on this channel, which is kind of cool, I think. And I'm also just really happy with all the builds in this video. And I hope you guys are too. But thank you so much for watching. Enjoy the video. The very first thing that I would like to do in this video, the first thing that I would like to check off the checklist, is something that is very long overdue, and it's simply just putting Unbreaking 3 on my elytra. I don't know why it's taken me this long to do this. I want to use one of the few villagers out here, but the problem is they're all fishermen. So I'm just going to try to steal one of these fishermen villagers, and hopefully if I kind of just like go far enough away, and then maybe destroy the barrels over there, this villager will no longer be a fisherman. That's the plan, at least. Okay, I'm gonna hope that that's far enough away. Got this little tough box for the villager. Also, I destroyed the barrels. It looks like that did at least do the trick and make him not a fisherman anymore. I just need this villager to want this lectern. Awesome. Okay, so I should be able to re-roll this a handful of times until we get Unbreaking 3. But let me get enough emeralds to actually buy the book first, because it would really suck if I found it and then didn't have enough emeralds and he re-rolled himself. And the way I'm going to do that is just by making a couple of these villagers into farmers, like this guy right here. I just trapped him in this back room with that composter. He is now a farmer, not selling the right thing, but it is okay. We can re-roll this quick. Hopefully it is quick. It doesn't seem very quick because he's locked in on something outside of this building, it looks like. There we go. Okay. Now I just have to do this until this guy takes carrots. It does also look like his friend over here is now sleeping in my bed, so I think I should be able to also make this villager into a farmer. I don't know what barrel this one is locked into, so I'm just going to get rid of a whole bunch of these. Let's see if that did the trick. It absolutely did. Lovely. So now let's make one of those a composter. And you will become a farmer. That is beautiful, just not the trade that I want. Wheat and carrots, that is perfect. That's exactly what I want. Let's see if I can get that on this other farmer as well. I'll also take beetroot and carrots if possible, since I do have a beetroot field here. But once again, you are proving to be annoying to deal with. Just please take the job. I understand it's the middle of the night, but get employed, please. Perfect, and it's also carrots and wheat. That's exactly what I wanted. And now let me harvest all the fields here and see how many emeralds I can get out of this. I do have to remember that this area is no longer fenced off, though. So I am definitely at risk of getting exploded. Okay, but with my Fortune 3 pick, I'm gonna go through now and harvest all of these crops here. And we'll just trade all of the leftovers, which will hopefully give me enough emeralds to comfortably buy an Unbreaking 3 book. After harvesting up everything, I have a bunch of crops that I can now trade. So let's pop over here, trade with this villager, and let me trade with this one over here as well. 51 total emeralds. That is certainly enough to buy one Unbreaking 3 book. Actually, I have a little bit more wheat that I can trade. Beautiful. 53 emeralds. So now with these 53 emeralds and this book that I just crafted, all I have to do is break and replace this lectern a lot of times. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. That was actually not bad at all. That probably only took like 10 minutes. Let's grab that Unbreaking 3 book. And now, is it nighttime again? It is not. Beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this lectern in this building somewhere. Maybe the villager will find it, and this can be his new house. Is he making any progress towards that? He definitely is not. Classic villagers. But with the newly acquired Unbreaking 3 book, I'm going to toss this on my Elytra for 4 levels, Unbreaking 3, and Mending. That's going to make a huge difference. That's the first thing done for this video. It only took like a day and a half. We're starting off strong. The next thing that I would like to do for this checklist is I want to put a nether portal on the nether roof for each of these villages. Now, I say that, but I still absolutely plan on like connecting all of these villages in the overworld, or potentially using some nether travel, but like not on the nether roof. I still completely plan on doing that. I just want to have access to the nether roof for my convenience. Just in case I have to fly back and forth between any of these villages in this video, which I'm sure I'm going to have to, rather than wasting a lot of time and a lot of rockets and whatnot. I think just having nether roof access makes a ton of sense. I also just want to breed up my cows here shortly because, I'm sorry to do this, but I only have 13 pieces of steak left.
Let's be honest, I'm the only real champion. Cracked an enemy shield.
Recharging my shield.
Shit on. Not sure how it happened, but now I have a stack of steak. Also, the cow population is a little bit smaller. I wonder if those things are related. I think I am all good to head back into the nether now, though, and start moving all of these nether portals. I say all of these nether portals. It's just 3. There's really not that many. But the way I'm going to do this is just by destroying all of the portals that are already made here. I'll screenshot these coordinates as well, and then I'll just pillar up to the nether roof, glitch on top of it, and then put the portal back again. I think that's the most efficient way of doing this. I also need some ender pearls to do this, so I'm going to have to kill a couple endermen while I'm here. That also should not be an issue. But there's the first portal gone. I'm just going to write the coordinates down in my chat here. It'll probably be easier than screenshotting it. So there's the first one. As long as I don't log out of the game, we should be good. I'm pretty sure I also do have these screenshots somewhere, but it's always annoying opening your screenshots folder when you're playing Minecraft. I mean, having a second monitor definitely helps, but it's still kind of annoying. My Plains Village nether portal is very close to where I just entered the nether. I think I just came in right over there. It's just right around the corner here. Got those coordinates logged in the chat as well. And now I think I do have to pull up my screenshots folder because I have no idea where my spruce one is from here. All right, it's negative 138, 622. Let's go find that. All right, I made it to the spruce portal. Let's take this whole thing down as well. And I did manage to get a couple ender pearls from some endermen on the way over here. So let me use these to get onto the roof in this location. Okay, I think this is going to be a good spot to get onto the nether roof. If you've never done this before, I guess I can kind of show you a little tutorial on how to do it. What you're looking for is like a corner of the bedrock like this, but you want the block up here to be on Y127. Usually that's easy to do with like the normal F3 menu. I think you can just see the coordinates of the blocks you're looking at, like typically. I have that turned off, but I'm pretty certain this one's 127 because the block I'm standing on is 125. So that would mean that this is 126, this is 127. So I think this corner will work right here. And then what you want to do is just put a ladder down. I like to put 2 down just to make sure you're on the ladder. And then while on the ladder, you want to like kind of hold up, look at this like corner between these 2 blocks, and then just throw the ender pearl. And it should just kind of glitch you right up on top. Definitely did not mean to take that screenshot, but I'm going to go back to where this exact portal is, negative 138, 622. Looks like it is right here. Let's put this back down again. Let's go ahead and light this up, and let me make sure that this links up with the Spruce Village. And it absolutely does. Beautiful. We're in the Spruce Village again. And now if we head back through, I should be back on the roof. Lovely. Now let me just go ahead and do this 2 more times. Negative 38, negative 162 is right here. All right, and I think this one's the Plains Village. And it is the Plains Village. Beautiful. And then the last portal that I should have to build should be right here. Okay, let's see if this takes me to the Acacia Village. It does. I'm the best. This is very easy to do. I don't know why I'm bragging. I'm currently 3 days into this video, and I have already finished 2 of the things that I wanted to get done. Though I don't think I'm going to be able to keep up this pace, because the third thing that I would like to accomplish in this video is I want to make myself just like a central home for this world. Now, in every one of these villages, I'm going to continue making myself a starter house like I've done so far, and I'm planning on storing, you know, like the village materials and everything that I gather in that specific video in those starter houses. But I also would like to have just like a central house that I can kind of start every video at. And also I would like to store a bunch of things in this house that I'm allowed to take with me to every village transformation. I'm not exactly sure what those materials and items are going to be, like fully, but just a few examples I think are going to be like my tools and my armor. I can always have a spot for those if needed. And then also I'm thinking about allowing myself to bring whatever saplings I want at the start of each village transformation as well. Just because if I end up being really far away from the mangrove swamp, you know, that I know is around here, it might be really annoying to try to find another one, or just have to fly all the way over here again. And then honestly, that's kind of all that I can think of that I'm going to allow myself to take everywhere, so maybe I don't need a full storage house for this. But I'm going to build one anyway, because I think it's going to look good. And I guess I should probably also open this up to the comments. If you guys think that I should allow myself to store other things in this new storage building, please let me know what you think they should be. Now, to start preparing to build this house, I decided to use the materials that I've already gathered across my 3 villages. So I just spent a little bit of time flying around all 3 of them, loading up a couple shulker boxes with whatever materials I thought that I was going to need. Now, after I had gathered enough materials, I then set off to try to find a really good location to build this house. And honestly, this was kind of wasted because I decided in the end just to go with spawn. I was kind of looking for like a cool mountain range nearby and just didn't really find one, and kind of just figured that making an eventual like spawn village down the line could be a really cool idea. So with the materials gathered and the location figured out, the only thing left to do is to build the house. So let me cut it to the first building time lapse of the video.
I'm not sure if it's because I literally just built this, or if it actually is this good, but I feel like I cooked with this design. I think this build turned out so well, and I think from right here is like the best viewing platform. If you're wondering, I'm on top of this pale oak tree with 45 FOV as well to make it look more cinematic. And there's no clouds in the background because, for whatever reason, my clouds are not working. Wait, are they working now? Oh, they're working now. Okay, now it looks even better. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And you'll soon see, this took me a while. It is day 367 now. So I'm very glad I didn't limit myself to 100 days here. But just quickly looking on the outside, we have 3 custom trees in the area. There's one behind the building, which I'll show off in a little bit. There's this tall one on the right, which is all right. It's not great, but it's not like the worst thing I've ever made, so I'm fine with it, I think. I'm still not great at making custom trees, even though I've been trying to get better at it for the last, like, 3 years. They're very hard to make. They really are, especially freehanding them. This one over here, Wombat actually helped me out with. If you guys don't know Wombat, he's a real one. I'll leave his channel in the description, but he actually helped me out with this one. He sent me a picture of a tree that he made, like an oak style tree. And I kind of tried to, you know, take a bit of inspiration from that picture, use it as like a bit of a guide. He textured it way more than I did. Like, this looks pretty bad compared to his probably, but I still am pretty happy with it. I think this tree is pretty decent. A lot of air gaps in this, but I wanted to make it nice and airy. I wanted to be able to see through it, and like, especially when you're underneath the tree, I wanted to be able to see all the branches really nicely. So I think this is a good tree. I think it's a nice shape. I was trying to focus on the shape for a really long time. I almost scrapped this entire tree because I just could not get the correct shape, but eventually I ironed it out, and I think this thing is solid. And then the tree in the back is just like a smaller version of the one that's on the far side over there. I like this more than the tall one. I think this one's pretty good. I think all 3 of these trees add to this environment really nicely though, so I'm definitely glad I took the time to build those. That's definitely something that I wouldn't have done if this was only a 100-day video. These are supposed to be filled with horses. I just haven't done that. I'll do it at some point. I'm also not even sure if horses will stay in here. Like, I'm not sure if they'll be able to jump up on this and then jump over the trapdoors. I could always add another layer of the trapdoor to prevent this, but honestly, if they end up jumping up here, I think the worst that they can do is just fall into another pen. I don't think they're able to get out from up there. I guess they could, like, glitch into the wall and die, which would be unfortunate. So I guess if that happens, if there's any casualties, I suppose I'll go back through and raise these all by a trapdoor. There's 2 entrances to this building, and this is where most of the storage is going to go. And honestly, I went a little bit small with this building, a little bit smaller than I should have. I was kind of imagining like a really big storage building, and there's not too much storage in this place, but I think it'll be fine. We have a bunch of chests over here, we have a bunch of chests over there, and we have this nice barrel room in the back, a couple other barrels and chests scattered around. I kind of figured that if I ever ran out of space in this part of the building, I could always like put a basement somewhere and put a ton of storage down there. I just didn't really feel like I needed that much right now. So over here, we have another entrance with this tower. And the interior is actually completely done, by the way. I am very surprised with myself. I do have some extra lanterns, thank you, because I actually do want to throw one in here. But anyway, as you go further in on this floor, you just get another little storage building. And up here is a small bedroom, which I'm actually gonna use. I can't, because these intruders are the worst. All right, anyway, bright and early in the morning now. I didn't even point this out, but there's a little bit more storage in this initial room when you walk in. There is a ladder behind on this main pillar. I wanted to have like a staircase surrounding this whole thing, but the tower just wasn't wide enough for it. So I kind of was forced to make a ladder. It's all good though. Up here we have a tiny library, which I need to get some books to actually fill in all these bookshelves. I use a lot of empty bookshelves whenever I'm making like libraries and stuff, and I just never fill them in. So we'll see if this is any different. I'm also just have a couple logs. I don't know what this is supposed to be, but I thought the leaf litter looked kind of cool up there on these tables. I don't know. We have a couple paintings scattered about. Same thing with this little floor. A couple more paintings, some more storage, some more extinguished campfires. And then all the way up top is the like the watchtower kind of area. And you get a really nice view of the surroundings from up here. I think this is a cool spot. And we have a bunch of fence gates so we don't actually fall off. But that's the entire build. I think this thing turned out very, very nicely. And I do actually see something that I kind of want to add. So maybe it's not completely done. All this should take is just 4 signs, and I want them up here. And I'm sure that this is even hardly noticeable, but I think that just looks kind of cool right there.
I don't know. I like it. I'm gonna leave it there. But yeah, that's the whole building. I'm very happy that I took the time to build this whole thing. This is gonna be a great central storage building and also a really good start to whatever like village city thing I decide to build on this peninsula. Okay, so let's pivot to something else. Let's pivot to another thing on the checklist that I would like to get done today. And the next thing that I'm going to do is get full netherite tools and armor. Now, in the last video, I already got a couple things netherite. We have 4 tools total. We have 2 pickaxes. There's a fortune one. Also, don't mind this ender chest. It's very disorganized. That's going to be a part of the video today as well. I'm going to fix all this later. Don't worry. But as for right now, we have 4 netherite tools. I want to just get everything else that I have netherite. So we need our netherite sword. I would probably like to netherite this shovel as well. And then, of course, I would like all of the armor to be netherite as well. And the final thing is going to be a hoe. So for right now, I need 28 pieces of ancient debris to convert these 7 items into netherite. That shouldn't be too bad, but also my inventory is really cluttered at the moment. So let me actually just take a minute. I'm going to fly over to the Acacia Village transformation. Just unload those shulker boxes that I have, clear up everything, grab all the other extra bits that I'm going to need to do this ancient debris mining, and then I will see you guys again deep underground in the nether. Back down in the ancient debris mines once again. I did throw mending on my Silk Touch pickaxe, so that's a very welcome addition as well. I don't know why it took me so long to do that, but you know, it's just kind of what this guy's all about. What's up? But with both of these mending pickaxes, I should be able to spend a lot of time down here just mining in a straight line. Hello, fellows. I don't have any TNT, so I can't just blow up a whole bunch of the nether here. I'm just going to have to do what I did before and carve out a lot more tunnels. So let me just start mining through this netherrack once again. It's going to take me probably a pretty long while, but it's all good. I will be back when I have all of the ancient debris that I'm going to need. I'm now back home, no longer in the depths of the nether. It always feels so good, actually, finally getting out of that place. And I have 30 pieces of ancient debris now, which is actually, I think, 2 more than I initially needed, but it's fine. I'll take those 2 additional netherite scraps for sure. I also took a quick stop over to the Plains Village, mainly just to grab these diamonds. I knew I had over a stack there, and I think in this village I have probably like under 10. Yeah, we have 5. Huge. Now let me go ahead and actually smelt down all of these pieces of ancient debris. And dude, I'm getting so tired of this well. Just ever since my spruce video, this thing just keeps popping up and I have no idea why. Like, what is going on? That's definitely deeper than it was before. I'm not crazy, right? Like, they definitely don't spawn that deep. Huh. I don't know, man. I keep destroying this thing and it just keeps popping back up. I don't know what to do about it. But regardless, let's go ahead and use this little super smelter again. And it is nighttime outside. I'm gonna take a nap. I don't want to get blown up. That would be really annoying, or have any of the villagers here die. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen many of them in a minute, so they totally could be dead. Oh, well, there's one. We have at least one survivor. You might be the last alive, man. It's all up to you. There are more villagers. Okay, I was too curious. I kind of figured they just got stuck. Yeah, like, what are you guys doing? It's not as bad as I thought. I kind of figured some of these guys got smacked up, but we at least have 4 over there. I feel like that still constitutes as a village, if you ask me. Let's go check on this ancient debris. Is it done? But yeah, this is what I'm talking about, man. Where'd it go? I don't get it, dude. It's just gonna keep leaving, I guess. I don't know. 30 pieces of netherite scrap, though, are now finished. So let's grab these and let's go craft up all of the netherite ingots that I can. It should be good for 7 of those with 2 netherite scraps left over. It was at this point that I realized that my diamond gear definitely needed some better enchants before I converted it into netherite. And I knew that I had a whole bunch of additional diamond loot from my end city raids in my taiga village. So I took a quick trip over there, also spent some time in the skeleton spawner in order to get enough levels to actually combine my stuff. I wasn't able to get everything completely perfect, but the enchants that I was able to get are definitely way better than what I had before. And once I was satisfied with the enchantments, we were back in the Acacia Village to actually turn everything into netherite. Get ourselves a beautiful netherite helmet, a netherite chest piece, netherite pants, netherite boots. So that completes the armor, which is fantastic looking. Of course, we can't forget about the sword. I'm going to do this second shovel that we have. And I'm also going to do the hoe. That comes with 2 advancements as well.
or 2 achievements or whatever. Of course, we got Cover Me in Debris right here, and also Serious Dedication. And now I feel absolutely decked out. Actually, I can drip this out even more. Hold on, let's see what kind of armor trims we have. I don't think I have many. Definitely don't think I have many, but I can do something. The only armor trim that I have is this Dune one, and I have to duplicate it a couple more times. And that also brings our total diamonds down to 8. Tragic. But that will absolutely not stop me from using a diamond in my armor trim, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go with emerald for the helmet. Let's do gold for the chest piece. I just think that looks really cool usually on a chest piece. Let's do lapis for the pants, and I like the diamond boots. So now we are completely dripped out. I know these are a pretty small thing in the game, but I do really like armor trims. I think they look so cool. And eventually I do want this to be an even cooler armor trim than this, like maybe the silence one or something. But I don't want to go into an ancient city right now, but definitely in the future, because there is still an enchant that I'm missing, and that is Swift Sneak. It is such a good enchant, so I definitely want to get it eventually. That just doesn't feel like a today thing, probably. I am now in an ancient city, so I guess we're going to add an 11th thing to the checklist for today, and that's just going to be to explore one of these. Yeah, we could do that. We'll be fine. I just got all this new netherite armor. We'll be okay. I actually think I'm okay to open these chests. Let's see. We're good. But nothing in that one. Let's open this chest as well. Swift Sneak 1, and not exactly what I'm looking for. I also do not have any wool, so let me definitely go ahead and grab up a whole bunch of this stuff. All right, we have over a stack of wool now. That should be plenty. Let's start moving through this thing. I also really want to take this skeleton skull. And I kind of feel like I can just right here. Absolutely can. I love that. Let's go. Those are always cool to have. I'm gonna yoink another one of these for sure. Sweet. Got ourselves another chest over here and also some more skeleton skulls. Oh, I missed them by the first couple chests. Oh well. Whatever. At least we picked up those ones on the way then. Swift Sneak 2. Okay, we're getting a little bit better. So now we either need another one of those books or just a Swift Sneak 3 book. Let's see what we find. Now, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a chest, like, over this way, but I'm not sure if there is. Oh, there is a chest here. I think this water actually makes it really safe. Yeah, for sure. Bane of Arthropods 2. Curse of Vanishing, Protection 4, Unbreaking 3, and Mending on some leggings is pretty cool. Oh, that's such a good diamond hoe. Why? Why did I enchant this one? Why did I make this one netherite, man? I could have just waited. This is almost perfect. Whatever, at least we have a good backup hoe now, I guess. Okay, we set off one of these, but it's okay. It's all right, we're chilling. We have a couple more strikes. I'm gonna work on trying to get rid of this one. I just did another one as well, because I hit the water. There we go, I at least got rid of that thing. All right, let me probably wait a little bit. The warden's gonna kill me really quick if he comes down here. So I should probably let these things kind of reset. I always forget that, like, the smallest things make noise. Like, just touching the water made noise there. I also just realized that since I have a Swift Sneak 1 and 2 book, literally any other Swift Sneak book at all will work, and then I can leave. Hey, there's some diamonds down here. Don't really need those anymore, but I'll probably take them. Okay, we got ourselves a chest here that is very heavily guarded. Gotta do this as carefully as possible. Think we are good to destroy them? Let's see. That's always scary to do. Okay, we're good. Now, are there any, like, lurking behind? Because when I open this chest, obviously all of these sensors are going to go off, but I think I'm safe. We are safe. And it's Swift Sneak 2. Perfect. I didn't even grab the Swift Sneak 1 book from before. I would have been pissed if I found another Swift Sneak 1 book and I didn't grab the previous one. But we're chilling. We're chilling. We got Swift Sneak 2, so I can just combine these two together to get Swift Sneak 3. Also some regeneration potions. I guess those are kind of cool. But with this Swift Sneak book, I am kind of down to leave. If I can spot another chest in the area, maybe I'll go for it. But this is kind of all I was here for. Oh, there's a chest right here. Okay, let's definitely just at least loot this. I think I'm pretty safe, honestly, just to open it. I don't see anything nearby. Yeah, I think we're chilling. Okay, what's in this one? Protection 4, Unbreaking 3 on some iron leggings is actually pretty good, but not what I want. Okay, we came in from over there. So I can probably just fly out. There's some diamonds right there, and there's also some diamonds back this way that I kind of wanted to grab. Kind of forgot where they were, though. Gotta be honest. I was too preoccupied with the chest, but I think it's like over this way somewhere? Maybe? Like around this corner? Yeah, they're right here. Okay, might as well grab these. There's only one diamond, so it wasn't even really all that worth it, but whatever. Let's go get this other one that's over here. There is another chest on the way, actually, so before we get the diamond, let's definitely see what's in here. Think I'm good to destroy this guy? Absolutely, and I think I'm also good to open this chest, unless there's something behind it. Only thing I see behind it are those diamonds over there. Depth Strider 1. Not at all useful. I also don't think I want any of those books or anything. Okay, so we're just gonna leave that one alone. Let's grab the diamond up. It was also just another vein of 1, but whatever. We're back towards where we came in. I do want to grab this original skull that I missed the first time. These chests have already been looted. There's 2 here, so I don't want to check those again. But let's quickly head over this way and grab this diamond. Yeah, there's 2 there. Oh, there's 3. Actually 4. Wow, that was a lot more worth it than the other ones. And I actually just quickly saw these diamonds over here as well. Very, very hidden. That did not really look like diamonds. I think that was a really successful Ancient City trip. Let's definitely get out of here, though, before I perish. And we did it. We're alive. Man, I don't remember the last time I actually went to an ancient city and lived. I die there all the time because I'm an idiot. I also kind of completely forgot where I am. So, yeah, I'll find something. I'll find one of the villages eventually. I'm pretty sure I ended up going to the Spruce Village and just flying around to find that mountain. I just forgot where I came from. But I think it's like over here, maybe? Yeah, it's definitely over here, right? Because that's the first village that I found in the Spruce Village video that I decided not to build in. I think the one I actually chose is over here. Yeah, there it is. It's loading in. Perfect. I still love this Spruce Village transformation video, man. Dude, it looks so cool from over here. I wish I put a wall around the whole thing. I gotta start doing that with, like, all of these villages. I think that looked really nice with the Plains one. But, like, dude, this is such a nice little colorful village. And there's still this ordinary vanilla village house that I never took down, just chilling at the bottom. But he's staying there. I like him. He has personality. And before I do literally anything else, I'm gonna combine these 2 books together to get Swift Sneak 3. And can I put that on my leggings? It is 14 levels. Okay, I guess we're grinding the skeleton spawner a little bit longer. You know, while I'm down at the skeleton farm, I might as well just spend some extra time healing up my tools too. I'll definitely thank myself later for doing this now. Yo, does that skeleton have diamond armor? The hell? I've never seen this. Dude's crazy. My tools are now all completely healed up, along with the few that I have in my ender chest here that also have mending on them too. And I do have 22 levels now. I only needed 14, but it's fine. I can go ahead and throw Swift Sneak 3 on my leggings. So now Prot 4, Swift Sneak 3, Unbreaking 3, and Mending. Oh, that's the last thing that anvil is probably ever going to make. Well, not probably. It broke. It is the last thing that anvil is ever going to make. Don't know why I said probably, but now we can shift real quickly. This is so much more useful, man. Swift Sneak 3 is one of the best enchants in all of Minecraft. Like, it's kind of annoying to get because exploring an ancient city can be definitely a hassle, but man, is it worth it. I'm zooming. Next up on the agenda requires me to head back to the Acacia Village, so let's go ahead and do that. And now that I'm back here, let me go ahead and get another item checked off this checklist. The next thing that I want to do is just get a bunch of golden carrots. Now, originally, I thought I was just gonna unlock those through trades, which will probably be the way that I get golden carrots, like, far into the future, but for right now, I have a lot of gold. And you can make so many golden carrots out of these, because it just takes the nuggets. So yeah, that's already a ton right here. Let me just grab my fortune pick real quick. I'm gonna go harvest the entire carrot field over here. And honestly, that should supply me for quite some time. And the issue with making farms that look like this, the ones that I did in this video, is that a lot of these crops get trampled. But hey, man, it's all right. I'm not going for peak efficiency here. We're chilling. All right, then let's start just crafting as many stacks of golden carrots as I can. All right, I couldn't quite make all of my carrots into golden carrots, but I still have about 6 stacks. That should be plenty of food for a while. And I don't really want to waste a shulker box holding these. So I'm just going to throw them in my ender chest. It's incredibly disorganized in here, I'm aware. But I will fix this shortly, I promise. Can you stop pushing me, man? All right, dude, like I was standing here the whole time. There's room. You could have walked around. But anyway, while I was editing this video, I realized that I only ever ended up getting like 7 stacks or whatever of golden carrots, and I don't feel like that's enough. So I did just spend the last little while leveling, not that one, leveling this jungle villager up in my plains village. And now I can buy golden carrots for 1 emerald for 3 of them. It's nice to have renewable golden carrots. I'm going to continue trying to work on a couple of these farming villagers just throughout the rest of this series in future videos, but I'm glad that I at least have 1. I feel much more comfortable now checking off golden carrots from the checklist. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled shram, I guess. Now with the food situation figured out, the next thing I would like to do is start working on some farms. And the first 2 of those farms that I'm going to be making, I'm going to kind of bundle together. And that is going to be a creeper farm and a sugarcane farm. Just pretty much like a rocket factory, because I need a lot more rockets in this world than what I've had so far. I'm down to my last 55. I keep having to kill creepers and get the paper manually, and I'm kind of tired of it. So this seems like a perfect opportunity to make my life a lot easier. Now I'm going to make this creeper and sugarcane farm over the ocean, just to get pretty good efficient rates on the creeper farm, or at least that's the plan. I'm building it. It could be horrible, who knows? And I do have an idea, actually a pretty cool idea, I think, of what to put around the creeper farm. I'm not just going to have it exposed to the water. And in order to accomplish my vision, I just have to go ahead and round up a bunch more materials again. But I feel like I should have pretty much everything across the 3 villages that I've already made. So let me run around for a little while, putting all of the materials that I'm going to need in my 3 shulker boxes. And then I will meet you guys at the build site to talk about my idea. That guy, you know, me from a couple weeks ago, has 0 idea what he's talking about. Or more accurately, has no idea what this video is going to turn into. Because man, this turned into one of the biggest projects I have ever done in Minecraft. And I'm already pretty far into this video. So this entire video took me forever to make. That's why it's been so long since I've last posted, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. The next thing that I did was I just went ahead and built the actual creeper farm. Didn't put any build around it or anything, just made it functional. This is a creeper farm from Waddles. It works really well, doesn't use that many materials, and also doesn't use cats. So it's actually pretty easy to make. It's not really that annoying. I'll leave a link to that in the description below for sure if you guys want to check it out. But now I should probably point out my original idea to put around this farm. I was just going to make like a big tower. Like destroyed stone tower type of thing. And that's why I originally thought that I could probably just scavenge from all of my bases and get enough materials to construct some kind of like textured stone tower thing. But at some point throughout the process, I decided to do something completely different. I want there to be wonders of this world, like how there are the 7 wonders of the world in real life. And this build is going to be one of them. It's going to be called The Great Bridge. And just as I'm progressing through this series, I want to build up more of these just colossal sized structures that are very mysterious potentially and, you know, maybe don't have too much history behind them. I want to make lore for all of these. And I think it's going to just add to the cohesion of this world very, very nicely. And once I decided that that was the end goal for this creeper farm, I had to change up how I did the rest of this checklist just slightly. Because in order to build something at this scale, I just needed to do a couple things first. So a few of the entries on the later part of the checklist just kind of had to be moved up. One of those is just getting more shulker boxes. I only have 3 shulker boxes currently, and I absolutely need way more than that for this build. So that was the next thing that I set my sights on. I headed to the end, flew around for like an hour to an hour and a half, just killing as many shulkers as I could, and eventually I managed to get an entire ender chest filled with shulker boxes. So 27 shulker boxes, a huge upgrade over the 3 that I had previously. There's literally a mangrove swamp not even 1 rocket away from my acacia village, and I somehow never knew that this was here. There's just simply no way that this has always been here. I absolutely just refuse to believe that. What? And then the other thing that I would like to get done before I commence any kind of like material gathering or building is a beacon. A beacon is going to make my life infinitely better, just because I need so much stone and being able to insta-mine it would be amazing. I actually know exactly what the problem is. I know exactly what the problem is. I'm not calling it out. I gotta call out which wither skeleton is gonna give me the skull, and then they're gonna drop it. Watch this, ready? It's this one. I meant this one. It actually was that one. I was gonna do like a whole bit where I edited like me killing 50 wither skeletons and then saying this one before all of them. But it actually worked on the second one. Wow. Okay, well, we got the first skull. Let's see if the second 2 come any easier. Oh, there's skull number 2. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yeah, my 3rd skull, let's go. With the 3 skulls acquired, I can now summon the Wither, and since this is Java and not Bedrock, it is a complete breeze. And in like 20 seconds, I have another star. Now though, I want a full beacon, and I definitely don't have enough like iron or emeralds or whatever to make the blocks required. So I spent a little while just flying around to some nearby mountains, harvesting all of the iron that I could find. And after a little while, I had the 2 stacks and 36 blocks that I needed to make a full powered beacon. And now with those few additional things done, I could finally start collecting the materials for the Great Bridge. And I also think Live Shram can take it from here. 18 shulker boxes. I have 18 full shulker boxes of only stone. This is only one of the materials in this build. Did I mention that this thing is huge? Granted, the other materials that I do need, I definitely don't need this many of them. But yeah, as you can see, for this build, I need about 31,000 stone, which is 17.88 shulker boxes. And even some of this might not even be in the build. It could be like some of the terrain, like some of the stone could actually already be there. But I just wanted to kind of overgather just in case I needed it. But the rest of this stuff is far more manageable. You know, it's like about a shulker box, maybe 2 of some of these things. So like these materials won't take nearly as long. This was the majority of it though. That was so much stone. I had to repair my pickaxe so many times. Nearly broke it like 4 times as well, which would have been catastrophic. Really happy I didn't do that. But I'm gonna go ahead and repair up my tools again. And by tools, I guess I really just mean my pickaxe. That's the only thing I've really been using to gather anything up so far. So I'm gonna heal this up for like the 6th time, and then I'll start gathering every other material that I need. And if you're curious where I got all that stone from, guys, remember where I kept all the villagers for pretty much this entire like Spruce Village transformation video? They were just like down in that little hole in the ground. It used to look like this, right? With the villagers kind of hanging out. Now that thing looks like this. Let's say it's just slightly bigger than it was before. So yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last like day and a half. So I'm gonna put my head down and get back to the grind, but for you guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and start the building time lapse along with providing you a little bit of a backstory for this new structure. The Great Bridge was discovered 424 years ago and was quickly named the second wonder of the world. Very little is known about the giant structure, the civilization that constructed it, when it was built, how it was built, and its original purpose have all been lost to time. Remnants of the bridge can be found hundreds of thousands of blocks away from one another all across the world. Because of this, it is theorized that the structure was, at one point, fully connected and large enough to span the cube, making it one of the greatest architectural feats in human history. Building a bridge of this size in modern day would be an enormous challenge, so it's unfathomable that something like this was built so long ago. Could this be a higher being at work, or is it possible that there could have been an ancient civilization as advanced as we are today? We truly may never know. Turns out I massively overcalculated how many materials I needed. These are all still completely full with regular stone. And for some reason this one isn't full and it's pissing me off. So hold on, let me make this one the one that isn't full. Okay, so yeah, I still have all these extra materials. I also have a decent amount of deep slate left over. I just decided to throw all the materials in the storage building that we built earlier. I don't think I'm gonna really use these in the like next village transformations or anything like that, but whenever I return to this area to build more, I think then I can use those materials. That feels right to me. But as you can see in the background, the bridge is done. Let me just get rid of this creeper for a second. I'll go check that out. But this thing looks insane from over here, I think. This is honestly one of my favorite places to view the entire structure from. I just love that this is going to be in the background of whatever we end up putting here. Like, that looks so cool to me. I'm really happy with this. But I will take a little flight over here so you can really get the scale of this thing. This thing is massive. Definitely one of the bigger things I have ever built. Yeah, here's the top of the bridge. We're up very high. We are on Y142. Definitely pretty high. And this is where the creeper farm is. Nope, it's not that one. It is that one. Hold on. I know what I built for sure. I do need to design a way to get down here. I haven't done that yet. Like, as of right now, I've kind of just been doing this. Whenever I would need to go down here. I'm just kind of flying down. But the good thing is that this has been running the entire time that I was building this thing. So we have a bunch of gunpowder now. I don't know how great these rates are. This is probably after like 4 hours in the area, I would say. So I have no idea if that's good, but honestly, I don't really care because this is good enough for me. This is going to be a lot of rockets, and that's the main thing, you know, that I wanted that for. Now, of course, alongside the gunpowder to make rockets, I need some sugarcane, and this felt like kind of the perfect spot to also put a sugarcane farm. So that is the next thing that I would like to work on in this video. I believe it's just going to go... I'll get rid of some of the floor here. It's just going to go down here. We have a bunch of space underneath the bridge, so I'll have to run around and gather up the materials quickly to build a sugarcane farm, but I should have pretty much everything. I'll just have to craft up some observers and stuff. That's probably the thing that I don't have that I'll need. But also, I guess while I'm in here, let me kind of explain why I gathered so many extra materials. For whatever reason, these walls were all like double thick in my schematic. I must have accidentally did that somehow when I was originally building this thing. I really don't know how that ended up happening, but it caused me to gather essentially twice as many materials as I needed. It wasn't exactly twice, like it wasn't double thick everywhere, but a good chunk of this base, for some reason, was double thick. And I realized that way too late. But it's alright, we just have a ton of extra stone now, which, I mean, I'll use in the future, so it's okay. But let me fly around to my various base locations, and let me gather up all of the materials that I'm going to need just to make a quick sugarcane farm, and then I can get that done real fast. Alright, after a little while, I now have these two functional sugarcane farms. It's not too much sugarcane, it's only 10 pieces on either side, so 20 in total, but that should still be plenty for right now. I guess if I end up just having a huge shortage of paper down the line, I can just expand this even further. There's a lot more room still in here for just some like additional farms in general, not even only sugarcane ones. That's also kind of why I didn't want to like design the interior here just yet, just because I'm not exactly sure what the layout's going to be. But for right now, this should suffice. And honestly, if I had better hindsight, I probably would have built this before I built the bridge, just so it was running the whole time. Because as of right now, there is nothing on the inside. But it's alright. It's alright. Hopefully if I'm like around the central storage building over there, this is somehow still rendered. Or if anything, I could just put like an ender pearl stasis chamber up here. I think that is like a chunk loader as well. Unless that's only in a server, I don't actually know, to be honest. But it could be worth a try. But I'm not going to do that right now. Instead, right now, I'm going to work on the last thing that I would like to get done in this video. I need to go around and I guess add some light to this bridge. I keep finding spots where things spawn. Maybe I can just throw some glow lichen up there or something. That would probably be wise, but I'm not worrying about that now either. The final thing that I would like to get done in this video is going to be a wool farm. You know, because Minecraft recently announced the addition of wool stairs and slabs, so I kind of wanted to get a head start on collecting up some wool in this world in bulk. And now this is going to be a little bit annoying because I want to have this wool farm for every type of wool in the game. And I think there's what, like 16 different colors of wool? Yeah, okay, there are 16 different types of wool. So I'm gonna have to deal with 16 different sheep. 16 individual sheep I'm gonna have to put into a little pod. But it's alright. It's alright. Let me clear out my inventory a little bit because I still have sugarcane farm remnants in my... What the hell? I still have sugarcane farm remnants in my inventory. So let me figure that out real quick. And then I'm definitely going to be building up the individual sheep pens before I make a build around this thing, because I would love to have this working while I actually build. But I'll be back to talk more about that here in a second. I'm back here with a whole bunch of stuff now. I have both of these shulker boxes almost completely filled with materials for the sheep farm. The first thing that I'm going to do, though, is let me round up the few sheep that are in the area. I also forgot to grab the wheat. Let me grab up the few sheep that are in the area. There's a couple over here, and we can start breeding up these guys. Actually, I should probably build the enclosed area first, so let me do that before I move any sheep. All right, so we got a little temporary acacia pen over there. Let's round up these 3 sheep. The color does not matter right now. I can always dye these guys later. There's actually 4 sheep in the area, so that's a decent head start. I'll be breeding these guys up as I'm actually constructing the farms. But I do only need 16, right? So it's actually not going to take too many breeding cycles. All right, let's trap them in here, and let's get them making some babies. I'm also just smelting up a whole bunch of glass back here. I think I have like a stack or something on me. Yeah, I have a stack and a half.
So I just brought a whole bunch extra just in case I needed more. And I'm just now realizing that I forgot to craft up all of the observers. I only made 7. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just go grab some quartz. I just can't get over this is just in the background now of this area, man. Every time I fly up, it looks so cool. I am noticing something though. The texturing on like this wall and this wall is just a little bit too similar. In some spots, it's like identical, I think, which is not ideal. It is a little bit different, like right by this torch. You can see there's like a tad bit of tuff down there that isn't down there. I don't know why I was so lazy when I did this, but I still think it looks good. That might just be something that I tweak a little bit later, like by hand. I just really don't want to do that now. So hopefully it doesn't bother me too much, or honestly, more importantly, hopefully it doesn't bother you guys too much. Now with those additional 9 observers crafted, I think I have everything in this shulker to build the farm, along with some junk that I'm not going to use. I'll leave a link to this farm in the description down below. I'll just leave a link to the video that I watched. But now I have to figure out where I want to put this thing. So the idea is going to be, I'm going to put a building just like this surrounding this farm, just in a very similar build style. To the central storage house. And I feel like I've said those words, central storage house, probably too many times in this video. But I'm not gonna go back and change it now, so deal with it. Okay, so I have to figure out where this build is going to go. So obviously, eventually, I'm gonna have like a big sprawling village or city or whatever on this area. So let me just kind of, yeah, definitely did not mean to take a screenshot, but whatever. Let me just kind of fly back here for a second. Where do I want to position this sheep building? I'm not sure how much I want to extend this way. So I think for the time being, I'll just move in this direction. And maybe, honestly, like right where I'm standing, I feel like is a decent spot. And we can orient it like this way. I think that'll look pretty good, especially with the bridge in the background too. Okay, I like that. I like that quite a bit. Let me just do a slight bit of terraforming over here, because I don't really like what the ground looks like over where I was standing. I think just to make it simple on myself for right now, I'm probably just going to give myself a nice building platform to just, you know, nicely nestle this house onto. And then whenever I'm actually working in this area for this full village transformation thing, then I can, you know, figure out all the terraforming. I definitely don't have enough grass though to like fill out everything that I need, so I'm probably gonna have to chop down some of the grass that's in the area here, but that's all right. But I'm gonna get working on this, and for you guys, I'm gonna cut it to the final building time lapse of this very building focused episode. Let's get it started. I think I'm finally done building for this episode. Dude, this is the most I've built in a really long time, and it's only 3 things. We have these 2 houses and this massive bridge. But I'm really happy with everything that I did build today, and I figured I would go ahead and show off all of the new builds with shaders on. So here's a look at the central storage house. This is going to be just my house in this world forever, where I can store items and materials and whatnot that I'm allowed to bring on my different village transformations with me. I think it'll be kind of cool to start most of these village transformation videos from this kind of like spawn point here, and then I can load up a couple shulkers or whatever and then go get started. That's kind of the vision there. But of course, I do want to look at the comments to see what other kind of suggestions you guys have for things that I can store in this building. We have a couple trees in the area. Of course, we got this whole pathway. We do have some stables, which I still have not filled in with any horses yet, but that'll happen at some point, probably. Then if you take this pathway all the way down here, this is not nearly as detailed as the top pathway. And the reasoning for that is because I don't know what this whole pathway is going to look like sprawling across this like eventual village.
and I didn't want to make it too difficult to change later if I decided to go away from the mud. So I just kind of did some mud brick, a couple leaf patches. This is just a little crop field. We have some wheat planted, just because I figured this is a sheep farm, right? So they like to eat wheat sometimes. So it felt fitting. The interior of this is very loosely done as well. So if we go ahead and pop through these crimson doors, which is a door that I don't really ever use, but I figured why not here. We have this tiny room right when you walk in, not really much to talk about. And then there's a little bit of storage here. And I also really like this design a lot. I was just kind of trying to figure out some type of storage design. And I feel like this definitely looks like it's a closet or something that you can kind of like pull over and hide if you wanted to. I kind of think that looks nice. So that's the storage in the top part of the room here. This is all completely empty for the most part. There's a little bedroom over here with like a tiny like wardrobe kind of thing that I tried to design as well. And it's all right. It's very simple. It's just the shelves and trapdoors and whatnot. But then if you pop under this trapdoor, this is where the actual farm is. And we do have access to all of these different chests, which have been going on this entire time. Also some other random materials, it seems like. A bunch of stuff kept falling into these little pods. But yeah, this has been going this whole time, so we have a couple stacks of pretty much every type of wool now, which is really nice. I can't wait to use all this stuff. I don't have to go through all these, but I can't wait to use all of this with the different wool slabs and stairs and everything like that. I didn't really clean up the basement down here. I'm imagining that this is just an unfinished basement. You know, like those exist in the real world, and they're pretty ugly. So this is what this is gonna be, okay? It's just unfinished. We can renovate it later. And this is like the most scuffed room maybe that I've ever made. So there's not really a lot of room to walk in here for the additional sheep farms, but I did install some ladders. So you can kind of just do this, and you get through the whole room. I was originally going to make this like the stables of my house, like in a pretty similar way. And I'm just going to fly to make it a lot easier. I was originally going to do this, but then I didn't really want all the glass exposed to the outside, because this looks pretty ugly, to be honest. And then it didn't line up properly to have some kind of doorway, so I just decided to take the easy route. And I think that's okay. That's definitely okay. These are still all accessible as well. And like I said, there's a bunch of random junk in here. But yeah, we have a wool farm going on, which is really nice. And I'm going to sleep for sure. I still don't want to get blown up. That does mean that this video now took, what, 251 days? Because I think I started on day 300. Could have titled the video exactly 250 days, but now it's going to be, it's still going to be that, okay? It's still going to be 250 days. I'm not going to title it 251. Unless that's the new YouTube meta, I don't know. But I'm going to fly over to the bridge over here, the Great Bridge. And I just kind of want to show off a little bit more with this build. And also, I'm just curious to see what type of collection we got going on. So, the sugarcane. What is this looking like now? 2 1/4 stacks there, 2 1/4 stacks there. Okay, that's not so bad. It's a little bit of sugarcane. Could be worse for sure. And then if we fly over here, I missed it for sure. But if we fly over here now, let's see how much gunpowder we have. I don't think I cleaned this out from earlier either, so this might look like a lot. There's a bunch of gunpowder in there. I don't know what it was at last time I checked, but that's more gunpowder than I'll need for a really, really long time. But one final thing I actually wanted to point out with this bridge, I didn't mention this before. It does just abruptly stop right here. Like, it looks like it was just like sawed off right here. And that's just because I don't know if I'm going to continue this anymore. So again, popping into free cam. I don't know if I'm going to continue it this way, but this other side is done. I'm not going to go any more towards the land over here. And you can kind of see the difference. So that one on the end, it looked like it was just like sawed perfectly in half or whatever. This one, I tried to make it look like it was falling apart a little bit more. And there once was more of this structure, and it all just kind of crumbled into the ocean or something. But yeah, I just wanted to give myself the opportunity to keep going that way if I wanted to. So that's why it looks kind of weird like this. This wasn't intentional, but it just looks sick just to kind of look out on the water. With the mushroom biome there, the water's looking all nice, especially with shaders on. But that's everything that I accomplished in this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this one, man. I'm really happy with all the builds today. I know it wasn't an ordinary like 100-day village transformation video, but I still hope you guys enjoyed this one nonetheless. Also, massive shout out to you if you realized that I, at some point through this video, added a data pack that made my rockets and my food smaller. Some of you probably noticed. I also changed my FOV, I think, from 85 to 80. So if you noticed either of those things, you're a legend. But thank you so much for watching one final time. I really hope you guys enjoy this one. And I will talk to you guys soon. That's my top of my head, but bye.